After 20 years of guarding her virginity, it was about to be stolen by two thugs. Unable to bear the humiliation, the woman slammed her head against the wall, ending her life. A voice called out, and the woman slowly opened her eyes to an unfamiliar scene. "Third master," a nurse exclaimed excitedly. "She's awake." The woman turned her head. Her eyes widened. A strikingly handsome man in a suit sat in a wheelchair, engrossed in a book. His sharp features and tall frame captivated her. Their eyes met. His cold gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Turning away, she glanced out the window and saw her reflection. She froze. Why was she wearing her university uniform? She struggled to recall what had happened. Shouldn't she be dead? The horrific memories of her final moments flooded back. Suddenly, the basement door slammed open. A woman with long, magenta hair and a short dress entered. The woman in the corner cowered, her eyes vacant, her body covered in bruises. The magenta-haired woman, hands tucked into her pockets, looked down at her. "Dear sister, how have you been these past 2 days?" The woman on the floor hugged her knees, ignoring her. The long-haired woman's face twisted in anger. "Why aren't you speaking? Don't tell me you've gone mute as well as blind." Her eyes flashed, and she kicked the woman on the floor. The sharp heel of her shoe elicited a cry of pain. The more the woman cried out, the more the others seemed to enjoy it. "So you can still scream? I thought you were dead." Ha 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 ha. The woman on the floor was Yun Xiangxiang. Just a month ago, her mother had died in a fiery car crash. Xiangxiang had lost her sight in the same accident. Before her mother's funeral was even over, her father, Yun Yiming, had brought his mistress of over a decade, Jiang Xiaoye, and her daughter into their home. Within days, he was completely infatuated with them. Xiangxiang struggled to her feet. Her stepsister sneered. "Oh, dear sister, you haven't heard? Since you went blind, your fiancé has been begging to break off the engagement. He's mine now." "No!" Xiangxiang roared in disbelief. "That's impossible. You're lying." Her stepsister giggled, covering her mouth. "Why would I lie? Did you really think Ace loved you? You poor thing." She grabbed Xiangxiang's face, pinching it hard. "I hear you're still a virgin. Ace never touched you, did he? You have no idea how good he is in bed." Memories of intimate moments with Lin Zhe flooded Xiangxiang's mind, and tears welled in her eyes. Her stepsister shoved her, sending her sprawling against the wall. Snapping her fingers, she said with icy venom, "Don't worry, sister. I found 2 men for you to enjoy before you die. They'll make sure you experience what it means to be a woman." 2 burly men entered. Xiangxiang recoiled in terror. "Take good care of her," her stepsister instructed, "and don't forget to film it." She turned and left. The men approached, leering. "Don't worry, miss. We'll take very good care of Miss Yin." Xiangxiang felt a wave of despair. Even now, Yin Xintian wouldn't leave her alone. She stood, facing the direction her stepsister had gone. "Yin Xintian," she screamed. "I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death." With all her remaining strength, she lunged at the wall. There was a sickening thud. Yin Xintian watched Xiangxiang collapse. "Damn it," she muttered, covering her mouth in disgust. "I finally got her mother out of the way, and this bitch survives the car crash, only to die here? What a nuisance." "Don't worry, miss," one of the men said. "We'll take care of it." As Xiangxiang lay dying, she finally understood why this was happening. Filled with regret and burning hatred, she closed her eyes. In the hospital bed, Xiangxiang suddenly clutched her head. Were those her memories from the moment of her death? Then what about this man? Mistress and illegitimate daughter take over, humiliating the rightful wife. Reborn heroine begins her revenge. Xiangxiang snapped back to the present, turning to look at the man. She was trying to understand how she ended up here when he spoke, his voice cold. "What do you want?" Xiangxiang froze. Why did his words sound so familiar? Suddenly, it hit her. This was the day, a year ago, when she'd almost been in a car accident. She strained to remember what had happened that day, a splitting headache forming behind her eyes. The man stopped, his gaze falling upon Yun Xiangxiang, who was trembling all over. "Miss," he asked with concern, "are you all right?" Yun Xiangxiang steadied herself, her voice soft. I'm fine. What time is it?" Following the assistant's gaze, Yun Xiangxiang saw the date. It was truly 1 year ago. She had been reborn. The realization hit her like a jolt. Ripping out her four, she scrambled out of bed. 1 year ago, at this very moment, Yin Xintian and her mother hadn't yet arrived at the Yun family home. Her own mother was still alive. Everything could still be changed. Trembling, Yun Xiangxiang struggled to her feet. She looked at the two men beside her, her voice weak. I don't need anything. Could you just take me home? Her mind raced. They had, after all, hit her with their car. She wouldn't ask for compensation, but surely they could at least drive her home. The assistant murmured to the man in the wheelchair, securing his agreement. He then gestured for Xiangxiang to join them in the car. A surge of power coursed through Yun Xiangxiang. Heaven had given her a second chance. Jiang Xiaoya, Yin Xintian, everything you owe me, I will take back piece by piece. Sitting in the luxurious, custom-made limousine, Yun Xiangxiang's heart pounded. She glanced surreptitiously at the man opposite her. His legs were covered by a thin blanket. Was he crippled? The man seemed to sense her gaze. His sharp eyes met hers. Xiangxiang quickly turned away, pretending to admire the scenery, avoiding his stare. Arriving at the Yin residence, Xiangxiang stepped out of the car and began to thank them. Just then, a crash echoed from inside the house. Xiangxiang whirled around, her eyes fixed on the house. She rushed inside. The moment she entered, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa. Shards of a broken vase littered the floor. In the middle of the living room, kneeling and weeping, were the two people her mother hated most. Madam Yun, I beg you, Jiang Xiaoya pleaded, just let Xintian stay. I don't care if I have to suffer outside. I just want Xintian to have a normal life, like other children. The pair put on a pitiful display, their voices choked with fake sobs. To an outsider, unaware of the situation, it would seem as if her mother were the one bullying them. That Jiang Xiaoya. A year ago, while Yun Yiming was away on business, she had come to the Yun house to cause a scene. Ostensibly for Yun Xintian's sake, but in reality, to humiliate her mother, to let her know that Yun Yiming had been unfaithful. Back then, this woman had cried, screamed, and threatened suicide, letting everyone in the capital know that Yun Yiming had a bastard child. Now, she was trying to use the same tactics to threaten her mother. Seeing Yun Xiangxiang, her mother immediately rose to greet her. Stroking Xiangxiang's face, she asked with concern, Xiangxiang, why are you back? Weren't you at summer camp? Yun Xiangxiang turned, her gaze icy as she looked at Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter. Recently, she said, her voice cold, I heard some rumors about our family. I came back to see what was going on. I didn't expect to walk in on such a dramatic scene. Yun Xiangxiang turned to the timid housekeeper, her face filled with anger. Aunt Li, she snapped, her voice low and menacing. Who are these beggars? They're even begging in our house now. Get them out. Aunt Li, sweating profusely, remained silent. Seeing this, Xiangxiang's fury intensified. Aunt Li, she roared, are you deaf? Or do you want to pack your bags and leave with them? Having never seen Yun Xiangxiang in such a rage, Aunt Li hurriedly turned to shoo Jiang Xiaoya away. Xiangxiang's eyes were glacial as she watched her. In her past life, this woman had been an opportunist, providing no shortage of assistance to the mother and daughter. It was likely her doing that they had even gotten through the Yun family gates this time. This White Lotus wanted to bring her green tea daughter to share a husband with Mrs. Yun. After being refused, she even resorted to threatening suicide. Yun Xiangxiang followed the trajectory of a flying knife with her eyes towards the door. A rumbling sound approached. The assistant pushed the imposing man in the wheelchair towards them. Miss, you left your bag in the car, he said, twirling another knife between his fingers as he smiled at Yun Xiangxiang. Taking her bag, Xiangxiang offered her sincere thanks. Thank you for bringing my bag. And thank you for earlier, too. Thinking of Yun Xintian and her mother behind her, a wave of relief washed over her. Yun Xintian, you're finally showing your true colors. Your desperation is making you careless. Before anyone could react, the man in the wheelchair spoke, his voice resonant and commanding, unexpectedly lively at the Yun residence. A pity Yun Yiming isn't here to enjoy it. Hearing that the man knew Yun Yiming, Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter broke out in a cold sweat, fear gripping them. They were terrified he would reveal their secret visit and their attempt to force their way into the family. Yun Xiangxiang, meanwhile, observed the wealthy young man, her mind buzzing with questions. What did he mean by that? Did he know her family? Suddenly realizing who the man was, Yi Qing rushed forward, her voice filled with awe. Why you? Are you third young Master Fu? 3 years ago, at a banquet, Yi Qing had been fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of third young Master Fu. This was the youngest son of the esteemed Fu patriarch, the head of the capital's most prominent family. Rumor had it he was volatile and ruthless, his methods cruel. Despite his youth, he was already at the helm of the Fu family, commanding a vast fortune. The the object of countless people's fawning. The more Yi Qing thought about it, the more afraid she became, cold sweat trickling down her cheeks. Our humble Yi family was simply no match for him. Even now, no one could truly say how deep the Fu family's roots ran. Third young Master Fu responded to Yi Qing impassively. It's been a while, Mrs. Yi. He could see Yi Qing's acute nervousness. His assistant stepped forward with a polite smile. Mrs. Yi, we were simply escorting Miss Yin home. There's no need for alarm. Yi Qing covered her mouth, a flicker of shock in her eyes. Xiang? Home? What does the Fu family have to do with my daughter? Is Xiang all right? Her misunderstanding deepened. Xiang stepped forward, smiling reassuringly. It's not what you think, Mom. I had a little trouble on the road, and they were kind enough to bring me back. We should be thanking them. Understanding dawned on Yi Qing, her face relaxing. Oh, is that all? Well then, I've certainly made a fool of myself in front of third young Master Fu. Jiang Xiaoye, who had been standing off to the side, suddenly recognized the head of the Fu family. In a flash, she grabbed a knife and held it to her own throat, shouting, Mrs. Yi, since you're so heartless, don't blame me for resorting to this. If something happens to me here at the Yun residence, I'll see how you handle the fallout. Yun Xintian, following her mother's lead, dramatically threw herself at Yi Qing's feet, startling her back with a gasp. Tears streaming down her face, Yun Xintian pleaded, Aunt Yi, please save my mother. I don't want a father. Please, just let my mother go. I beg you. Yun Xiangxiang watched their performance with cold detachment. This charade, with Xintian at her feet and Jiang Xiaoye threatening suicide, was clearly designed to make her mother look responsible if anything happened to Jiang Xiaoye. It was utterly shameless. A chilling glint flashed in third young Master Fu's eyes. Chu-he, he said, his voice glacial, call the police. A death requires witnesses. Yun Xiangxiang was stunned by the casual coldness of his words. This man was terrifying. He spoke of human life as if it were no more significant than that of a stray animal. His assistant, Chu-he, immediately made the call. Yun Xiangxiang assumed it was just a bluff to scare Jiang Xiaoye. After all, this was a family matter. Even the police couldn't interfere with that. Undeterred, Yun Xintian continued her shameless harassment of Yi Qing. Aunt Yi, you're so kind. Please, just let my mother go. Witnessing Yun Xintian's relentless badgering, Yun Xiangxiang strode forward and slapped her to the ground. Yun Xintian, she snapped. Who are you putting on this show for? Get away from my mother. Jiang Xiaoye rushed to Yun Xintian's side, checking for injuries. She glared at Yun Xiangxiang with pure hatred. This little wretch was impossible to manipulate. Things had gone this far. She had to get something out of this whole ordeal. The green tea bitch stepsister, in a fit of rage, lunged at Yun Xiangxiang, aiming to claw her face. Luckily, third young Master Fu intervened, pulling Yun Xiangxiang out of harm's way. Under Xiangxiang's forceful direction, Mrs. Lin reluctantly dragged Yun Xintian towards the door. Unbelievably, Jiang Xiaoye stood up, pointing accusingly at Yun Xiangxiang. We're just asking for a way out, she shrieked. Why are you being so cruel? Aren't you afraid of retribution? At the mention of retribution, a smirk played on Yun Xiangxiang's lips. When you were busy being a homewrecker, did you ever think about retribution? Yun Xiangxiang picked up a glass of water, her voice dripping with disdain. If you don't leave now, I'll call the police and report you for trespassing. A mistress should know her place. How dare you act so brazenly? Xiangxiang's anger surged. With a resounding crash, she threw the glass to the floor in front of Jiang Xiaoye. Do you think the Yin family is a pushover? Xiangxiang's powerful aura shadowed Jiang Xiaoye and Yun Xintian, who collapsed to the floor, huddled together, trembling. Yun Xintian, biting her nails nervously, thought, damn it, what's going on? Mom said this family was easy to manipulate, but Yun Xiangxiang is anything but. Disgusted by their pathetic display, Yun Xiangxiang thought, these two are experts at putting on this pitiful act, as if the whole world owes them something. Mom, she said, lend me your phone. Taking the phone, Xiangxiang began snapping pictures of the cowering pair. You chose to be a mistress, so live with the consequences. Did you really think you could weasel your way into this family by having a bastard child? Didn't Yin Yiming tell you? Everything the Yin family owns belongs to the Yi family. At her words, their faces paled, sweat beading on their foreheads. Continuing to photograph them, Xiangxiang said, if you don't leave now, I'll post these pictures online for everyone to see. The whole world will know you're a mistress and your daughter. Before Xiangxiang could finish, Jiang Xiaoya shrieked. No. She glared at Yun Xiangxiang with venomous hatred. This lunatic, such a vicious little girl. If everyone finds out, I'll be ruined in the capital. Even if I manage to marry Yun Yiming, I'll be branded a mistress for life. Xiangxiang realized, with a flicker of surprise, that Jiang Xiaoya actually cared about her reputation. A smug grin spread across her face as she addressed the woman. If you don't want me to release the photos, then kneel down and apologize to my mother. Humiliated, Jiang Xiaoya's eyes blazed with fury, but through gritted teeth, she knelt before Yi Qing. Why? We're both Yun Yiming's women. Why should I kneel to her? Yun Xintian's internal rage soared. Glaring at the triumphant Xiangxiang, she roared inwardly. I'm the eldest daughter of the Yun family. How dare she, with just a few words, reduce me to this sniveling mess on the floor? Unable to contain her fury any longer, Yun Xintian snatched a shard of broken glass, lunged to her feet, and flew at Xiangxiang. You bitch, I'll carve up your face. Yi Qing instinctively reached out to intercept her. Xiangxiang, frozen in place, felt a cold sweat break out. Just then, a whooshing sound cut through the air. A throwing knife sliced across Yun Xintian's wrist, and the glass shard clattered to the floor. Who is this? A woman openly accosted in her own home, a man leaving behind his hotel room key. Yi Qing hurried forward, bowing slightly to third young master Fu in apology. He knew Fu Sahan wasn't known for his kindness, nor was he likely to offer help out of sympathy. What if he wanted something the Yin family couldn't provide? Suddenly, a scream drew everyone's attention. Jiang Xiaoya, in a desperate attempt to further pressure Yi Qing, nicked her own wrist. Xiangxiang, arms crossed and face impassive, scoffed. If you're going to do it properly. Cut deeper. There are plenty of witnesses. Even if you die here and now, someone will collect your corpse. Xiangxiang's icy words cut through the room, silencing everyone. Third young master Fu let out a low chuckle. He casually inquired, "How old are you?" His assistant froze, then slapped himself hard across the face. Am I dreaming? In all these years, third young master has never asked a girl for any personal information. This is the first time in his 25 years of bachelorhood. And he asked her age. My heart is pounding, my hands are shaking. The heavens are rejoicing, firecrackers are exploding. The ascetic third young master is finally blossoming. Xiangxiang turned to third young master Fu, a blush warming her cheeks. I'm 18, she replied. A shadow flickered across her eyes. I was only 19 when I died in my past life. A year before that, I must have just started university. The assistant's mind raced, conjuring up a dramatic scene. Bada, Zhongca, Dada Xiaobu, domineering CEO, and his innocent little bunny. A sudden commotion interrupted his reverie. A group of police officers burst through the door. The lead officer barked, "Surround this place." Then, turning to third young master Fu with a deferential air, he asked, "What are your orders, sir?" Third young master Fu glanced at Jiang Xiaoya and Yun Xintian. These two trespassed, he stated. You know what to do. The officer immediately turned and ordered his men to take the pair away. Jiang Xiaoya, aghast, hadn't expected the police to actually be called. Are you crazy? She shrieked. I'm Yun Yiming's woman. You can't do this to me. The officers, unmoved by her outburst, wrestled Yun Xintian to the ground. Yun Xintian struggled fiercely, her face contorted with rage. I'm the Yun family's eldest daughter, she yelled. My father will be back soon. He won't let you get away with this. What should we do now? Xiangxiang thought. This is so satisfying. This time, Jiang Xiaoya gained nothing. But what about when Yun Yiming returns? I can only take things one step at a time. Noticing Yi Qing's exhaustion, Xiangxiang helped her upstairs to rest. She then turned back, intending to thank third young master Fu again for his intervention. But he was gone. Xiangxiang hurried outside, catching up to him and his assistant just as they were about to get into their car. Blushing slightly, she offered to see them off. The assistant, seizing the opportunity, quickly released the wheelchair and stepped back with a knowing smile, giving the two some privacy. As Xiangxiang pushed the wheelchair, she expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you so much for today. I really don't know what I would have done with those two women otherwise. Suddenly, she stumbled, nearly sending third young master Fu tumbling. A wave of panic washed over her. She bowed her head in apology. But then, Third young master Fu reached out and gently tilted her chin up. A playful glint entered his eyes. You said you wanted to thank me, he purred. How exactly did you plan to do that? I'm a businessman. I never make a loss. Flustered, Xiang quickly turned away. Well, you bumped into me. I haven't even pursued you for the accident yet. We're even. Third young master Fu's voice turned cool. Miss Lin, have you forgotten? You were the one who walked into my car. His assistant chimed in. That's right. You were distracted crossing the road, ran a red light, and walked straight into third young master's car. We have the security footage to prove it. There were very few people on the street at that time. But third young master Fu is kind-hearted. He still sent you to the hospital. So, Miss Yin, you remembered it wrong. He finished speaking and started to push third young master Fu away. Xiang immediately called out, Wait, what do you want? I don't have much money. I don't have anything valuable either. Third young master Fu turned to look at Xiang. Then you'll owe me for now. He casually handed her a room key. A woman was tortured to death in the basement. By a twist of fate, she was reborn a year ago. Would she allow herself to be bullied again? Night fell on the top floor of the Empire State Building. Fu Sahan swirled the 82 Lafite in his glass, gazing thoughtfully out the window. He glanced at his phone every so often. He still hadn't received a message from Xiang. He stood and walked to the window, looking out. His phone beeped. Fu Sahan eagerly picked it up. It was actually a message from Yun Xiang. Thank you anyway. If there's anything you think I can do, you can call me anytime. This number is my phone number. Looking at the message, the corners of Fu Sahan's mouth turned up slightly. So formal. Quite cute. At that moment, Yun Xiang had just finished showering. Toweling her damp hair, she picked up her phone. She wondered if Fu Sahan had seen the message. After a moment of thought, she flopped onto the bed, sprawled out. Her past self had been too introverted. She didn't even have a single friend. The fear she felt in the basement was something she never wanted to experience again. If she had a friend back then, maybe she could have called for help. Just as Xiang was lost in memories of her past life, there was a sudden crash. Yun Xiang immediately sat up, startled, and looked towards her mother's room. She quickly got up and opened her mother's door. She saw Yi Qing trembling with rage, yelling at Yun Yiming not to touch her. The shameless Yun Yiming lunged forward and grabbed Yi Qing. Wife, I was wrong. I only did it that one time. It was that bitch Jiang Xiaoya who seduced me. That's why I made a mistake. Please give me another chance. Okay. This disgusting scene almost made Yun Xiang throw up the last 10 years' worth of meals. Yun Yiming had been supporting Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter for all these years, and he dared to say he only did it once. Just as Yun Yiming was about to continue speaking, Xiang abruptly interrupted him. Aren't you on a business trip? How did you get back so quickly? The two turned to look at Xiang in shock. Yi Qing came over with a loving look. Did mommy wake you up? I'm sorry. Go back to sleep. Yun Yiming also shamelessly walked over, forcing an awkward smile. Xiang, why did you come back early? Didn't you say summer camp was fun? Yun Xiang dodged Yun Yiming's filthy hands, her voice sharp. Well, it's not like your mistress threatened my mom, saying she'd kill herself if she wasn't allowed in the house. With such a shameful thing happening, of course I had to come back. Yun Yiming feigned innocence. You must have misunderstood me. How could I possibly bring a mistress home? Yun Xiang actually laughed. That's true. If you really did bring that mistress home, then we just have to follow the agreement you signed with the Yi family. Xiang stepped closer to the terrified Yun Yiming, her voice sharp and playful. The agreement you signed with the Yi family states that if you ever do anything to wrong my mother, you'll leave with nothing. Hit where it hurt. Yun Yiming flew into a rage. He slammed the door open with a bang and roared, Xiang, what nonsense are you talking about? Stay out of adult matters. Your mother and I will absolutely not get divorced. Yi Qing trembled and told Xiang to stop talking. Xiang turned and smiled at Yi Qing. Mom, it's okay. Her eyes flicked towards Yun Yiming. Whether or not you get divorced now depends on your behavior. If I remember correctly, Jiang Xiaoya and Yun Xintian are still at the police station waiting for you. So, are you going to save them or not? Yun Xiang's words left Yun Yiming stunned. In her previous life, Yun Yiming had still been on a business trip, and things hadn't progressed this quickly. It must have been Jiang Xiaoya who called Yun Yiming for help. Otherwise, this man wouldn't have rushed back so soon. Yun Yiming declared self-righteously that he had nothing to do with them. At this, Yi Qing also walked over, her face grim. Humph, is that so, Yun Yiming? Do you dare to say that you will never have anything to do with them again? Yun Yiming thought about his past with Jiang Xiaoya and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jiang Xiaoya was a real temptress. Moreover, she had born him Xintian. For now, he had to appease Yi Qing and then slowly make plans. 18-year-old girl punishes cheating father, forces him to sign a legal statement to prevent mistress from taking over. After a moment, Yun Yiming approached Yi Qing and said softly, Qing, listen to me. The child is innocent. It's all my fault. But Xintian is still young and can't endure hardship. Do you think I could just bring him here? Before he could finish, Yi Qing burst into bitter laughter, tears streaming down her face. The last shred of hope she had for Yun Yiming instantly vanished. Seeing her mother so heartbroken, Xiang felt as if a knife was twisting in her gut. Her gaze, dark and icy, fell on Yun Yiming. This scum, a leopard, never changes its spots. She turned and, taking Yi Qing's arm, said, Mom, you see his attitude. Let's pack our things and go back to the Yi family home. Let's make room for the bastard. Seeing Yi Qing's resolute stance, leaving no room for discussion, Yun Yiming dropped to his knees with a thud. Clutching Yi Qing's arm, he pleaded, Qing, I was truly wrong. Just now I was possessed. Everything I said was nonsense. I deserve to die. I won't go back to pick up Xintian. You and Xiang are my only family. Yi Qing flung his hand away and went to Xiang's side. Xiang looked at Yun Yiming, his performance in full swing. Your sweet words, one after another. How can Mom and I believe you? Left with no other choice, Yun Yiming could only let Xiang take charge. Xiang thought for a moment. Then, with a serious tone, she said, Fine. Have your lawyer Chun, issue a statement declaring that from now on, you are completely severing ties with Jiang Xiaoye and her daughter. This move truly cut off all avenues of retreat. If a lawyer's statement were actually issued, it would make it even more difficult to bring Yun Xintian into the villa in the future. Legally, it would be untenable. But Yi Qing was soft-hearted. As long as there was a chance for them to come in later, she would likely relent. After considering this, Yun Yiming could only temporarily agree to Xiang's demands. Xiang then said directly, Mom isn't feeling well. I'll sleep with her tonight. Dad, you can leave now. The next morning, Lawyer Chun, following Xiang's instructions, had both parties sign the legal statement. Suddenly, a phone rang. It was a call from a school. Because of the car accident, she had left summer camp without asking for leave and needed to return immediately. Yun Yiming saw Xiang get up and asked her where she was going. Xiang ignored him completely. Turning to Lawyer Chun, she said, I have to go out. Have my dad give you a ride. On the way to summer camp, Xiang observed Yi Qing's state. The matter with Jiang Xiaoye and her daughter had hit Yi Qing hard, but it was also good. This way, she could finally give up on Yun Yiming completely. Arriving at summer camp, Xiang found her classmates being reprimanded by the instructor. They were being punished with an extra half hour of standing at attention. The instructor told them the extra time was because a student had left without permission. The main purpose of this training is to toughen you up, he barked. The scolding only deepened the other students' resentment towards Xiang. She hurried back into formation and apologized to her classmates. However, the students standing next to her turned their heads away, unwilling to acknowledge her. In her past life, Xiang's silence had resulted in her having almost no friends in university. This time around, she had managed to offend everyone right off the bat. 5 minutes later, the group was dismissed for a break. Bored, Xiang sat to the side, thinking about the events of the past 2 days. Just then, snippets of conversation reached her ears. Some people are so entitled. Just because they're rich and pretty, they think they can do whatever they want. Because of her, we all had to stand there for an extra half hour. So annoying. It's so unlucky to be in the same class as her. The verbal attacks left Xiang speechless. She wondered if Yun Yiming would really give up on Jiang Xiaoye and her daughter. And then there was the matter of her engagement to Lin Zhe. It was all so overwhelming. At that moment, a teacher came over and told her someone was looking for her. Chu-hee. Why had he come? Because Lin Zhe had bragged about having connections with a wealthy family. The innocently implicated third young master Fu had been subjected to Xiang's wrath. Following Chu-hee, she arrived at a quaint courtyard. Fu Sahan was leisurely reading a book while fishing. Hearing Xiang arrive, he looked up at the slightly apprehensive girl. Mr. Fu, you call me here. Have you figured out what you want me to do? Being stared at by Fu Sahan like this was incredibly unnerving. It felt as if he could see right through her. Fu Sahan removed his sunglasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over Xiang. Not yet. Then why did you call me here? The more cryptic he was, the more uneasy Xiangxiang felt. Fu Sahan looked at Yun Xiangxiang impassively. I heard you're getting engaged to the Lin family's boy. Hearing this, Xiangxiang's eyes narrowed. Could he be referring to Lin Zhe? In her past life, when she heard Lin Zhe propose, she had been so happy she hadn't been able to sleep all night. But after the engagement, Lin Zhe had constantly tried to persuade her to accept Yun Xintian, saying that Yun Yiming was their father after all, and that sisters should support each other. She had loved him so much then, and foolishly agreed. Later, Jiang Xiaoya had successfully moved into the Yun family home, and she and her mother had become a laughingstock of the entire city. Everything had been thanks to that scumbag. Thinking of these unpleasant memories, Yun Xiangxiang struggled to compose herself. You're right. I am engaged to Lin Zhe. You're not here to congratulate me, are you? Yun Xiangxiang's sudden shift in demeanor made both men pause. Chu even spoke up, reminding her to watch her tone. Do you like him? Fu Sahan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. The Yun and Lin families are old friends. Plus, Lin Zhe and I are childhood sweethearts. Everyone thinks we're meant to be together. The air between them crackled with sudden tension. Xiangxiang turned abruptly. Let's end this idle chatter, Mr. Fu. I hear you and the Lin family are somewhat related. Save your congratulations for the engagement party, she said, striding away. Fu Sahan watched her retreating figure, his gaze icy. He closed the book in his hands and turned to Chu He. Since one of the Fu and Lin families related, Chu He, acutely aware of the barely contained fury emanating from Fu Sahan, felt a trickle of cold sweat run down his spine. The Lins boast about their connection to the Fu family. It gives them quite the advantage in business. Even a tenuous connection to the Fu family is considered a great honor. Fu Sahan, the village champion of the elementary school Olympiad, racked his brain. Could she be angry about my supposed connection to the Lins? Returning to the Yun residence that evening, Xiangxiang noticed an unfamiliar car parked in front. Opening the door, she saw a woman in a tight red dress sitting on the sofa, chatting with her mother. It was Lin Zhe's parents. Once this sight would have filled her with joy. Now, knowing the Lins were only interested in her family status, a bitter taste filled her mouth. I was so naive, she thought. They don't care who the Yun family favors, as long as she's a Yun. Seeing Xiangxiang, Lin Zhe's mother jumped up. Let me see, have you lost weight? Xiangxiang walked past her as if she hadn't seen her, leaving the woman standing awkwardly. She sat beside her mother and turned to Mrs. Lin with a sweet smile. Annie, I just got back from summer camp. Please forgive me if anything is amiss. I hope you'll bear with me. Ye Ving Yachit puzzled. Whenever the Lin family visited, Xiangxiang was usually the first to greet them warmly. Before Mrs. Lin could respond, a voice called out, Xiangxiang's back. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of her past life, where her fiancé and stepsister had imprisoned and tortured her to death in the basement. What sparks would fly in this new encounter? What sparks would fly in this new encounter? As if on cue, a tall, impeccably dressed man approached, carrying a tray of tea. It was him, Lin Zhe. He beamed at Xiangxiang, a godlike smile gracing his lips. You've matured so much since starting university. You even say bear with me now. His mother chimed in, feigning sincerity. Oh, she's certainly more mature. It's all thanks to her upbringing. She clasped her hands together. I'm so thrilled that A's is marrying such a wonderful girl. Yun Yiming, sitting on the sofa, added shamelessly, Xiangxiang and A's grew up together. Their bond is naturally deep. She's always looked up to him. Mr. Lin boomed. Then it's settled. We'll hold the engagement party the day after tomorrow. Xiangxiang is still young, so we'll have the engagement first, then the wedding after graduation. From a moment she saw Lin Zhe, Xiangxiang had been clenching her fists, struggling to contain her rage. Hearing these words again, the reality of the man before her, the demon who had extinguished the last flicker of hope in her previous life, hit her with full force. The Yin-Lin union was exactly what Yun Yiming wanted. Seeing Mrs. Lin's approval of Xiangxiang, he was practically itching to marry them off right then and there, solidifying the partnership between their companies. Lost in thought, Xiangxiang felt Lin Zhe take her hand. He gazed at her with feigned affection. You've lost weight, he murmured. Let's go to your room. I have so much to tell you. Xiangxiang's mind raced. With so many people present, it would be difficult for him to try anything. Her room, however, presented an opportunity. She stood up quickly, pulling her hand away. Turning to Lin Zhe, she smiled brightly. I have so many secrets to tell A's Gidge too. Let's go. In her room, Lin Zhe sat casually on the bed, legs crossed, observing the increasingly mature and beautiful Xiangxiang. I heard something happened at your home. Is there anything I can do to help? His words were a pointed reminder of his well-placed informants. Xiangxiang's tone was noticeably cooler than before. You're so well informed, she replied. Lin Zhe frowned. What's wrong with you today? You're so distant. Come here, let me get a good look at you. He loosened his tie. Xiangxiang knew it wasn't time to reveal her hand. She couldn't afford to arouse suspicion. Plastering a smile on her face, she walked over and sat beside him, affecting a seductive pose. You're overthinking it. I'm not being distant. We're getting engaged soon, aren't we? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, his desire barely contained. Seeing him on the verge of losing control, Xiangxiang flashed him a woomery smile, her gaze captivating. This is everything I've ever dreamed of, she purred, her words ensnaring him completely. Lin Zhe's lust overwhelmed him. He lunged forward, pinning her beneath him, his lips finding hers. Xiangxiang, he breathed. I'm looking forward to that day too. You'll be the most beautiful bride. He leaned in slowly, closer and closer. Just as their lips were about to meet, the image of Lin Zhe and Yun Xintian in a compromising position flashed through Yun Xiangxiang's mind. The sudden wave of disgust was overwhelming. She slapped Chun Zhe hard across the face. He clutched his stinging, reddening cheek, stunned into silence as he stood there trying to recover. Yun Xiangxiang, are you crazy? What are you doing? He roared. But Xiangxiang, a natural actress, rose to the occasion. She sat on the edge of the bed, burying her face in her hands and sobbing, the very picture of a wronged woman. Humph, she thought. Lin Zhe, getting impatient, are you? Don't worry, the best is yet to come. That woman, dressed so provocatively, going to a hotel to seduce my sister's fiancé. Having finished trying on her wedding dress, Xiangxiang hurried to a gated community. This villa had been part of her mother's dowry, a gift from the Yi family. As she suspected, her investigations over the past few days had revealed that Yun Yiming's car's dashcam footage frequently showed him driving here. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from within the villa. The air is so fresh here today. This villa your father gave us is really nice, isn't it? It's a shame it's in such a remote location. Otherwise, we could sell it for a good price. It was Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter. Xiangxiang clenched her fists, fury coursing through her. She quickly found a hidden spot and concealed herself. Yun Yiming, you truly are shameless. In my past life, you sold a villa for your mistress. In this life, you're using my mother's dowry to keep her. By the pool, Yun Xintian stared at the glass in her hand. The thought of Yun Xiangxiang's upcoming engagement to Lin Zhe made her slam the glass onto the table. Lin Zhe, such an outstanding man. How could he possibly choose her? It must be Yun Xiangxiang's doing, seducing him. That woman, where does she get all her good luck? Because of her, I'm always one step behind. Noticing Yun Xintian's outburst, Jiang Xiaoya asked with concern, what's wrong? Do you know Lin Zhe? A blush crept onto Yun Xintian's cheeks. And no, we just met once before. Jiang Xiaoya came over and comforted her. Silly girl, just wait until I get rid of Yiqing. Then I'll be Mrs. Yun, and you can have any man you want. I'll find him for you. A sly smile played on Yun Xintian's lips. We're both Yun daughters. Why should I have to live like a rat in the shadows, while Yun Xiangxiang gets to marry Lin Zhe? Everything she has, I deserve too. You're the best, Mom. My future happiness depends on you. Hidden nearby, Xiangxiang listened, a smirk forming on her face. She forwarded a message she'd just received on her phone. A notification chime sounded. Yun Xintian picked up her phone and looked at the message from an unknown number. Mr. Lin is drunk at the hotel and needs you to come over. Could this be Lin Shi? Her heart leaped with excitement. She quickly excused herself to Jiang Xiaoya, saying she had to go out and might not be back tonight, then hurried to her room to change. Watching Yun Xintian's eagerness, Xiangxiang's smirk widened. Yun Xintian, Lin Shish indeed drink. But that message was meant for me. I forwarded it to you as a test, and as expected, you and Lin Zhe were already hooked up. Well, today I'll just help things along. You should both thank me for this. 15 minutes later, Yun Xintian emerged, fully made up. Like mother, like daughter, Xiangxiang thought. A rat's child will dig holes. Yun Xintian was dressed provocatively, flaunting her figure, the very image of a mistress. She hailed a taxi and headed straight for the hotel. Xiangxiang followed in another cab. Half an hour later, they arrived. Yun Xintian practically ran into the hotel. At the door to the room, she adjusted her clothes, pulling down her neckline, then knocked. Lin Zhe, drunk and disoriented, opened the door. He stared at the alluring woman before him, confused. Yun Xintian quickly introduced herself. We met at the bookstore the other day. The hotel staff just sent me a message, saying you needed me. She twirled a strand of hair around her finger, giving him a suggestive look. Lin Zhe rubbed his aching head. He vaguely remembered sending a message to Yun Xiangxiang. He looked Yun Xintian up and down. She did look familiar. She had helped him find a book at the bookstore that day. Now that he looked closer, she was undeniably sweet and charming. Yun Xiangxiang was beautiful, yes, but compared to this, she was like a piece of wood, completely clueless about how to please a man. He eagerly ushered Yun Xintian inside. His daughter almost assaulted, and this father, this excuse for a man. Xiangxiang, what's going on here? Hearing Lin Zhe's roar, Yi Qing was the first to burst into her daughter's room. She found Xiangxiang clutching her collar, tears streaming down her face, sitting on the edge of the bed. Yi Qing rushed to embrace her daughter. As the others entered the room, Xiangxiang, like a frightened rabbit, burrowed into her mother's arms. Between sobs, she told Yi Qing that Lin Zhe had tried to force himself on her. Yi Qing's eyes blazed with fury as she turned to glare at Chen Zhe. The wrongly accused Lin Zhe cried out, "This is a misunderstanding. Auntie, please don't get the wrong idea. I didn't intend to do anything to Xiangxiang. I just... Before he could finish, Yi Qing cut him off with an icy tone. Lin Zhe, I can't believe you. Xiangxiang is still a minor. Even though you're about to be engaged, that doesn't give you the right. Ye vink kalach Xiangxiang tightly. My life is already ruined, but my daughter, her life has just begun." Remembering cherished moments from Xiangxiang's childhood, Yi Qing gritted her teeth, her face hardening. She had placed all her hopes and dreams on Xiangxiang, praying for her safety and happiness. Lin Zhe was someone she had vetted herself, yet she never imagined he would. Mr. Lin hurried in. "Madam Yi, please calm down. Xiangxiang, are you all right?" Yi Qing ignored them completely. To ease the tension, Yun Yiming cleared his throat. Although Xiangxiang is underage, young people have strong impulses. It's understandable. Lin Zhe, don't be too upset. Yi Qing seethed inwardly. Good father indeed. His own daughter was almost assaulted, and he's defending the Lin family. Some things never change. Mrs. Lin scolded the stunned Lin Zhe. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Xiangxiang. In-laws, this was Lin Zhe's fault. Lin Zhe was speechless, his face livid. He glared at Xiangxiang. Is she doing this on purpose? If I apologize, it'll be like admitting I tried to rape her. The falsely accused Lin Zhe finally snapped. I did nothing wrong. If she doesn't want to marry me, then let's break off the engagement. His outburst shocked Mrs. Lin. A successful union with the Yun family would bring significant benefits, especially with the Yi family backing them. It was a match made in heaven. How could that idiot Lin Zhe suggest breaking it off? Hearing the words break off the engagement, Xiangxiang acted even more distressed. Mom, Aze is bullying me. Now he wants to break off the engagement. Inwardly, Xiangxiang was ecstatic. Yes, break it off. Get as far away from me as possible. Mr. Lin rushed to appease Yun Yiming. Old Yun, please don't take the children's squabble seriously. I'll discipline Lin Zhe. We can discuss this further at the engagement party the day after tomorrow. We'll take our leave now. After the Lin family left, Yun Yiming returned. Qing, Xiangxiang's marriage is a significant event. Calm down. You can't throw a tantrum on the day of the engagement. He closed the bedroom door behind him. Yi Qing took Xiangxiang's arm. Xiangxiang, don't be afraid. If you don't want to marry him, I'll find a way to help you. I won't let you marry him. Xiangxiang's demeanor changed completely. She smiled at Yi Qing. Mom, what are you saying? Aze is so good. How could I have any second thoughts? We're vulnerable now. If we openly fight with the Lin family, we'll be the ones to suffer. We need another plan. Lin Zhe, you want excitement? I'll have a big surprise for you at the engagement party. I'll repay your deep affection for me. The night before the engagement, Lin Zhe spent the night at a hotel with his fiancée's sister, playing poker. Watching them enter the room, Xiangxiang hid and smirked. Let these two lovebirds have their fun. Inside, empty bottles littered the room, evidence of Lin Zhe's drinking. Yun Xintian approached Lin Zhe. Are you all right? Seeing him rubbing his head, she offered, I know a little massage. Let me help. She sat seductively on his lap, one arm around his neck, the other massaging his head. Their bodies grew closer, the atmosphere charged. Just as things were escalating, a knock at the door interrupted them. Annoyed, they opened the door to a waiter delivering expensive wine and a cake. Yun Xintian, assuming it was from Lin Zhe, was thrilled. He lifted her chin. If you like it, it's all yours. Outside, Xiang listened intently. The show was about to begin. As the 82-proof wine took effect, the room heated up, their gazes growing hungry. Earlier, Yin Xinqian had found condoms. She eagerly moved closer. The moment their bodies touched, it was like a wildfire igniting a dry field. Listening to the passionate sounds from within, Xiang was delighted. That's top-shelf imported wine. Yin Xinqian should be thanking me. Xiang listened intently, completely unaware that someone nearby was watching her. A melodious male voice suddenly broke the silence. "Miss Lin, what are you doing?" Startled, Xiang nearly jumped out of her skin. "Mr. Fu, are you checking in too? What a coincidence." She looked like a frightened rabbit caught in the headlights. Fu Sahan chuckled, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Not really a coincidence. I've been watching you for quite some time." Another blow landed. Xiang stood there awkwardly. This man is really interesting. He didn't even call out to me. Xiang quickly turned to escape the awkwardness. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be going back. I hope you enjoy your stay. If I can't handle him, I can at least avoid him." She was just about to flee when Fu Sahan playfully called out to her. Xiang froze, fearing he had discovered what she was doing. She turned back, a cold sweat breaking out. "Is something the matter?" Fu Sahan's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Just be careful on your way back. He's really thanking me?" 1,000 alpacas stampeded through Xiang's mind. She made a hasty retreat. Watching her hurried departure, Fu Sahan beckoned his assistant. "Go find out what's so interesting in that room that captivated Yun Xiang." The embarrassed assistant muttered under his breath, "Third young master, there's no need." Before he could finish, Fu Sahan cut him off with a curt, "Go quickly." A long minute passed, leaving the assistant trembling, his face flushed and sweat dripping down his temples. He chanted, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," trying to suppress his physiological reaction. The oblivious Fu Sahan looked at him quizzically. The assistant adjusted his glasses and recounted what the couple in the room had been doing. Yin Xiang's actions piqued Fu Sahan's interest. Interesting. Tomorrow is the Yun and Lin family's engagement party, yet she was calmly eavesdropping on her fiancé, and she doesn't seem angry at all. The assistant asked, "Third young master, do you still want me to listen?" Fu Sahan turned, a nonchalant air about him. "If you're that interested, you can stay here and listen all night." A faint smile played on his lips. "I wonder what this girl will do next. It's quite intriguing." The engagement banquet was in full swing, all the guests present. However, the groom-to-be was still at the hotel, enjoying a passionate interlude with his future sister-in-law. The next morning, Xiang, radiant in her wedding attire, prepared for the engagement ceremony. Yi Qing, seeing her cherished daughter about to be engaged, felt a mix of emotions. She took Xiang's hand, her voice full of affection. "You look beautiful. Are you nervous, Xiang?" "Don't worry, it's just an engagement." Xiang wasn't nervous at all. In fact, she was rather looking forward to the ceremony. "Today, Lin Zhe and Yun Xinqian will repay everything they owe me for my past life." The opulent banquet hall resonated with elegant music as the guests mingled. Xiang entered, her poise and grace captivating all. Her exquisite makeup, statuesque figure, and custom-made, jewel-encrusted gown made her shine like a rising star, her radiance illuminating every corner of the hall. Seeing Xiang arrive, Mrs. Lin rushed over, beaming. "Oh, Xiang, you look absolutely stunning. In just a few days, you'll officially be my daughter-in-law." Xiang smiled politely. "Thank you. By the way, where's Lin Zhe? Why isn't he here yet?" The guests, noticing the groom's absence, began to murmur, causing Mrs. Lin to break out in a cold sweat. "He's probably in the back greeting guests," she whispered. "He'll be here soon," she added. Before she could finish, Xiang turned and, with a casual, "It's all right," went to serve tea to Yi Qing. Xiang knew Mrs. Lin was making excuses. Lin Zhe was probably still lost in the throes of passion and hadn't even woken up yet. Half an hour later, the piano intro began, and the MC took the stage to thank the guests and invite the bride and groom to make their grand entrance. Under the spotlight, Xiang walked in alone, bouquet in hand, radiating an ethereal glow. She waited, but Lin Zhe still didn't appear. The crowd grew restless. Mr. and Mrs. Lin frantically called Lin Zhe. The whispers grew louder. He didn't even show up for his own engagement. What about the wedding? The bride is so pitiful. A faint smile touched Xiangxiang's lips. The Yin family's groom stood them up. If word of this gets out, Lin Zhe will have ruined himself without me having to lift a finger. Back at the hotel, Lin Zhe finally woke up, clutching his throbbing head, trying to recall the previous night's events. Suddenly, a soft brother Lin Zhe startled him. He saw Yin Xintian lying beside him, barely covered. The realization that he had spent the night with her hit him like a ton of bricks. Then he remembered. Today was his engagement day. His phone was currently taking a bath in a glass of wine. No wonder he hadn't heard it ring. Seeing Lin Zhe scrambling to dress, Yin Xintian anxiously asked him where he was going. Lin Zhe, while pulling on his clothes, mumbled an apology. I drank too much last night. I have to go to the engagement party now. Yin Xintian froze, stunned. It was that wretched Yin Xiangxiang again. Why did everyone revolve around her? She lunged at Lin Zhe, crying out, "No, don't go. Brother Zhe, sister doesn't even like you. Why bother going to her engagement party? I'm the one who truly loves you." Lin Zhe wiped the tears from Yin Xintian's face, chuckling. "All right, don't cry. Of course, I know how you feel. You just said Yin Xiangxiang is your sister." Yin Xintian lowered her head, feigning distress. "Yes, Brother Zhe. Did you know? Sister's mother. She was the other woman who broke up my parents' marriage. If it weren't for them, my parents would have been happily together." Lin Zhe considered this. So that was it. Well, they were both Yin family daughters. Rather than choosing the stoic Yin Xiangxiang, marrying Yin Xintian might actually be the better option. After a moment of thought, Lin Zhe pulled Yin Xintian into an embrace. "Don't worry. Now that I'm here, how could I possibly let Yin Xiangxiang bully you?" Yin Xintian gazed at Lin Zhe with wide, innocent eyes. "Brother Zhe, what about sister's engagement party?" Lin Zhe pulled her closer. "If I don't go to the engagement, it will naturally be canceled." Imagine the scene, the groom and no-show. One explosive live broadcast that would be. Xiangxiang, sensing the atmosphere was ripe, tossed aside her bouquet and snatched the microphone from the MC. "Friends and family," she announced, "I regret to inform you that my fiancé will not be attending." The previously bustling venue fell instantly silent. Yin Yiming, her father, was utterly shocked, angrily accusing Xiangxiang of nonsense. In stark contrast, Yi Qing, her mother, looked at her with concern. Xiangxiang continued, her voice firm. "As you can all see, the man who swore to love and marry me just days ago has stood up our family. It seems this engagement party must end here." Yi Qing grabbed Yin Yiming as he started to move towards the stage, warning him that this was Xiangxiang's decision. Besides, it was the Lin family who were at fault for the jilting. Mrs. Lin hurried onto the stage, attempting to soothe the situation. "Xiangxiang, dear, don't worry. Lin Zhe is just stuck in traffic, delayed momentarily. He'll be here soon." Inwardly, she was seething. This Yin Xiangxiang was supposed to be so in love with her son. They couldn't afford to lose the Yun family fortune, a prize already within their grasp. Xiangxiang recoiled, flinging Mrs. Lin's hand away. Her face darkened as she roared. "I don't think he's stuck in traffic. I think he's probably driven his kidneys into failure." Mrs. Lin, speechless with rage, pointed at Xiangxiang and stumbled backward. Xiangxiang pulled out her phone and projected the compromising images of Lin Zhe and Yun Xintian onto the large screen. The images were explicit, sending a ripple of excited murmurs through the crowd. An engagement party, no less. Such an explosive live broadcast. No wonder he didn't show up. He's probably been drain dry. "Huh, that woman's got a great figure." Mrs. Lin trembled, overwhelmed by the display. Around her, the guests began to voice their support for Xiangxiang. Suddenly, Mrs. Lin pointed at Xiangxiang and shrieked, "My son is so outstanding. He would never do such a thing. This is impossible. You're framing him." Still clinging to denial at this point. Unbelievable. Xiangxiang turned, her voice cold. "Outstanding? Everyone here can see it. Your son cheated on his engagement day. Do you expect me to marry a man who enjoys such extracurricular activities?" Xiangxiang picked up a nearby glass of wine and addressed the crowd with a confident smile. "Now that I'm single, I'll use this opportunity. Any eligible bachelors in the imperial capital are welcome to apply." The crowd was stunned into silence. Her fiancé cheats, and she starts looking for a new one on the spot? Could it get any more dramatic? Recovering from their shock, people began to clamor and volunteer themselves. Suddenly, a deep voice called out, "I'd like to apply." The words echoed through the hall, silencing everyone. Heads turned towards the source. Fu Sahan, a man who rarely, if ever, appeared at public events. Xiangxiang stared at Fu Sahan, a flicker of nervousness betraying her surprise. Seeing him there, she felt an unexpected tightening in her chest. Mr. Lin rushed forward, fawning. "Oh, my third master, what honor! We weren't expecting you. We're completely unprepared." Before he could finish, Fu Sahan cut him off with a glance. "Do I need to report to you when I decide to attend something?" Witnessing her husband's embarrassing display, Mrs. Lin quickly stepped in with a placating smile. "Third master, my husband doesn't know what he's saying. Your presence here is a tremendous honor." Her mind raced, calculating. If she could secure Fu Sahan's support, it would send a clear message that the Lin family had connections to the powerful Fu family. That could lead to lucrative business deals. Compared to the Fu family, the Yun family's wealth was practically nothing. Whether or not they secured the marriage with Xiangxiang was almost irrelevant now. Lost in her ambitious daydreams, a shrill voice shattered the illusion. "Brother Zhe, you were amazing." The outburst mortified both Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Then a commanding voice boomed. "Lin family, get this disgraceful display off the screen immediately." Xiangxiang reluctantly lowered her wine glass. The show was just getting good. What a shame to have to cut it short. At the engagement banquet, the groom-to-be, Lin Zhe, was caught cheating with his fiancée's younger sister. Xiangxiang, the bride-to-be, stunned everyone by announcing she was open to new proposals. Fu Sahan looked at Xiangxiang impassively, his voice low as he asked, "I heard the engagement party went south." Before Xiangxiang could respond, Mrs. Lin jumped in. "Third young master, Lin Zhe was truly in the wrong. I apologize for the spectacle. I'll have him come over and apologize to you personally." She didn't get to finish. Fu Sahan cut her off. "Apologies aren't necessary." He then turned back to Xiangxiang, his expression serious. "Miss Lin, you just said that any eligible bachelor in the capital could apply. Was that genuine?" Xiangxiang glanced at her mother before replying coolly, "Of course. My words are always genuine." "In that case," Fu Sahan declared, "consider the Fu family entered." The room erupted in a cacophony of whispers. Fu Sahan himself, proposing on behalf of his family, for Xiangxiang? The Fu family. Ding Shibua was notoriously picky about his family spouses. Fu Sahan himself was known for his disinterest in women. This must be for one of his nephews. Fu Mingchuan, the renowned pianist. Or perhaps Fu Yunjin, the prodigious 20-year-old, already a world-class race car driver. A recognized genius. Either of the Fu nephews, as Xiangxiang's fiancé, would be enough to send the Yi and Yun family skyrocketing. They'd be grinning from ear to ear. At this thought, Mrs. Lin blurted out, "Third young master, this isn't quite right. Yun Xiangxiang is already betrothed to our Lin family. This woman is unbelievable. Does she really want you to spell it out?" Fu Sahan glanced at her. "Are you deaf? Or do you think the Fu family is inferior to the Lin family?" A single sentence was enough to send a shiver down the spines of everyone in the Lin family. How could that be? "Third young master, our Lin family is just a small ant. I was just joking. It was a joke. Please, don't take it seriously." Yun Yiming couldn't contain his excitement. Connecting with either of the Fu young masters would be a godsend for the Yun family. He hurried forward. "Third young master, do you mean you want Xiangxiang to join the Fu family?" Fu Sahan calmly looked at Xiangxiang. "Of course. If she's willing, she can join any time." Xiangxiang was caught in a predicament. She had only intended to put Lin Zhe and Lin Jia in their place. She hadn't expected Fu Sahan to actually agree. "Oh God, someone save me." With Fu Sahan's confirmation, Yun Yiming practically pounced. "Xiangxiang, this is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes. Quickly agree." "Third young master." Before he could finish, Yi Qing stepped forward and slapped Yun Yiming's hand away. "No. Are you even her father? Did you even bother to ask Xiangxiang if she agrees? All you care about is power and status." Xiangxiang also looked at Yun Yiming coldly. The Fu family had only dangled a carrot, and he was already eager to sell his daughter off. To Yun Yiming, whether it was her or Yun Xintian, as long as they were useful, they were his good daughters. Thinking about it, she wasn't sure who was more pathetic. While Xiangxiang was lost in thought, Yi Qing and Yun Yiming continued their argument. Xiangxiang went to Yi Qing's side and whispered, "Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Taking a deep breath, she approached Fu Sahan and offered a polite curtsy. "Mr. Fu, thank you for your interest. I've noted your application." Fu Sahan looked surprised. "Just an application?" Xiangxiang smiled sweetly. "Of course. We're currently in the application phase. Whether it's the Fu family or anyone else, everyone has to go through my final selection process. The whispers started again. Puffed. She's playing hard to get. She dares to string along the Fu family? She'll regret letting this opportunity slip by. Yun Yiming was sweating bullets, terrified that Xiang would anger Fu Sahan and doom the entire Yun family. Just as everyone braced for Fu Sahan's wrath, a chuckle broke the tension. He actually laughed. Woman breaks off engagement with scumbag by luring fiancé and green tea stepsister into a compromising situation at a hotel and live streams the whole thing at the engagement party. Not receiving the answer he expected, Fu Sahan turned to leave with his assistant. "I look forward to your decision," he told Xiang, "but I hope you won't keep me waiting too long." As Fu Sahan departed, Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to send that dangerous man on his way. In the car ride home, Xiang recounted the events to Yi Qing. Yi Qing burst into tears, pulling Xiang into a hug. "I'm sorry I didn't protect you better," she sobbed. "I'm sorry you had to go through all this." Xiang held her mother close. "Mom, don't worry about the engagement party. I know what I'm doing." Yi Qing dabbed at her tears, her voice thick with worry. Xiang, think about it. Announcing you were looking for a husband right there at the engagement party. The Lin family is utterly humiliated. I'm afraid they'll target you even more now. Xiang turned her head, watching the city lights blur past the car window. "Mom, you know Lindsay humiliated me. I'm not going to let him get away with it. If it weren't for Fu Sahan's sudden interruption, I would have completely destroyed Lindsay and that hussy, Yin Xintian. What about the Fu family? What are you going to do?" Xiang twirled a strand of hair around her finger, a smug look playing on her lips. "Don't worry, I was just playing along. I'll find an excuse later, say I'm not worthy of a Fu family son. They can't force me to marry him." Yi Qing pulled Xiang close, resting her head on her shoulder. She stroked her hair, a wave of relief washing over her. "My Xiang, seeing you take control of your life like this, it puts my mind at ease. Sleep now. I'll wake you when we get home." Leaning against her mother, Xiang felt a moment of peace. "Mom, trust me. This time, I won't make the same mistakes. I'll protect you." Meanwhile, in the Lin family home, a glass shattered against the wall. Mr. Lin pointed a trembling finger at a silent Lindsay. You useless child. Look at the mess you've made." Mrs. Lin rushed to shield her son. "What good does yelling at him do? The damage is done. We need to find a solution." Mr. Lin raged. "What solution? The video is everywhere. The whole city knows he was cavorting with a woman right before his wedding. Who will marry him now?" Finally, Lindsay exploded, unable to contain his frustration any longer. "I'm the victim here. I was set up. How else would Yin Xintian have been in my room at that exact moment? And Xiang, she was like a different person. It had to be planned. But where did I go wrong? Before, she clung to me like glue. Now she's the one breaking off the engagement." Mr. Lin sighed, defeated. "Stop with the useless excuses. Just tell me how we can salvage this situation, even temporarily." Lindsay suddenly straightened, a gleam of confidence in his eyes. "Dad, I have an idea. I'll marry Yin Xintian. They're both Yun Yiming's daughters. We just need to say I was interested in Yin Xintian all along. Make up a good story. If I marry Yin Xintian." Before he could finish, Mr. Lin, trembling with rage, hurled another glass across the room. "Silence, you disgrace. Do you want to drive me to an early grave? Marrying that woman? Haven't you caused enough trouble already?" Lindsay raised his voice, arguing back. "They're both from the Yun family. It's not a bad deal for them. And the Lin and Yun families can continue our business partnership." "Dad, what's wrong with that?" Mrs. Lin rushed to placate her husband. Now, dear. I think our son has a point. We've been working with the Yuns for years. Our businesses are intertwined. We can't just sever ties." Mr. Lin conceded grudgingly. "But Yin Xintian is a bastard child." Lindsay cut in. "Yin Yiming just needs to legitimize her. He's greedy enough to exploit both his daughters for profit. He won't give up the benefits of our partnership." Lindsay pressed his advantage. "Dad, trust me. Yin Yiming is ambitious. He's been expanding his company, hoping to go public by the end of the year. If we insist I was always in love with Yin Xintian, that we were a couple all along, everything falls into place." Mr. Lin finally relented with a weary sigh. "Fine. It seems we have no other choice. In my past life, I was helpless, a defenseless woman at their mercy. This time, I've mastered 10 levels of combat. Those scumbags won't know what hit them." The next morning, the sounds of furious pounding echoed through the Yun family home. Yun Xiangxiang was practicing a long-lost self-defense technique, a whirlwind of kicks and punches. Her trainer removed the padded training gear and offered enthusiastic praise. Miss Yun, your progress is remarkable. Remember to stretch those muscles. Keep practicing gradually, and you'll be unstoppable. Let's end it here for today. I have to meet Xiao Zi at the bar. See you next time. After the trainer left, Xiangxiang fell into deep thought. In my past life, I was defenseless against their cruelty. Yun Xintian, Lin Zhe, they tormented me without mercy. This time, I won't let them off so easily. Suddenly, a frantic knocking interrupted her thoughts. It was Yun Yiming, locked out of the house. After Yun Xintian's sabotage of the engagement party, Yi Qing had ordered the servants to delete Yun Yiming's fingerprint access. He was effectively barred from entering. After 20 minutes, Xiangxiang leisurely strolled to the door, feigning surprise. "Dad, what are you doing out here?" Yun Yiming stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Your mother, it's her. You know she's been a little on edge lately. We had a disagreement. Be a good girl and let me in." Who knew that after thinking it over, the words "not so fast" would slip out? "My engagement party has been ruined by your illegitimate daughter. You owe me an explanation for this." But Yun Yiming shamelessly started making excuses. "Let's just forget about this. Daddy will find you a more suitable fiancé later." That wealthy young man from before seemed quite good. 100 times richer than the Lin family. You could say you've dodged a bullet, Yun Xiangxiang thought, a chill flashing through her disappointed eyes. Just forget about it. I was so foolish to still expect him to stand up for me. She casually opened the door to let Yun Yiming in, telling him she had something to do and not to disturb her. A phone rang. The imperial capital's largest entertainment media center received a tip. The anonymous source revealed details about the Yun family's secrets, specifically Yun Yiming's affair and the address of his rendezvous. Yun Xiangxiang meticulously laid out the details of Yun Yiming's kept mistress and their meeting place. Yun Yiming had left in a hurry half an hour ago. If she guessed correctly, he was definitely with Jiang Xiaoya and Yun Xintian. Jiang Xiaoya wanted to publicize her relationship with Yun Yiming, didn't she? This time, Xiangxiang would make sure they got their wish. Half an hour later, Xiangxiang sat primly, snacking and waiting for the show. As the television command changed, she saw the live broadcast of Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter. Reporters swarmed the villa, peppering them with sharp, pointed questions. Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter huddled together, yelling, "You're lying. Who let you in here? Do you know that trespassing is illegal?" A reporter caught Yun Xintian alone and asked, "Miss Yun Xintian, we hear you're underage. Is that correct? Having sexual relations with a man while underage is illegal. Do you think that's not a problem?" The barrage of questions left Yun Xintian speechless. Faced with the reporter's relentless questioning, Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter's sordid affair was gradually revealed on live television. In her fury, Jiang Xiaoya accidentally let slip that Yun Xintian was actually of age. This cemented the evidence of Yun Yiming having an affair before his marriage. Xiangxiang sat on the sofa, coldly watching the drama she had orchestrated. So, Yun Xintian was older than her. No wonder she was so brazen. In this life and the last, she dared to shamelessly seduce Lin Zhe. A sudden noise startled her. She quickly stood up and looked at Yi Qing, who was standing beside her. "Yevink, supire set head anger, forgin asimide." "Xiangxiang, why didn't you go to school today?" Yun Xiangxiang walked over, her heart aching for her distraught mother. Taking a deep breath, she held Yi Qing's hand and spoke the words she had long wanted to say. "Mom, divorce Yun Yiming. That little girl, sneaking out at night without a bra to meet an older man." Exhausted from the day's events, Xiangxiang collapsed onto her bed. She thought about the stocks and properties her mother and Yun Yiming had bought together. It was too complicated to sort out everything, so she had to start early and make sure Yun Yiming didn't suspect anything. "Oh, one step at a time," she sighed. Just then, her phone rang. It was Fu Sahan. Xiangxiang quickly sat up. After a brief internal debate, she nervously answered the call. "Mr. Fu, is there something I could do for you?" Fu Sahan sat in his car, saying calmly, "Why? Do you not welcome me? What is this guy up to?" She carefully explained, "You could crush me with a flick of your wrist. Do I have a choice?" Fu Sahan chuckled. "Come downstairs. I'm downstairs at your house. Miss Yin seems to owe me something. I happen to have some free time today. We can chat." 2 minutes later, Xiangxiang rushed downstairs in her pajamas. Her cute and sexy sleepwear accentuated her perfectly proportioned figure. His assistant excitedly clamped a hand over his nose to stop the imminent nosebleed. Fu Sahan opened the car door and invited Xiang to get in and talk. Sitting beside Fu Sahan, Xiang cautiously and ingratiatingly looked at him. "Mr. Fu, it's so late. You're not asleep yet." Fu Sahan glanced at her. "Have you been this cautious the whole time? You seem quite afraid of me. Is everything all right?" She forced a smile while inwardly cursing. "Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. If I get taken out by Fu Sahan before I get my revenge, how unfair would that be?" Fu Sahan suddenly asked, "Have you thought about my proposal at the engagement party? Here it comes." Xiang looked at Fu Sahan with a determined gaze. "Mr. Fu, your two sons are dragons among men. I'm simply not worthy of them, let alone harbor any such thoughts. Rest assured, I'm incredibly self-aware." Xiang was quite pleased with her answer. Surely, Fu Sahan wouldn't pressure her anymore. Fu Xian looked puzzled. "Both young masters?" she echoed, a touch of disbelief in her voice. "Yes, of course. Young Master Mingchuan is a world-renowned pianist, and young Master Yunjin, a genius like him? I'm certainly not good enough. I don't know the first thing about pianos or racing cars. We'd have nothing in common." Oblivious to the growing unease emanating from Fu Sahan beside her, the two continued their conversation. The assistant in the front seat nodded in agreement. The Fu family certainly had the right to be proud. Both young masters were exceptional individuals, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. "It's pointless to even think about it," he added. "Though, Miss Yun has taken a personal interest. Maybe there's a chance." Yun Xiang stealthily observed Fu Sahan's darkening expression. Surely, he understood her stance now? Yet, the atmosphere felt strangely tense. Fu Sahan suppressed his simmering anger. Was she truly this naive, or was she feigning ignorance? The Fu family consisted of more than just those two. The words hung in the air, instantly petrifying the two occupants of the car. Besides his two nephews, the only other person involved in the Fu family's marriage trials was Wu Outyin. Could he possibly be referring to? A cold sweat broke out on Yun Xiang's forehead as she looked at Fu Sahan. "Mr. Fu," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "you wouldn't happen to be talking about yourself, would you? Is there a problem with that?" He replied, his expression serious. "Mr. Fu," Xiang persisted, her tone earnest, "considering our ages, I should be calling you uncle. Please don't joke like this. If others were to hear, it would be a huge embarrassment for the Fu family." Before she could finish, Fu Sahan abruptly uttered the words, "Get out." A moment later, Xiang found herself unceremoniously dumped out of the car. Standing there dumbfounded, inhaling the fading scent of exhaust fumes, Xiang replayed the conversation in her mind. They had been talking so pleasantly. Why the sudden outburst? His mood had shifted in an instant. Had he perhaps reached that time of life? Back in her room, Xiang sent several messages to Fu Sahan. He still hadn't clarified how she was supposed to repay his favor. She flopped on her bed, limbs sprawled. Fu Sahan's information was back at her mother's house. Her mother's stance was clear. This man was definitely someone she couldn't afford to offend. Exhausted, Xiang closed her eyes. She hoped there wouldn't be any further complications. Homewrecker seduces sister's fiancé, leading to broken engagement and successful usurpation. Yun Yiming flung his phone aside and slumped back in his chair. The engagement debacle, fueled by the relentless hounding of reporters and media, had sent the company's stock plummeting. He had hoped that a few days hiding out with Jiang Xiaoya in the Villa District would quell the storm. But somehow, someone had discovered their location, leading to another wave of media frenzy. The situation with the Yi family was still unresolved, and now Jiang Xiaoya was insisting he beg Yi Qing to give her and Xinqian some legitimacy. If this continued, not only the company, but he himself would become the laughingstock of the capital. The ringing of his phone interrupted Yun Yiming's troubled thoughts. It was Lin Yi. After this incident, the Lin family must have suffered considerable damage as well. He was surprised they had the time to call. Yun Yiming answered. Lin Yi got straight to the point. They had come up with a solution to the recent events and wanted Yun Yiming to meet them at the Donglin restaurant to discuss it. 40 minutes later, Yun Yiming arrived as agreed. Lin Yi greeted him with a raised glass. "Ah, you're finally here? Quick, sit down. The food will be here soon. I hear this restaurant is excellent. You must try it," Lin Yi continued. "Old Yun, I apologize for my son's behavior. It's my fault for failing to raise him properly. But now that it's happened, there's no use getting too upset. We need to find a solution. Yun Yiming pulled out a chair and asked, "What solution do you have in mind?" Lin Yi continued, his tone suggestive. "Old Yun, you're the head of the Yun family. If this drags on, no company will want to work with us." Before Lin Yi could finish, Lin Zhe chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "Uncle Yun, all you have to do is announce that I was originally acquainted with the second Miss Yun, and that we're in love. The engagement party was just a misunderstanding, a case of mistaken identity." "Ace is right," Lin Yi added. "Your task now is to make your illegitimate daughter the legitimate second Miss Yun. Then she can marry my son, and our partnership can continue." Seeing Yun Yiming's hesitation, Lin Zhe pressed on. "Uncle Yun, don't worry. After marrying Xin Tian, I'll cherish her and protect her. She won't suffer any hardship." Lin Yi then aimed for Yun Yiming's weak spot. "Surely, Yun Zong, your ambitions aren't so limited? If you can't agree to our terms, I'm afraid our partnership." Hearing this, Yun Yiming quickly forced a smile. "Old Lin, why so serious? I'm thinking the same thing. We're practically family. Come, let's toast to our future cooperation." As the alcohol flowed, the men, united in their scheming, sealed their pact. At 8 p.m., reporters still swarmed the villa district, waiting for Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter. Inside, Yun Xintian sat on the sofa, sobbing as Jiang Xiaoya scolded her. As they were trying to figure out how to explain things to Yun Yiming, he suddenly entered through the back door. Jiang Xiaoya's face transformed instantly, all smiles as she rushed forward. "Yiming, it's all our fault, mine and Xintian's. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Yi Xiangxiang. I shouldn't have even brought Xintian into this world." She sobbed dramatically. Yun Yiming, basking in the validation of his mistress's performance, comforted her. All right. I know what you want to hear. The Lin family has agreed to the engagement with Xintian on the condition that she's legitimized. It's not a hopeless situation. I'll find a way." Yun Xintian, sitting on the sofa, inwardly rejoiced but feigned distress. "Dad, Xiangxiang must hate me now." Yun Yiming, rubbing his temples, sighed. "I know. I am sorry, Xiangxiang, but this is too important for the company. The company is my lifeblood. She's part of this family, and now that we're in trouble, she should contribute too. I need to get back. I won't be staying the night." Yin Xintian's heart soared. This unexpected turn of events had worked perfectly in her favor. Lin Zhe was finally hers. "Once I'm part of the Yun family," she thought, "everything the Yun's own will be mine. Then we'll see what Xiangxiang has left to compete with." To help her mother smoothly divorce, Xiangxiang secretly gathers evidence of her father's cohabitation with his mistress. The next day, Yi Qing threw the meticulously prepared divorce papers at Yun Yiming, demanding his signature. Yun Yiming crumpled to his knees, begging for forgiveness through choked sobs. "No, you can't do this to me. Qing, you don't want Xiangxiang to grow up without a father, do you? I'm begging you. Please give me another chance." Yi Qing, seated regally on the sofa, looked down at him. "You kept a mistress and a secret child behind my back, and now you have the audacity to ask for forgiveness? You betrayed our marriage, Yun Yiming. I can't continue living like this." Hearing the commotion, Yun Xiangxiang entered the room, her face a mask of disdain as she looked at her kneeling father. "Mom's right. You should get up. This is pathetic. Mom's already decided to divorce you. I'll stay with her. You can go live with your other family." Yun Yiming stared at her, stunned. Then, turning back to Yi Qing, he pleaded with theatrical sincerity. "Xiangxiang, please talk to your mother for me. I swear, I'll break things off with them and make it up to you both. I mean it." Xiangxiang, inwardly marveling at her father's shamelessness, realized she needed a different approach. Feigning a change of heart, she urged him to stand and told him she had spoken in anger. Seeing his apparent remorse, she said her mother would surely believe he was truly repentant. She would give him another chance. Yi Qing looked at her daughter, bewildered. Yun Yiming, equally surprised by Xiangxiang's sudden forgiveness, began nodding his head vigorously, almost bobbing like a buoy. Xiangxiang, barely concealing her disgust, said, "You've been at this long enough. You'll be late for work. I'll see you out." Once Yun Yiming was gone, Yi Qing turned to Xiangxiang, her confusion evident. "Xiangxiang, I thought you wanted a divorce?" Xiangxiang settled onto the sofa. "Mom, this is just a temporary strategy. If we push him too hard, he might do something rash. Since he won't sign the papers, we'll file for divorce through the courts. As long as we can get evidence of him living with Jiang Xiaoya without him knowing, the divorce is guaranteed." Yi Qing stared at her daughter, awed by her meticulous planning. She felt a pang of self-reproach for her own naivete. "But after all this, surely he won't go see them again?" she asked hopefully. Xiangxiang shook her head. "He will. Yun Yiming has been supporting them for over a decade. There's a connection there." Even if he wanted to end it, Jiang Xiao won't let him go until she gets what she wants from the Yun family. I've already had someone follow him. We just need an opportunity for him to slip up. Yi Qing leaned closer to Xiang, whispering, "You've changed so much. You would never have said these things before." Xiang felt a jolt of panic. She quickly stood up, forcing a laugh. "I was just immature before. It's getting late, Mom. Let's have breakfast." That was close, she thought, her heart still racing. After the scare with the divorce papers, Yin Yiming had indeed avoided contact with Jiang Xiaoye and Yun Xintian for several days. Yun Xintian, frantic, burst into the living room. "Have you heard from Dad?" she demanded of her mother. Jiang Xiaoye hadn't been idle. She'd been calling Yin Yiming constantly, but he either didn't answer or rushed her off the phone after a few curt words. He was clearly avoiding them. She hadn't expected Yi Qing, usually so meek, to threaten him with divorce. She'd clearly underestimated her. Yun Xintian paced angrily. "Mom, I can't lose to Yin Xiang. Are we just supposed to sit here and wait?" Jiang Xiaoye suddenly smiled. "How are things going with Lin Zhe?" Seducing another man. Lin Zhe's mistress, Yin Xintian, actually blushed. Shamelessly, she told Jiang Xiaoye that they had been on several dates recently and were even going to his place tonight. Seeing Lin Zhe's apparent infatuation with Yin Xintian, Jiang Xiaoye suddenly hatched a plan. She told Yin Xintian to sow discord when she went to see him that night. This man, cheating on his fiancée at their engagement party. After his sister broke off the engagement, he even dared to cause a scene at his fiancée's school. Night fell, cloaked in neon lights. Inside a suite at the Mingdu Hotel, clothes were scattered across the floor. After a passionate encounter, Lin Zhe and Yun Xintian lay entwined. Noticing Yun Xintian's slight frown, Lin Zhe suddenly felt insecure. He pulled her closer, letting her feel his strong chest, and asked what was wrong. Yun Xintian lowered her head, a delicate blush coloring her cheeks. "Nothing," she murmured softly. "I'm not unhappy. I'm content with what I have. I don't want to cause any more trouble for you, Zeji." Lin Zhe lifted her chin, gazing at her with apparent adoration. "Now that you're my woman, you can tell me anything." Yun Xintian turned her head, avoiding his intense gaze, her voice low. "Father hasn't come to see me or my mother recently. Maybe my sister doesn't want to acknowledge us. After all, she's the legitimate daughter of the Yun family. It's so pitiful for my mother." As she spoke, Yin Xintian began to weep, a picture of misery. A true actress. With this performance, she had Lin Zhe completely wrapped around her finger. Remembering how he had been tricked by Yun Xiang, anger flared within him. Turning Yun Xintian to face him, Lin Zhe said gently, "Don't say that. Yun Xiang and her mother are the ones who destroyed your parents' relationship. You're so understanding, and they'll just try to take advantage of you even more. Don't put yourself down." Yin Xintian looked at him with adoration. "Do you really think so, Zeji?" she whispered. "You're so kind." Yin Xintian continued, her words inflating Lin Zhe's ego even further. He took her hand and placed it on his chest, gently stroking her hair. "Don't worry," he declared confidently. "I'll definitely get even for you." The next afternoon, after classes, Xiang walked back to her dorm, a dazed expression on her face. Throughout the entire specialized course, her mind had been elsewhere. Why had she been so impulsive as to choose this major? She sighed in frustration. In her past life, she had chosen this major just to please Lin Zhe, a subject she had no interest in. Even now, her knowledge of it was superficial. She had wasted so much time. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Stopping in her tracks, she clutched her head and groaned. How could I have been so stupid? Suddenly, a voice calling her name, Yun Xiang, interrupted her outburst. She turned to see who it was. It was Lin Zhe. At a time like this, he actually dared to approach her. She sighed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. No wonder her eyelid had been twitching all day. This was a bad omen. Lin Zhe approached, feigning a subdued demeanor. "I need to talk to you. Come with me." Xiang ignored him, walking straight past. Infuriated, Lin Zhe grabbed her wrist. "Did you hear me?" he snapped. With a swift twist, Xiang wrenched her hand free, giving him a look of disgust. "I'm not stupid enough to discuss your dirty laundry in public," she said sharply. Her words caused the onlookers to recall the scandalous video of Lin Zhe and Yun Xintian that was currently trending online. His face burning with shame, Lin Zhe followed Xiang behind the teaching building. Impatiently, she told him to get to the point. The audacity of this man. Lin Zhe actually began to taunt her. So, Yin Xiangxiang, you're afraid of gossip too? You're disgusting. Not only did you ruin my reputation at the engagement party, but you're also preventing Xintian from seeing her father. How could you be so cruel? Before he could finish, Xiangxiang laughed. The man who shamelessly slept with Yun Xintian at their engagement party, humiliating the Yun family, was now lecturing her? As for Yun Yiming, Xiangxiang stated firmly, I haven't imprisoned her. I haven't stopped her. She's the one who doesn't want to see us. You can't just accuse me with no proof. Lindsay, your narcissism has limits. Be careful what you say about me and that illegitimate daughter of yours. You might regret it. Suddenly enraged, Lindsay grabbed her arms, screaming hysterically, You're so sharp-tongued. Why didn't I see this before? Just like Yi Qing's daughter, your mother was a homewrecker, and now you're stopping Xintian from seeing her father. You two are utterly shameless. Slap. Xiangxiang ripped her arms free and delivered a stinging slap to Lindsay's face. Just as he was about to retaliate, a strong hand clamped down on his shoulder. Whenever danger arises, there's always someone to lend a helping hand, truly worthy of a heroine's halo. After Lindsay, fueled by malicious gossip, insulted Yi Qing and was slapped by Xiangxiang, he raised his hand to strike back. Just at that critical moment, a hand shot out from behind Xiangxiang, gripping Lindsay's wrist with surprising strength. A swift, almost elegant, over-the-shoulder throw followed, sending Lindsay crashing to the ground. Xiangxiang, mortified, spun around to see who her savior was. It was Chu Nan, Fu Sahan's assistant. He was rubbing his wrist, a slight smile playing on his lips as he asked Xiangxiang if she was all right. Xiangxiang stared at the mild-mannered Chu Nan, then back at the still-prone Lindsay, utterly bewildered. Chu Nan, however, acted as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. He smiled and told Xiangxiang that third young master Fu needed him. He'd been instructed by Fu Sahan to help her. Realization dawned on Xiangxiang, her face etched with astonishment. Third young master. Could Fu Sahan actually be here? Following Chu Nan's gaze, Xiangxiang's suspicions were confirmed. Fu Sahan was indeed standing behind them, watching. Lindsay, dazed from the fall, looked up in disbelief. Fu Sahan, the third young master of the Fu family, here? Could it be that his defense of Xiangxiang at the engagement party had been genuine? Just then, Fu Sahan's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Get out. Don't make me say it again. He didn't need to. Lindsay, wincing in pain, scrambled to his feet and fled, shouting back over his shoulder, Yin Xiangxiang, you just wait. We'll see about this. The sight of Lindsay bolting like a rabbit at the mere presence of Fu Sahan was almost comical. As he disappeared, Xiangxiang turned to thank Chu Nan for his intervention, bewildered by their sudden appearance. Chu Nan, ever the gentleman, explained that third young master Fu had been trying to reach her but couldn't, so he'd come directly to the school. Then, Fu Sahan's low voice, emanating from his wheelchair, interrupted. Let's talk somewhere else. This isn't convenient. Xiangxiang found herself ushered into Fu Sahan's luxurious car, flanked by him and Chu Nan. During the drive, an uncomfortable silence settled over them, each staring out the window at the passing scenery. Suddenly, Fu Xian spoke. Have you considered my proposal for the engagement party? Xiangxiang inwardly groaned. Another one of his unavoidable questions. Turning to face him, she forced a look of earnest sincerity. Mr. Fu, I thought we made ourselves clear that day. You come from a prestigious family. You're of noble status. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm truly not worthy of you. Can't you see the sincerity in my eyes? I just want to focus on my revenge. Why is this so difficult? Seeing that Fu Sahan remained unmoved, Xiangxiang continued her self-deprecating spiel. Mr. Fu, you'll regret marrying me. Someone like you, a true son of heaven, deserves to be with someone whose family and character match your own. I'm better off staying out of it. Fu Sahan turned, his gaze intense as he reached out and gently caressed Xiangxiang's cheek. Are you rejecting me? Being this close to him was overwhelming. Xiangxiang, flustered, recoiled, avoiding his piercing gaze. I wouldn't dare refuse, she stammered. It's just, I'm not worthy. Amused by her flustered reaction, Fu Sahan chuckled. If you wouldn't dare, then you accept. Just as Xiangxiang was about to protest, Chu Nan's voice interrupted, announcing their arrival at the restaurant. Xiangxiang glanced out the window at the opulent building. A restaurant? This was extravagant. Well, she thought, if they were having dinner, she would use this opportunity to finally make things clear with Fu Sahan. As As she ate the exorbitantly priced steak, Xiang couldn't help but think it tasted no different from the supermarket variety. Fu Sahan had actually booked out the entire restaurant just for this meal. The oppressive atmosphere was starting to get to her. Still, this was a rare chance to observe Fu Sahan up close. She stole a glance at him. His refined features, handsome face, and dominant aura, he truly was from a different world. His presence alone could overshadow her 100 times over. Ever since he'd acquired his little wife, his daily entertainment had become teasing her, finding amusement in her frustrated reactions. Xiang put down her cutlery and addressed Fu Sahan, picking up their previous conversation. Mr. Fu, we really aren't suited for each other. Why are you so fixated on me, someone with my background? Fu Sahan raised his wine glass, a puzzled expression on his face. Didn't you just accept? Why are you rejecting me now? Xiang felt like she was losing her mind. I didn't say that, she insisted. Mr. Fu, are you misunderstanding me? Setting down his glass, Fu Sahan stated matter-of-factly, you said you wouldn't dare refuse. Xiang was speechless. This overbearing CEO's comprehension skills were truly something else. Clearly, further discussion on this topic was futile. She changed the subject. Have you thought about how you want me to repay the favor I owe you? To her astonishment, Fu Sahan replied, without missing a beat, with yourself. Xiang's internal scream echoed. This was insane. In her past life, she'd had no interaction with Fu Sahan whatsoever. Forcing a laugh, she said, Mr. Fu, you're joking, right? What could you possibly be interested in about me? We barely know each other. How can we even talk about such things? Fu Sahan said, his face softening as he looked at her. Because you're clever. I could tell from the engagement party that you weren't interested in clinging to power. You're so young, yet you handle things with such ease. Everything about you intrigues me. Besides, I already put my name forward at the engagement party. So, I have a chance, don't I? Xiang thought furiously, chewing her steak with exaggerated bites. He'd actually taken her words at the engagement party seriously. They were just for show. She was utterly speechless. Oh, whatever, she thought. I'd better just focus on finishing this steak. Fu Sahan watched her, amused by her frustrated expression. She's so entertaining, he mused. Once they'd finished eating, the three of them left the restaurant. Xiang asked how much the steak cost, intending to pay for her portion. To her dismay, Fu Sahan said, Don't worry about it. I'm your fiancé. Of course I'll treat you. Xiang gave up. With that level of comprehension, she realized she wouldn't be shaking Fu Sahan off anytime soon. She turned to Chu Nan and told him she had something to do, asking him to take her home first. If she didn't leave now, she was going to have a stroke. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Yun family home. Xiang didn't want to linger, politely saying goodbye before quickly turning and heading inside. Opening her bedroom door, she saw Yi Qing sitting on the bed, reading. Seeing Xiang, Yi Qing smiled and told her that she and Mrs. Li had gone shopping and bought her some new clothes. She wanted Xiang to try them on and see if they fit. Xiang's face darkened. Mom, she said, Mrs. Li isn't trustworthy. Alarmed, Yi Qing asked what the problem was. Xiang explained what she knew. When Jiang Xiaoya came here to cause trouble, Mrs. Li just stood there and watched. Don't you find that strange? If she were truly loyal to us, she would have thrown them out. I did some investigating, and it turns out Mrs. Li has been accepting bribes from Jiang Xiaoya and her daughter. If this continues, the consequences could be disastrous. Yi Qing was stunned. She'd had Jiang Xiaoya spy in her house all along. No wonder they seemed to know so much about her. It was terrifying, seeing Xiang get up and smile. Yi Qing looked at her, confused. Don't worry, Mom, Xiang reassured her. I'll handle Mrs. Li. Just act like you normally do around her. Jiang Xiaoya was likely using Mrs. Li to keep tabs on their family, just like in her past life. He couldn't lose his mother again. He couldn't tell Yi Qing everything about his past life. It would only worry her. This time around, no matter the cost, he would ensure his mother lived a happy and peaceful life. He would shoulder all the burdens himself. In her past life, her solitary nature had left her without any close friends, meaning she had no one to turn to when things went wrong. One day at school, Xiang sat alone in the classroom, reading, while her classmates chatted in small groups. Her aloof personality and dependence on Lin Zhe had isolated her. This time, Xiang was determined to fit in. She wouldn't give up on making genuine friends. But after several days, the harsh reality remained. She was still alone. Had she really been that unlikable in her past life? Suddenly, a cry for help came from the corner. Hey, in broad daylight, how dare he? Xiang's inner hero sprang to life. Let her go, she demanded. The red-haired man saw a pretty girl playing the knight in shining armor and released the other girl, turning towards Xiang with a predatory gleam in his eyes. Xiang felt a flicker of unease. This creep had a surprisingly intense aura. As he approached, he suddenly recognized her. Aren't you that famous Yun Xiang? He sneered. The story of her engagement party debacle, complete with the on-the-spot husband hunt, had already spread through the school like wildfire. Xiang saw the malicious intent in his eyes and knew instantly he was just like Lin Zhe. Bad news. She glanced around. Where was the girl she'd just rescued? She'd abandoned her the moment she was safe. The red-haired man grasped Xiang's chin. Looking for her? She ran off. Since she doesn't want to play, you will, he said with a smirk. I suggest you cooperate. No one in this school can afford to offend me. Once you know who I am. He didn't get to finish. Xiang's fury exploded. She swung her textbook with all her might. Whack! The red-haired man went down, landing hard on the floor, completely stunned. How could such a small, delicate girl pack such a punch? Xiang glared down at him, radiating righteous indignation. Entitled jerks like him deserve to be taken down a peg. Did you really think I was a pushover? She muttered. Without waiting for him to recover, she hummed a cheerful tune and walked away. Lin Zhe sat stunned, unable to believe what had just happened. Humiliated like never before, he seethed with rage. This woman was dead. He leaped to his feet, roaring after Xiang to stop and face him. But she was already gone. He stood there, fuming, trying to process the audacity of this mad woman who dared to challenge him. He would make her pay. Xiang left the classroom after class, only to find the sky opened up, pouring rain. She hadn't brought an umbrella, assuming the midday shower would be brief. Between the downpour and the infuriating encounter with Lin Zhe, it was shaping up to be a truly terrible day. As the cold rain pelted her outstretched hand, she couldn't help but think of Fu Sahan. The icy drops felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Fu Sahan. Xiang instantly regretted letting her thoughts drift to him. She answered, her voice laced with apprehension, asking what was wrong, dreading the possibility of another mention of that dreaded S2 quiz question. Fu Sahan asked why she hadn't left school yet. Xiang was taken aback. The school gate? Was he waiting for her? Chunan, in the front seat of the car, was practically in tears. They'd been waiting for half an hour already. If they didn't leave soon, the car would be surrounded by onlookers and they'd be trapped. Before Xiang could fabricate an excuse, Fu Sahan curtly gave her 3 minutes to get outside. Then he hung up, staring at her silent phone. Xiang took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. Holding her books over her head, she dashed through the downpour towards the school gate. This woman, in her past life, had made too many enemies for that scumbag Lin Zhe. It ultimately led to her tragic death in that basement. Seeing Xiang running through the rain, Fu Sahan was instantly filled with remorse. He immediately instructed Chunan to arrange for a set of women's clothes to be sent to the Emperor View building and to turn up the heat in the car. Chunan bore witness to this unprecedented display of concern. Fu Sahan had never shown such solicitude for a woman before. As Xiang climbed into the car, she apologized for getting the seat wet. Without a word, Fu Sahan took off his jacket and draped it over her, gently chiding her for not telling him she didn't have an umbrella. Xiang suddenly realized that Fu Sahan wasn't as intimidating as she'd thought. She asked him why he called for her. He simply replied, "We'll talk later." It was a fleeting illusion. Fu Sahan could never be truly gentle. Half an hour later, they arrived at the opulent Emperor View building. Xiang, awestruck by the grandeur of the hotel, wondered what Fu Sahan had planned. In the lobby, Fu Sahan instructed Nan to take Xiang to his room to shower and change. Xiang offered Fu Sahan's jacket back to Nan, who told her a new one would be made. He urged her to go upstairs. After all, the jacket was likely worth tens of thousands. Such casual extravagance. The wealthy truly were different. Xiang followed the attendant upstairs to bathe and change. An hour later, Xiang emerged, dressed in the provided clothes. She thanked Fu Sahan for the outfit. It fit perfectly. He seemed to know her size precisely. Closing the book he was reading, Fu Sahan said, "It's nothing. You're my future fiancé." After all, Xiang opened her mouth to protest, but Chunan, ever the efficient assistant, smoothly interrupted, announcing that dinner was ready. He truly had a knack for anticipating his boss's needs. Xiangxiang resigned herself to the fact that Fu Sahan wasn't going to let her go anytime soon. She would have to play along and see what happened. They proceeded to the dining room for an exquisite meal. The scene felt strangely familiar. This was the second time she dined with Fu Sahan. As he wiped a stray crumb from his lips, he remarked, "I heard you used to be quite gentle, but it seems like you've changed since the engagement party." Xiangxiang froze, falling silent. In her past life, she'd alienated so many people because of Lin Zhe and her own pride. Regaining genuine friendships would be a long and difficult process. The fact that even Fu Sahan, whom she barely knew, had noticed the change was a stark reminder of how badly she'd messed up. Her demeanor shifted. With a newfound seriousness, she told Fu Sahan that if he expected her to be the same naive girl she once was, he was going to be disappointed. Fu Sahan, observing this transformation, raised his glass, a cryptic look in his eyes. "Whether I'm disappointed or not," he said, "is for me to decide." "Is that all you have to say?" Xiangxiang asked, a hint of challenge in her voice. "As far as I know, you and Lin Zhe are still in the same major." The thought sent a shiver down her spine. How did Fu Sahan know about this? Had he really sent someone to spy on her? If so, things were getting complicated. She quickly explained to Fu Sahan that only students with exceptional grades were eligible to apply for a major transfer, and that she was still working on it, but was confident she could find a solution. Fu Sahan offered to help Xiangxiang transfer, giving her exactly what she wanted. But Xiangxiang, without hesitation, refused his offer. She wanted to earn this opportunity herself. Fu Sahan, however, didn't play by the rules. He went straight for Xiangxiang's weak spot, threatening to expose her scheme at the wedding banquet if she didn't cooperate. Xiangxiang was devastated. This powerful CEO was actually threatening her, a young woman. It was utterly shameless. Just then, a waiter brought over ginger tea, explaining it was specifically from Fu Sahan. A wave of warmth washed over Xiangxiang. He'd seen her in the rain and had thought to get her ginger tea. Besides her mother, Fu Sahan was the second person in this life to show her genuine kindness. Had she been too guarded? Perhaps she should try to understand him better. Secretly messaging a strange man late at night for a clandestine meeting, only to be discovered by her CEO husband. Deep in the night, the Yin family was asleep, but a light still shone from Xiangxiang's bedroom. She was furiously typing away at her keyboard. While Fu Sahan had offered his help, he was an outsider and likely couldn't interfere with her mother's divorce from Yin Yiming. The divorce couldn't be delayed any longer. She had to find a solution herself. After some searching, Xiangxiang found Tu. He was a renowned hacker, known only as Tu. Aside from his gender being listed as male, everything else about him was a mystery. He had powerful officials wrapped around his finger. In her past life, she'd had no interaction with him. Only after his fame grew did his contact information become known. 5 days from now was her mother and Yun Yiming's wedding anniversary. She had to contact Tu before then. She needed his skills. Meanwhile, the Tu she was so desperately seeking was casually chatting with Fu Sahan at the Emperor View building. Perched on Fu Sahan's desk, he asked playfully, "So, how was dinner with your little wife? You call me back from abroad? Just for this?" Tu continued, "Tell me, what's the story with this girl? She actually got you, Fu Sahan, to participate in a matchmaking event." Fu Sahan shot him an annoyed look. "Get off my desk. And why are you suddenly so gossipy?" Tu put on an innocent expression. "You know how many people are lining up to tell me gossip? That girl managed to make this Wan Thisu iron tree a metaphor for a confirmed bachelor, bloom. Anyone would be surprised." He turned, a fawning look on his face. "Tell me about Xiangxiang. And tell me, did you really sign me up for that matchmaking thing?" Just then, his phone rang. Tu looked at the unfamiliar number, curious. He usually only took jobs from existing clients. But this number somehow knew he was a hacker and claimed to need his abilities. Hearing this, Fu Sahan urged him to investigate the caller, just in case. Tu, however, proudly showed off his skills, pulling up the caller's detailed information in seconds. Fu Sahan looked closely. It was Yun Xiangxiang. Tu chuckled, looking at her information. "This girl is interesting. How did she know I'm a hacker? This could be fun." Fu Sahan feigned indifference. Warning, give Xiangxiang whatever she needs, but don't get any other ideas. Noticing Fu Sahan's subtle urgency, Tu smirked. "I think I'll have to meet this young lady," he mused. "I need to vet her for my lovesick friend here." The next day, Xiangxiang was surprised to see a reply from Tu. She hadn't expected him to actually respond, but she didn't know if he was friend or foe, so she had to be careful. Suddenly, a man approached and handed her a package, claiming someone had asked him to deliver it. Before she could ask any questions, he hurried off, calling back for her to open it. Xiang stared at the mysterious package, bewildered. Who could have sent it? In the school's lounge, the red-haired man lounged on a sofa. Hearing that the package had been delivered, a sinister smile spread across his face. Oomph. She dared to cross me. Let's see how long she can stay so defiant. In the noisy cafeteria, Xiang listlessly stirred her noodles, sighing. Why did this life feel even more tiring than her last? Not only had she not made any friends, but people were constantly finding new ways to curse her. Even if I offended Lindsay before, I've never had such bad luck, Xiang muttered to herself. Forget it. I should focus on meeting with Tu tomorrow. Suddenly, a commotion near the doorway caught her attention. It was that obnoxious, red-haired jerk. He looked as arrogant as ever. What a pain. The red-haired man spotted Xiang too. He turned and swaggered over. Well, if it isn't Lin Xiang. Xiang couldn't even be bothered to look up. It's you, she said with utter disdain. What do you want? Every time this red-haired man ran into Xiang, he ended up getting beaten up. Were they sworn enemies in a past life? He sat down across from her, a smug look plastered on his face. So, Lin Xiang, he asked, his voice dripping with false sweetness. Did you like the doll I sent you this morning? The surrounding students gasped. So, he was the one who sent that creepy curse doll. Stifled giggles rippled through the crowd. He's punching way above his weight, someone whispered, trying to woo someone like her. Hearing the murmurs, Xiang suddenly remembered who this guy was. In her past life, the girls at school had been divided into two camps based on their preferred type, Team Lindsay and Team Bei, this red-haired jerk. Now that she thought about it, this Bei was just like Lindsay, a womanizing scumbag. She couldn't understand why so many girls fawned over them. Bei, noticing Xiang's silence, smirked. She must be dying of embarrassment, he thought. Let's see if you dare to defy me again. To his surprise, Xiang suddenly laughed. Oh, it was you who sent it. No wonder it's so ugly. But then again, scumbags tend to have questionable taste. I won't hold it against you. Bei was stunned. He stared at her, dumbfounded. He briefly wondered if the humiliation had driven her insane. How dare she speak to him like that? With that, Xiang turned to leave. Seeing her nonchalance, Bei decided to drop the pretense of civility. Hold it right there, Lin Xiang, he yelled. A bright green lizard darted out of his pocket. At Bei's command, it lunged towards Xiang's face. Most girls would have shrieked and recoiled. Everyone waited for Xiang to beg for mercy, tears streaming down her face. Instead, she simply reached out and grabbed the lizard. With a swift motion, she flung the reptile at Bei. It smacked into the face of one of his lackeys, knocking him unconscious. Bei gasped, clutching his chest. That lizard was his precious pet, painstakingly trained over a long period. This woman almost killed it. Xiang glared at him, her eyes blazing. Don't push your luck, Bei, she warned. I'm not as easy to bully as you think. Bei struggled to contain his rage. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, Xiang turned and walked away, dismissing him completely. What a childish idiot, she thought. I can't believe so many girls like him. He wants to bully me? He could try again in his next life. This was the last straw for Bei. Roaring with fury, he charged after her. He was going to teach her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Without even looking back, Xiang spun around and punched him square in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground once more. Bei sat there, dazed, staring at her retreating figure. He'd been knocked down by this ugly woman twice. Xiang glanced back at him, her voice cold. I don't care which conglomerate your daddy owns. If you keep harassing me, you'll regret it. With the help of his friends, Bei struggled to his feet. He pointed a shaking finger at Xiang. Lin Xiang, you ugly witch. How dare you lay your hands on me? I won't let you get away with this. You freak. His enraged shouts echoed through the cafeteria. Xiang simply waved dismissively and walked away. The onlookers were stunned. Lin Xiang had just gone toe-to-toe with Bei. She was living on borrowed time. She just made an enemy of the heir to the Chu Corporation. Just wait and see. After the crowd dispersed, two women standing near the door watched Xiang's retreating figure with venomous glares. At 3 p.m., Xiang left the classroom, textbooks in hand. A girl suddenly called out her name and hurried over, handing her an envelope. Who could this mysterious letter be from? In her past life, she had been humiliated and driven to suicide. In this life, someone had already tried to drown her. Xiangxiang stared at the envelope, puzzled. The girl who delivered it suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Don't go." She added that she couldn't say anything more. Before Xiangxiang could respond, the girl ran off. She opened the envelope. Inside, a note read, "Meet me at the swimming pool. I need to talk to you." Xiangxiang hesitated. She didn't want any more trouble, but what if it was something important? The girl's warning suggested something serious was going on. After searching for a while, Xiangxiang finally arrived at the swimming pool. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Xiangxiang turned around. Three girls approached Xiangxiang with malicious intent. The leader, arms crossed, glared at her and sneered. "You're really something, aren't you? Who gave you the nerve to lecture young Master Chu?" Xiangxiang finally understood why the other girl had warned her not to come. Looking at these women, blinded by their infatuation, she calmly replied, "Chu Bei started it. He messed with me first. Even if you're his die-hard fans, that doesn't mean you can ignore basic logic." The leader's face flushed with anger. She pointed at Xiangxiang and furiously yelled at the other two to teach her a lesson. They lunged forward and grabbed Xiangxiang. While she had managed to knock Chu Bei down twice before, that was because he had been completely unprepared. Now, facing these three unreasonable shrews, her rudimentary taekwondo skills were utterly useless. With a cruel laugh, the women shoved Xiangxiang into the deep end of the pool. Xiangxiang plunged into the water with a terrified splash. Unable to swim, she thrashed wildly. The three girls stood by the pool, laughing triumphantly. The water's deep enough for him to struggle. Let's see if he dares to act so arrogant again. Xiangxiang fought with all her might, but as time passed, she gradually lost consciousness and began to sink. "This is such a pathetic way to die," she thought. "I haven't even avenged my mother yet." 2 hours later, Xiangxiang found herself lying on a bed in the infirmary. The sounds of commotion slowly filtered into her ears, and she opened her eyes to unfamiliar surroundings. She vaguely remembered someone swimming towards her before she lost consciousness. Sitting up, she rubbed her aching head. Drowning was a truly unpleasant experience. The door suddenly opened, and Xiangxiang turned to see the girl who had warned her earlier. Seeing her awake, the girl approached and asked how she was feeling and if she wanted some water. Xiangxiang gratefully accepted the water, confused, and asked what had happened. The girl sat on the edge of the bed and told Xiangxiang that Chu Bei had saved her. Xiangxiang was stunned. What did you say?" "Chu Bei saved me," she exclaimed. Her sudden outburst startled the girl, who looked at her with surprise. "Is it really that shocking?" she asked. Seeing Xiangxiang's disbelief, the girl explained in detail. "After you fell in, I knew something bad was going to happen, but I couldn't fight those girls. So I took a gamble and went straight to Chu Bei. I hope he would save you. I didn't expect him to actually agree. After he pulled you out, you were unconscious. He carried you to the infirmary. You were out for over an hour. It was terrifying." Xiangxiang now understood what had happened. She had assumed Chu Bei would be overjoyed to see her drown. It seemed she would have to thank him sometime. Setting down the water glass, she looked sincerely at the girl. "Thank you so much for saving me," she said. "What's your name?" The girl blushed. "My name is Mu Wanwan. You can call me Wanwan." Wanwan stood up and told Xiangxiang that she had already excused her from classes for the afternoon. The school doctor had just been by and said Xiangxiang was fine to go home after resting a bit. She placed a piece of candy in Xiangxiang's hand. Then, she quickly said goodbye, telling Xiangxiang to just call her by her name next time. Watching the energetic girl leave, Xiangxiang felt a surge of warmth. She finally had a friend. For the sake of his hard-won peaceful life, she needed to escape Yun Yiming's control as soon as possible. She could only hope that the hacker, too, could truly help her. The CEO protects his little wife at every turn. When he learns that his sick wife is dating a handsome young man, the enraged CEO wants to rub the young man against the bathtub. The next evening, Yi Qing saw that Xiangxiang, who had had a high fever all day, was still going out so late and was very worried. However, Xiangxiang said it was just a minor cold and that she had already made an appointment with someone. After saying goodbye to Yi Qing, she hurried off. Yi Qing watched Xiangxiang's retreating figure, feeling deeply moved. The child used to whine for half a day whenever she had a cold. It seemed Xiangxiang had really grown up. Arriving at the appointed cafe, Xiangxiang searched for her contact amidst the noisy crowd. The renowned hacker, too, was already there waiting, a slight smile playing on his lips as he watched her approach. Xiangxiang felt a chill run down her spine. Noticing Xiangxiang's flushed face, mask, and occasional cough, Tu asked with concern if she was feeling unwell. Xiangxiang apologized, admitting to having a cold, but assuring him she would keep her mask on and wouldn't spread any germs. Learning that Xiangxiang had still kept their appointment despite being ill, Liao Haoshuan felt a surge of admiration. She truly was worthy of Fu Sahan's interest. He immediately introduced himself, getting straight to the point. As time wore on, Xiangxiang's cough worsened. Liao Haoshuan, his face etched with concern, asked if she was all right, suggesting they reschedule if necessary. His concern for Xiangxiang, however, was secondary to his concern for himself. If Fu Sahan found out that his woman was discussing matters with him while ill, he'd be toast. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Xiangxiang expressed her gratitude for Liao Haoshuan's concern, but insisted that the matter at hand was too important. She implored him to help. Seeing the seriousness in Xiangxiang's expression, Liao Haoshuan dropped his usual flippant demeanor. He asked her to elaborate on her request. "I wanted to ask," she began, "if you have anything that can tap into someone's phone calls. If you can do it, I'll pay you whatever you ask." Liao Haoshuan stared at her, dumbfounded. He'd been summoned all this way for something so trivial? Couldn't she have come up with something more challenging? Xiangxiang, misinterpreting Liao Haoshuan's stunned expression as a sign of difficulty, nervously lowered her head and asked him to name his price. No matter the cost, she was determined to obtain it. Instead of the exorbitant sum she expected, she heard him say 100 yuan. Xiangxiang was utterly bewildered. They left the cafe and found a secluded corner. Liao Haoshuan transferred the software to her phone, explaining that it would only take a few seconds to infiltrate the target system. It was child's play, really. While Xiangxiang was puzzled by his seemingly altruistic act, she thanked him profusely. Liao Haoshuan turned to her with a playful smirk. "Don't mention it," he said, "and I have a feeling we'll meet again. Besides, you shouldn't be thanking me. If you have the chance, thank him. I'll be going now. Get some rest and take care of yourself." Liao Haoshuan's cryptic words left Xiangxiang completely baffled. Had he been sent by someone else? That would explain the ridiculously low price. As Liao Haoshuan walked away, Xiangxiang finally removed her mask and was immediately seized by a coughing fit. She couldn't believe that a top-tier hacker from her past life had helped her so easily. Fate was finally on her side. Yin Yiming, Zhang Xiaoye, this time you're both going down. At 10 p.m., Liao Haoshuan returned to the Emperor View building. After searching for a while, he found Fu Sahan relaxing in the hot spring. Leaning against the wall, Liao Haoshuan leered at Fu Sahan. "I met with the little lady today," he announced, "and completed the mission flawlessly. How are you going to reward me?" Fu Sahan, eyes closed, ignored his theatrics and asked directly, "What did Xiangxiang want?" Liao Haoshuan plopped down by the pool. "Nothing much, just a small transaction with a lovely lady." Knowing exactly what Liao Haoshuan was implying, Fu Sahan cut him off with a display of financial dominance. 3 months of all expenses paid travel, nationwide. Now, get to the point. Liao Haoshuan instantly transformed into an obedient puppy. "Thank you, Master Fu." Liao Haoshuan then revealed that Xiangxiang had simply requested spyware to tap someone's phone. He hadn't dared to charge much, settling for a mere 100 yuan. His water glass cost more than that. Upon hearing about the phone tapping, Fu Sahan's mind, sharp as ever, began to whir. The girl had broken things off with Lin Zhe at the engagement party. This scheme was likely aimed at her adulterous father, Yun Yiming. This was getting interesting. Liao Haoshuan suddenly coughed, interrupting Fu Sahan's train of thought. He reminded him that Xiangxiang had been quite ill during their meeting. She seemed to have a fever. Fu Sahan abruptly stood up, turning towards Liao Haoshuan. The air around him grew cold. Liao Haoshuan quickly backed away, putting a safe distance between them. He hastily explained that he'd noticed her discomfort and had kept the meeting brief, less than 10 minutes, sending her home immediately. Fu Sahan stepped out of the pool and held out his hand, demanding the 100 yuan Xiangxiang had given Liao Haoshuan. Seeing Fu Sahan quickly dressing, Liao Haoshuan tried to intervene. "That little lady is cunning. She probably didn't give you her real contact information. If you push her too hard, she'll likely disappear and you'll never see her again." He then approached Fu Sahan with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Have you told your little wife about your leg yet? Want me to do the honors?" His reward, however, was the cancellation of his promised trip. Liao Haoshuan smacked his lips in regret, lamenting his loose tongue as he wallowed in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Xiang, having just experienced her first kiss being stolen by the wheelchair-bound CEO in a forceful, unexpected embrace, was now being threatened with being kept overnight if she didn't stay. Early Saturday morning, Xiang hurriedly grabbed her bag, ready to leave. Yi Qing, seeing her still recovering from her cold, asked where she was going. Xiang quickly turned and explained that she had a tutoring session with a classmate. They had made prior arrangements, and she didn't want to break her promise on the first meeting. She reassured Yi Qing that she would return as soon as possible. Having said this, Xiang hurriedly left the Yun family home. As she walked, a determined glint shone in her eyes. Since Fu Sahan was willing to tutor her in this life, she absolutely had to seize the opportunity. She needed to get good grades quickly, do well in her research, and break free from Lindsay's clutches. An opportunity like this wouldn't come around again. Arriving at the Emperor View building, Xiang hesitated for a moment in front of Fu Sahan's door. Just as she reached out to knock, the door suddenly opened, startling her. Fu Sahan was sitting right there, as if he had been deliberately waiting for her. Xiang explained that she had come to fulfill their agreement about the tutoring session. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her head, and the world began to spin. She reached for the wall to steady herself, but briefly lost consciousness. Noticing something was wrong, Fu Sahan quickly rushed forward. Still dazed, Xiang wondered why she hadn't felt the impact of hitting the floor. Opening her eyes, she found herself cradled in Fu Sahan's arms. He asked, his voice laced with concern and a touch of anger, why she had come when she was clearly running a fever. Embarrassed, Xiang immediately pushed against him and tried to stand. However, the imposing, albeit disabled, CEO was surprisingly strong. Despite her struggles, she couldn't budge. Fu Sahan tenderly stroked her cheek. With a look of indulgence, he told her to forget about leaving and to rest there for the night. Xiang was taken aback. He was trying to make her stay while she was ill. She began to struggle in his arms again. Seeing her defiance, he grasped her wrists. He then proceeded to exercise his CEO prerogative. Cupping her face in his hands, he pressed her against the wall and claimed her first kiss. Overwhelmed by the forceful gesture, Xiang slowly succumbed. Her hands instinctively moved to his waist. Half an hour later, Fu Sahan looked at the flushed Xiang and told her that if she insisted on studying, he would kiss her until she was obedient. Xiang pulled away and turned, avoiding his intense gaze. The kiss she had guarded for 2 lifetimes had been stolen. She began to wonder if Fu Sahan had also been reborn. Otherwise, how could his personality have changed so drastically? Fu Sahan, satisfied with his conquest, smiled. He opened the bedroom door and told her to wait inside for the doctor. If she behaved, he would let her go home tomorrow. Otherwise, he trailed off with a suggestive smirk. 15 minutes later, the doctor, after examining her, assured Xiang that with medication and rest, she would be fine. He also prescribed something to stimulate her appetite to speed up her recovery. Xiang resigned herself to the fact that she would be spending the night. She picked up her phone and texted Yi Qing, telling him she was staying at a friend's house, so he wouldn't worry. Fu Sahan interrupted her reverie, telling her to take her medicine and get some sleep, saving her energy for later. Although she didn't understand his motives for helping her, she knew she had to play along. She was no match for Fu Sahan. To her surprise, she slept soundly until 9 p.m. Fu Sahan had been waiting impatiently. Looking at Xiang sleeping peacefully, he wondered if a few weeks could really change someone's temperament so drastically. He gently stroked her hair. Leaning down to admire her sweet, sleeping face, he made a silent vow. Yun Xiang, the more you try to distance yourself, the tighter I'll hold you. There's no rush. We have plenty of time. Through a combination of coercion and enticement, the CEO finally got his wish to share a bed with his beloved. When she tried to escape during the night, he pulled her close against his chest. Xiang slowly opened her eyes, feeling more rested than she had in a long time. A voice startled her fully awake. Fu Sahan was sitting nearby, calmly reading. He informed her that it was 10:30 p.m. and that there was porridge on the table for her. Xiang gratefully accepted the warm food. She was a light sleeper, yet she had slept soundly in Fu Sahan's bedroom for hours. Closing his book, Fu Sahan asked if her urgency about the tutoring and research was related to Lindsay. At the mention of his name, Xiang bristled. She desperately wanted to get away from that scum, preferably without any further interaction. Just as her anger flared, Fu Sahan doused it with a bucket of cold water. After helping you this time, you'll owe me 3 favors. How do you plan to repay me? Xiang deflated. Was a simple thank you not enough? Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Chuhi entered, carrying clothes for Xiang. Fu Sahan instructed him to cancel all the evening's engagements. He didn't want anything to disturb his special time. Xiang, surprising even herself, blurted out, "Where are you sleeping tonight?" Before she could finish, Xiang, snapping back to reality, immediately clapped a hand over her mouth. How silly of her. Fu Sahan had so many rooms. Why would she worry about him having nowhere to sleep? Yet, Fu Sahan, with a serious expression, told Xiang that he wanted her to sleep with him tonight. Xiang instantly raised her hands in protest. How could she, a virtuous young woman, sleep with a man, especially such a handsome one? How could she possibly control herself? Chuhi, standing nearby, immediately added fuel to the fire, saying that no one could sway the third master's decisions and that the consequences of disagreement would be severe. Xiang felt tears welling up, silently praying that she would survive the night unscathed. An hour later, both of them, freshly showered, lay in bed. Xiang stared wide-eyed, motionless. Turning to look at Fu Sahan lying beside her, she noticed, at such close proximity, how long his eyelashes were. As she admired his captivatingly handsome face, Fu Sahan suddenly opened his eyes and asked why she wasn't asleep yet. His unexpected question nearly startled Xiang to death. She immediately sat up, thanking Fu Sahan for his care and suggesting she sleep on the sofa. But could the CEO, with a prize like her within reach, possibly let her go? He grabbed her wrist, pulled her towards him, and pressed her hand against his firm pectoral muscles. She could feel the powerful rhythm of his heart. With a playful smirk, he warned Xiang that if she continued to fidget, he would take her right there and then, letting her experience the pleasure brought by his 18-pack abs. Terrified, Xiang burrowed under the covers, clenched her fists, squeezed her eyes shut, and gradually drifted off to sleep, caught between fear and anticipation. At dawn, Xiang opened her eyes to the sight of those powerful, aesthetically pleasing pectoral muscles. Thinking she was still dreaming, she gently reached out to touch them. Suddenly, the CEO spoke, and Xiang froze. How did she end up sharing a blanket with Fu Sahan? Nestled against him, she bolted upright, clutching the blanket and exclaiming that he was the one who had moved closer. But then, the CEO gestured towards the king-size bed behind him, showing how Xiang had pushed him to the very edge, almost to the point of rolling off. Mortified, Xiang quickly threw back the covers and stammered that she needed to freshen up, fleeing the awkward situation with lightning speed. Watching Xiang's flustered retreat, the CEO chuckled, arms crossed. It seemed his little rabbit was firmly within his grasp. 2 hours later, Xiang sat in the dining room, having breakfast, murmuring to herself about how terrifying the morning had been. She had been so close to Fu Sahan. Anyone else would have died of fright. Just then, Fu Sahan approached and asked what she was muttering about. Xiang quickly explained that she was just commenting on how delicious the breakfast was, as expected from such an expensive restaurant. She hastily ate a few bites, then stood up, thanking Fu Sahan for his hospitality and saying that she had stayed long enough. It was time for her to go. Nervous, she fidgeted, anticipating that, based on past experience, Fu Sahan wouldn't let her leave so easily. She waited to see what his next move would be. Fu Sahan simply asked if she wanted Chuhi to escort her. Taken aback by his unexpected agreeableness, Xiang quickly declined, saying she could leave on her own. Fu Sahan then turned and told her to be careful, leaving without further ado. This sudden change of heart made Xiang's chest ache. No matter how kind Fu Sahan was to her, it was only out of fleeting interest. Whether in this life or the last, they were destined to be from different worlds, with no place for intersection. Having come to this realization, Xiang's gaze hardened, her purpose renewed. She had no time for such distractions. Today was Yi Qing and Yun Yiming's wedding anniversary. Her plan could not tolerate any mistakes. Watching Xiangxiang's resolute figure, Fu Sahan, perhaps even to his own surprise, felt a pang of reluctance he hadn't expected. To find evidence of her father's infidelity, a woman resorts to the drastic measure of laxatives. However, during her purchase, she is spotted by a man with red hair. Leaving the Emperor View building, Xiangxiang arrived at the pharmacy. To get Yin Yiming's phone without raising suspicion, she needed a way to make him leave it unattended for a while. She decided on laxatives. She approached the saleswoman and inquired about laxatives. However, due to regulations, the saleswoman needed a reason for the purchase. Just as Xiangxiang was about to explain, a sudden Miss Yun interrupted their conversation. Turning, she saw Chu Bei. A leopard can't change its spots, and Chu Bei was still his arrogant self. Overhearing Xiangxiang asking for laxatives, he began to mock her. Xiangxiang completely ignored him, as if she hadn't heard a thing, and continued speaking with the saleswoman. Chu Bei was practically drowning in regret. He couldn't believe he'd been such an idiot as to rescue this ugly woman the other day. Now, he was determined to humiliate her in public. He swaggered over to Xiangxiang and, with a sneer, told the redhead, "Mind your own business, you busybody. You've practically got a snot cycle hanging off your chin. Worry about that before you worry about others." He then turned to the pharmacist. "About a bit of stomach bug," he announced. "Just 2 packets of laxatives, please." And he gestured towards Chu Bei, "A cold medicine for my friend. He says he's broke, so I guess I'll have to cover him." Everyone present immediately recognized Xiangxiang's ploy to embarrass the redhead. Decked out in designer labels, he clearly wasn't short on cash. Chu Bei, as usual, found himself speechless, outmaneuvered yet again by Xiangxiang. "If it weren't for me jumping in that pool to save her," he fumed internally, "I wouldn't have his cold in the first place." But seeing Xiangxiang buy him medicine, he affected an air of nonchalance. Closing his eyes, he swayed his head slightly. "Violent woman," he drawled, "I've got more money than I know what to do with, but since you're buying me medicine, I'll let it slide." Before he could finish his sentence, the pharmacist interrupted. "The young lady left a while ago." Witnessing Chu Bei's public humiliation, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Crimson-faced with embarrassment, Chu Bei bolted from the pharmacy. He caught up with Xiangxiang outside and pointed at her angrily. "Hey, stop! I'm your lifesaver." Xiangxiang, holding the cold medicine, looked at him innocently. "I thought you were explaining things to the pharmacist. So, do you still want the medicine?" Chu Bei snatched the medicine from her hand, muttering, "Imagine treating your lifesaver like this." Xiangxiang walked toward the taxi. Just before getting in, she turned back to Chu Bei and offered her sincere thanks for rescuing her at the pool. "I hope your cold gets better soon," she said. "Bye." Chu Bei stared at the medicine in his hand, a strange feeling flickering through him before vanishing. At noon, Xiangxiang returned to the Yun family home. Yi Qing was preparing a lavish lunch. Seeing Xiangxiang, she greeted her warmly. "It's a special day today," she explained, "so I had Li Saw set the table in the living room. Come and eat." Li Saw, the housekeeper, approached, offering insincere pleasantries. Who knows what kind of riffraff she was with all night? She sneered internally. Xiangxiang ignored her completely. "I like some loquats," she announced. "If we don't have any, please go out and buy some." Li Saw was about to retort when Xiangxiang slammed her hand on the table. "If you don't want to go, that's fine," she said sharply. "You've worked here for a long time, and I know it's been hard. Perhaps it's time for you to retire." Cowed by Xiangxiang's sudden forcefulness, Li Saw quickly backpedaled. "Actually," she stammered, "I just remembered a place that sells them. I'll go right away." As she left, she muttered under her breath, "This little brat has been acting strangely ever since the engagement. Just wait until Madame Jiang and Miss Xintian arrive. You'll be sorry then." After making sure Li Saw was gone, Xiangxiang returned to Yi Qing. "Tonight, everything goes according to plan," she said. "It's your anniversary. I'll put the medicine in Yun Yiming's drink. As long as he's incapacitated, I can take care of things quickly. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably still involved with that mother-daughter pair. He and Jiang Xiaoya are a loose end. As long as he's still here, we can't live in peace. So, Mom, just talk to him normally, keep his attention. I'll handle the rest." Yi Qing, impressed by Xiangxiang's meticulous planning, felt a surge of pride. I have to stay strong and not hold her back, she thought. Before Xiang could finish, she placed a piece of chicken in her daughter's mouth. They continued their lunch, anticipating the evening's events. The man kept a mistress and a secret daughter, yet he still expected his wife to accept them into their home. His audacity was truly astounding. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. We shall see how our heroine deals with this despicable man. That evening, Yin Yiming returned home, laden with shopping bags. Coming home this early was a rare occurrence. He saw Yi Qing tidying up and placed the gifts on the table. "These are all for you," he announced excitedly. "I picked them out myself." He sidled up to Yi Qing ingratiatingly. "Qing, I know I've wronged you," he said, "but today is our 20th anniversary. Don't be angry anymore." Yi Qing's expression was one of pure disdain. She quickly stood and pulled her arm away. Yin Yiming then produced a jeweled necklace and fastened it around Yi Qing's neck. "I spent a fortune on this," he declared. "It suits you perfectly." In the past, Yi Qing would have been overjoyed, but things had changed. Who knows how many of these he's bought for that woman and her daughter, she thought bitterly. Yi Qing clutched the dazzling gemstone, the promise of a lifetime together echoing in her mind. Now it all seems so ludicrous, but for Xiang's sake, this time she wouldn't give in. Just then, Yin Yiming offered her a gift box. Yi Qing stared at it, momentarily stunned. Noticing her reaction, a smug look crept across Yin Yiming's face. Yi Qing's heart softened. It was the white lace dress she had worn on their first date 23 years ago. This dress held the power to evoke memories of their happier times. This time, she had to make him completely abandon any thought of divorce. He told her to wear the dress that evening, to dress up, and for the family to have a nice dinner together, a proper anniversary celebration. Yi Qing responded with indifference. Seeing this, Yin Yiming smiled and left to prepare for the evening's festivities. Yi Qing, however, clenched her hands, her heart undisturbed. Yin Yiming's naivete was laughable. From the moment he betrayed her, there was no going back. As night fell, the Yin family estate glittered with lights. Seeing Xiang approach, Li Sa immediately called her over to admire the decorations Yin Yiming had arranged for their anniversary. She followed up with effusive praise, showering Yin Yiming with compliments. Xiang told Li Sa that it was a special day, and they wanted to spend some time as a family, so she should leave them be. Turning, she saw Yi Qing descending the staircase, ethereal in the white lace dress, like a celestial being. Xiang's eyes widened, sparkling. With a playful air, she declared that now she knew why she was so beautiful. She had clearly inherited her mother's genes. She rushed forward and took Yi Qing's hand. At that moment, Xiang, the Oscar-worthy actress, took the stage. Sensing Yi Qing's hesitation, Xiang quickly leaned in and whispered reassuringly, telling her to leave everything to her. Yin Yiming, also dressed formally, emerged. His eyes lit up at the sight of Yi Qing. He quickly ushered Xiang to lead Yi Qing to the table, eager for their family gathering. Xiang sneered inwardly at the extravagant dinner. Previous anniversaries had been marked with perfunctory gifts. Yin Yiming must be agonizing inside. But this was just the beginning. As the three of them sat, Yin Yiming, with feigned affection, served Yi Qing food while asking if they were pleased with his arrangements. Xiang played along, exclaiming her delight, saying it felt like she had been transported to a grand banquet. Yin Yiming beamed. He then brought out a bottle of fine wine. Xiang quickly rose, declaring that such a task shouldn't trouble him. Yin Yiming, puzzled by her unusual behavior, listened as Xiang explained that since it was his and her mother's anniversary, she should be the one to pour the wine. Relieved, Yin Yiming chuckled, remarking on how thoughtful Xiang had become and how inconsiderate the Lin family was, causing her such distress. He promised to find her a better family. Xiang smiled, agreeing to his plans. Turning away, she swiftly opened the bottle. With lightning speed, she slipped the pre-prepared laxative into the wine. Having completed her task, Xiang took a deep breath, composing herself. Returning to the table, she announced that she and her mother wouldn't be drinking wine, opting for juice instead. She then proceeded to fill Yin Yiming's glass repeatedly. Half an hour passed, and Yin Yiming showed no signs of discomfort. Xiang began to suspect she had bought fake laxatives. She was struggling to maintain her facade. Observing Xiang's performance, Yun Yiming felt a surge of triumph. It seemed that with a little encouragement, his eldest daughter might finally accept Xiantian. Tonight was the perfect opportunity to appease them. Just as he was congratulating himself, a sharp pain ripped through his abdomen, followed by a wave of nausea. Yun Yiming trembled. The corner of Xiangxiang's mouth twitched upwards. The laxative was working. She quickly remarked that perhaps he wasn't used to so much seafood. Yun Yiming mumbled in agreement, hurrying towards the bathroom. Once his footsteps faded, Xiangxiang snatched his phone. As expected, it was password protected. No wonder he felt so comfortable leaving it on the table. But in her past life, Yin Xintian had bragged more than once about her and Jiang Xiaoya's importance to Yun Yiming. Xiangxiang quickly installed the spyware. Yi Qing watched her daughter's actions with concern, whispering a question about the duration of the laxative's effects. The transfer complete, Xiangxiang placed the phone back on the table. Smiling, she told Yi Qing, "The laxatives meant for Yun Yiming's tribute are enough to keep him squatting in the bathroom for a whole hour. Let him enjoy the feeling of a torrential release." She continued, her voice dripping with disdain. "That woman, a shameless mistress, steals her sister's fiancé and then has the audacity to have the man teach her a lesson." Yin Xintian stormed back home. Jiang Xiaoya was taken aback. Wasn't Yin Xintian supposed to be on a date with the boy next door tonight? Why was she back so early? She flung her expensive handbag down. "It's all Yin Xiangxiang's fault," she spat at Jiang Xiaoya. Jiang Xiaoya was even more puzzled. "Didn't you ask your Aze Gidge to teach her a lesson?" "How?" Could be she clung to Lin Zhe and wouldn't let go. The mention of this incident ignited Yun Xintian's fury. That little slut. Who knows when she managed to seduce some powerful person. "I had Aze Gidge go and teach her a lesson, and what happened? He practically told me to avoid that wretch in the future. I nearly died of anger." She turned and began to goad Jiang Xiaoya. "Dad hasn't come over in so long. Every time I call, he just gives me a few perfunctory words. Don't you think he's been bewitched by that old woman on Yun Xiangxiang's side? He's completely neglecting us." The thought filled Jiang Xiaoya with resentment. She slammed her glass down. She snapped, cutting her off angrily. "I know exactly what you're thinking. Right now, we're being suppressed by that mother-daughter pair. We're in a precarious position, which is why you and Lin Zhe can't get engaged. Don't worry, my daughter will never suffer such indignity." And Xintian, do you remember how we first got into the Yun family home? How could Yun Xintian forget? She had personally bribed the Yun family's housekeeper to gain access and provoke that old woman. The housekeeper, she seemed to recall her being called Li Saw. A shadowy glint entered Jiang Xiaoya's eyes. That Li Saw, she seems simple-minded, easily swayed. It wouldn't take much effort at all to have her do our bidding completely. Yi Qing, you've held the position of Mrs. Yun for long enough. It's time to step aside. She then addressed Yun Xintian. "You need to step up your game. You have to keep a firm grip on your man. He's your only lifeline." At the mention of her man, Yun Xintian stood up, brimming with confidence. She assured Jiang Xiaoya not to worry. "Aze Gidge is head over heels in love with me right now. He'll listen to anything I say." Jiang Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively, telling her to go to bed. She knew her own daughter. Like mother, like daughter. Jiang Xiaoya's daughter was undoubtedly skilled in the art of seduction. The next afternoon, Jiang Xiaoya sat in her car, watching Li Saw shopping on the roadside. As Li Saw walked into a deserted alleyway, Jiang Xiaoya suddenly appeared, blocking her path. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoya, Li Saw panicked. A guilty conscience made her nervous. "What do you want?" she asked, her voice trembling. She feared Jiang Xiaoya had changed her mind and planned to expose her or demand the return of the previous bribe. Li Saw's evident fear gave Jiang Xiaoya the upper hand. Jiang Xiaoya pulled out a wad of cash. "Our last collaboration was quite pleasant," she purred. "We're both smart women, so let's skip the pleasantries. I know you're often mistreated at the Yun residence. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I promise you won't be disappointed once I become Mrs. Yun." Li Saw stared at the crisp banknotes. Without hesitation, Li Saw snatched the money. Then, a flicker of worry crossed her face. "What if we're exposed?" Jiang Xiaoya quickly reassured her. "We're all in this together. Just focus on being my eyes and ears inside, and the benefits will be plentiful. Here's a new phone and SIM card," Jiang Xiaoya continued, handing them over. "The number is written on the back of the card, and the PIN is 6 ones. If anything unusual happens at the Yun residence, inform me immediately." Having successfully conspired with Li Saw, Jiang Xiaoya glanced at the time. It was still early. She hadn't enjoyed Yun Yiming's affections in a while. He must have accumulated quite a bit of pent-up desire by now. In the underground parking garage, Yun Yiming had just gotten into his car. He'd spent the previous night plagued by diarrhea, ruining his rare opportunity for reconciliation. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoye called out to him from outside the car window. Yun Yiming nearly jumped out of his skin. He quickly opened the car door and hissed, "Are you crazy? This is the company." Seeing his anger, Jiang Xiaoye's eyes immediately welled up with tears. "I've been waiting here for you for hours," she sobbed, her voice trembling with feigned hurt. "And the first thing you do is scold me? You haven't come to see me for weeks. Do you have any idea how my daughter and I have been coping?" Yun Yiming couldn't stand this kind of tearful melodrama. He quickly ushered Jiang Xiaoye into the car and drove her to the hotel they frequented. This entire scene was witnessed by a man in a baseball cap who immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. "I've never seen such a shameless woman," the man muttered into the phone. "Seducing another woman's husband for over a decade, then fabricating lies and twisting the truth to make everyone think the real wife is at fault." Meanwhile, Xiang was completely engrossed in her lecture, oblivious to the constant buzzing of her phone on the table. Wan, sitting beside her, overheard and quickly alerted Xiang. Xiang glanced at her phone, then snatched it up with lightning speed, thanking Wan with a smile. She learned that Yun Yiming and Jiang Xiaoye were finally meeting. Xiang quickly activated the listening software on her phone. It seemed that Yun Yiming and Jiang Xiaoye, those two foxes, could no longer contain their restless tales and were about to reveal themselves. At the Imperial Western restaurant, He stood at the entrance of the private room, straightening his clothes and sighing. He truly admired Third Master Fu's endurance. A business negotiation had stretched on uninterrupted for 4 hours. Finally, he could come out for a breath of fresh air. Just then, two figures walked past him. Their conversation caught He's attention. He turned to look. Wasn't that man Miss Yun's father? And the woman beside him, acting so intimately, was definitely not Mrs. Yun. He listened for a moment, confirming his suspicions about their relationship. Anything concerning Yun Xiang had to be reported to Third Master Fu immediately. Inside the private room, Fu Sahan was still deep in conversation with his guest. He quietly pushed open the door and entered. Leaning down, he whispered to Fu Sahan about what he had just witnessed concerning Miss Yun. Hearing that it involved Xiang, Fu Sahan immediately became alert. It seemed trouble on that front always found him, even when he wasn't looking for it. He quickly instructed He to see the guest out. 5 minutes later, He hurried back. He told Fu Sahan that he had just seen Miss Yun's father and the unknown woman enter the restaurant. "Considering the exclusivity of this place, besides you, sir, not many people know about it," he observed. Fu Sahan pondered for a moment, then instructed He to discreetly investigate the matter, emphasizing the importance of not alerting them. In the restaurant's dining area, Jiang Xiaoye sat at a table, lamenting. She complained about Yun Yiming's neglect, saying he hadn't come to pay his dues in days, leaving her and Yun Xintian yearning for him. Yun Yiming, however, was in a precarious position himself. He pleaded with Jiang Xiaoye for understanding. Yi Qing had recently asked him for a divorce, and any further scandal at this point could leave him penniless. Jiang Xiaoye, whose shamelessness rivaled the Great Wall, immediately deployed her arsenal of feminine wiles, tears, tantrums, and threats. Yun Xintian still lacked official recognition from the Yun family and was being strung along by Lin Zhe, who clearly had no intention of marrying her. Jiang Xie grasped Yun Yiming's hand, begging him to plead with Yi Qing, even offering to have him kneel before her. Yun Yiming quickly tried to calm the increasingly distraught Jiang Xiaoye, promising to give her more time and ensuring that Xintian wouldn't suffer. Having overheard their conversation, He hurried back to the private room and relayed everything to Fu Sahan. According to Jiang Xiaoye's version of events, Yi Qing was somehow the one at fault. "That woman is truly incredible," He remarked. He asked, puzzled, "Is Miss Yun completely unaware of Jiang Xiaoye's intentions to usurp the Yun family?" Fu Sahan, understanding Xiang better, replied, "She definitely knows about Yun Yiming's deplorable behavior. She's likely already working on a solution. Of course, if she can't resolve it, then I'll have to handle it myself." Late at night, with the Yun household asleep, Xiang found Yi Qing sitting silently on the living room sofa, having barely touched her dinner. Dismissingly Xiang anxiously asked her mother what was troubling her. Yi Qing, her face etched with melancholy, told Xiang that her parents had called, wanting them to visit. The thought of how she had defied her parents to be with Yun Yiming, barely returning home in over a decade, only to be met with such devastating consequences, overwhelmed her. She began to weep. Seeing her mother's tears of regret, Xiang's heart ached. Her grandparents likely knew about Yun Yiming's mistress and illegitimate daughter. This was an opportunity they couldn't afford to miss. With a determined gaze, she addressed Yi Qing. Even after all these years, it's clear that Grandpa and Grandma still care deeply for us. They're our strongest allies in bringing down Yun Yiming. We must go back to the Yi family. She urged her mother to leave tomorrow. If Yun Yiming asked, they would tell him her grandparents were unwell and needed their care for a few days. Yi Qing worried about the consequences of a prolonged absence from the Yun household. Xiang reassured her, "That's precisely what we want. If we don't give them the opportunity, how can we watch those old foxes lower their guard and walk right in the fire?" Her grandparents, upon learning of their daughter's decades of humiliation at the hands of a mistress and illegitimate daughter, were furious. Together, they plotted to expose the truth and cleanse the Yun family. At 10 a.m., the car stopped in front of the magnificent Yi family villa. Stepping out of the car, Yi Qing stood before the familiar, yet foreign sight, feeling a flicker of apprehension. She hadn't been back in 10 years, but the place remained unchanged. Suddenly, a voice calling cousin broke the tense silence. Xiang turned to see who it was. A lively, adorable girl, about Xiang's age with a head full of golden hair, came running over and threw her arms around Xiang, calling her cousin, again and again. The genuine affection she displayed was heartwarming and infectious. Hearing the girl's cheerful cries, Xiang's maternal grandparents hurried out, supporting each other. Seeing her daughter after 10 years, Yi Qing's mother trembled as she greeted her. Yi Qing rushed forward and grasped her mother's hand. The thought of how she had ignored her parents' love and care for so many years, all for that scum Yun Yiming, brought tears of regret to her eyes. At that moment, Yi Fu, Xiang's grandfather, turned away, stubbornly trying to hide his own emotions at seeing his daughter again. He urged them to come inside and eat, saying it was unseemly to be crying outside. Shi Qing, Xiang's cousin, quickly ushered them inside, telling them that Grandpa hadn't slept a wink all night after hearing they were coming. He was the one who missed them the most. Yi Qing's mother chimed in, saying that now that they were back, they should rest and recover, and she wanted to have a good long chat with her granddaughter. After lunch, Yi Fu sat at the table, listening to Yi Qing's remorseful confessions. Looking at his heartbroken daughter, he felt a pang of sympathy, but his gruff voice betrayed none of it as he scolded her for not listening to him and insisting on marrying Yun Yiming. "Now you finally regret it, don't you?" he said. "He's been keeping that woman for so long, and they even have a daughter older than Xiang. This is the wonderful man you were so desperate to marry." Seeing her grandfather twisting the knife in her mother's wounds, Xiang put down her teacup and told her grandfather that her mother was too kind and had only delayed the divorce for her sake. "But don't worry, Grandpa," she assured him. "The matter with Yun Yiming and his mistress won't drag on much longer. It will be resolved very soon." Looking at Xiang's intense gaze, Yi Fu was taken aback. This girl was clearly not simple. Intrigued, he asked how she planned to resolve it. Just as Xiang was about to reveal her plan, Shi Qing suddenly rushed forward and hugged Xiang, playfully scolding her grandfather and aunt for bombarding them with questions as soon as they arrived. Just then, Xiang's uncle and aunt arrived, carrying a plate of sliced fruit. They smiled and suggested they chat later, letting Yi Qing and Xiang settle in first. Xiang's aunt came over and affectionately stroked her hair, remarking how much she resembled her mother, Yi Qing, beautiful and sweet, unlike the impulsive Shi Qing. Xiang touched her hair, basking in the warmth of the moment. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. Now, she felt relaxed and content. Seeing this, Yi Fu decided not to disturb them further. With Yi Qing's help, he made his way back to his room to rest. Before leaving, he told Xiang to come to his study after dinner. He wanted to have a detailed conversation with her. From the few words she had spoken, he could tell his granddaughter was a decisive young woman. It seemed she had a clearer perspective on some things than Yi Qing. At 9 p.m., Xiang was in the study, explaining her plan to her grandfather in detail. Yi Fu was astonished. He hadn't expected his young granddaughter to be so meticulous, secretly gathering evidence of Yun Yiming's cohabitation with his mistress so he could be stripped of everything in the divorce. Xiang continued, explaining that her plan was already halfway to completion. Once she had enough evidence, Yun Yiming's downfall was inevitable. In fact, even if her grandfather hadn't called for her, she would have sought him out. Yun Yiming currently controlled the company, and once he was out of the picture, she wanted to take over. However, she was still a novice in management, so she wanted to ask her grandfather for help to work in his company, starting from the bottom. Xiang's ambitious plan completely stunned her grandfather. He burst out laughing. His granddaughter was truly remarkable, so bold and audacious. He hadn't misjudged her. This girl had a limitless future. However, there's still one variable. Yi Fu's expression suddenly turned serious. Do you know Fu Sahan, the heir of the D capital's most prominent family? Hearing this, Xiang froze. She hadn't expected her grandfather to bring up the unpredictable Fu Sahan. The two talked late into the night. Back in her room, Xiang lay in bed, tossing and turning, replaying the conversation with her grandfather in her mind. Sleep was impossible. Her grandfather seemed to know everything about her dealings with Lin Zhe. He had warned her that Fu Sahan was the only person he couldn't figure out after all his years in business. How could a young girl like her possibly be a match for him? She kept replaying their conversation over and over in her head. Frustrated, Xiang suddenly sat up. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Fu Sahan. Looking out the window, she realized her grandfather was right. To Fu Sahan, she was probably just a plaything, a fleeting amusement. Once his interest waned, her fate might be even worse than what Lin Zhe had put her through. That kiss meant nothing to Fu Sahan. Hadn't she learned her lesson from her past life? She couldn't allow herself to fall for him again. Xiang, cursed with legs that went on for days and a figure that turned heads, found herself the target of the school bullies' unwanted attention yet again. In the chaotic classroom, she sat in the back row, her gaze vacant. She hadn't even managed to snag a decent seat despite arriving early. The thought of another weekend tutoring session at Fu Sahan's house made her sigh in frustration. Suddenly, a voice calling out "beautiful" interrupted Xiang's thoughts. Turning, she saw Wan, sporting two impressive dark circles under her eyes and radiating an aura of exhaustion. "What time did you finally crawl into bed last night?" Xiang asked, concerned. Wan blinked her large eyes, thinking for a moment. "Not that late. Around 4 a.m. A true gaming warrior." Xiang stared at her, speechless. Undeterred, Wan continued. "What's the big deal? But I sense your luck isn't great today. Be careful." Wan's words sent a shiver down Xiang's spine. No wonder her eyelid had been twitching all morning. Could it really be true? She glanced back at Wan, who had already drifted off to dreamland. The morning flew by. Seeing Wan still slumped over her desk, showing no signs of waking, Xiang nudged her arm. "You've been asleep all morning. Aren't you hungry?" The only response was a mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes." Suddenly, a figure loomed over Xiang's desk. Looking up, she froze. It was Chu Bei. Hadn't she already thanked him last time? Was he planning another elaborate scheme to torment her? Ignoring the sleeping Wan, Chu Bei plopped down on the desk. He looked at Xiang and asked, "Don't you think it's time you paid me back?" Xiang racked her brain, but couldn't recall owing him anything. She immediately retorted, "What are you talking about?" Had Wan's prediction come true? Today was turning out to be disastrous. Xiang's chin seemed to be a magnet for unwanted attention. Chu Bei reached out and pinched it. "Last time, in the cafeteria, you made me drop my chameleon, which cost over $1 million. Even a small scratch on it costs over $2,000 to fix. Don't you think you should pay for that?" Just then, the classroom door burst open. A large man in a suit and sunglasses rushed in, yelling, "Young master, we finally found you." The sudden commotion startled Chu Bei, who spun around and angrily kicked the man. "Young master, we brought your wallet and phone," the man wailed. Xiang finally understood why Chu Bei had sought her out. She stood up, a smirk playing on her lips. So he'd forgotten his wallet. What a perfect opportunity to tease him. "So, young master Chu forgot his money and was clinging to me because he was hungry? It's just lunch. I can afford to treat you." Chu Bei coughed, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Don't get cocky. The medical bills for my precious chameleon are real. You can't just weasel your way out of this." The man in the suit, once again demonstrating impeccable comedic timing, chimed in, Young master, you forgot again. The chameleon was fine. After you fed it a few geckos, it was back to its old self. Chu Bei's face turned a deep shade of purple. A roar echoed through the entire school. After lunch, a bewildered Wanwan finally learned that Chu Bei had come looking for trouble with Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang sighed. You sleep like a log. I was hoping you'd help me out, but you're always out cold by lunchtime. There's hardly anything left to eat in the cafeteria. As they walked back to the classroom, Wanwan squeezed Xiangxiang's shoulder apologetically. Don't nag. Chu Bei is way out of my league. But if he ever bothers you again, I'll definitely stand up for you. Xiangxiang quickly shushed her. Keep your voice down. Do you want to get us both killed talking about that demon in class? Unfortunately, her warning came a little too late. A blonde girl stood up from her desk and approached the bespectacled class monitor. For the sports meet, our class wants to nominate Yun Xiangxiang for the 1,500-meter race. She's tall and has long legs. Running should be a piece of cake for her. Other girls chimed in. She's perfect for the 400-meter, long jump, and shot put too. Sign her up for everything. Xiangxiang, just having entered the classroom, was stunned. Trouble had found her faster than she'd anticipated. Before Xiangxiang could react, Wanwan jumped in. The person in question is right here. Who gave you the right to decide for her? Why don't you run the 1,500-meter yourselves? The blonde girl turned and walked over to Wanwan. She lowered her voice. Don't get too cocky. We know who snitched that day. If we can't deal with Yun Xiangxiang, we can certainly deal with you. You better watch out and tell your little friend to do her best to bring glory to the class. We're all looking forward to it. Wanwan trembled with rage. She immediately redirected her anger towards the class monitor. As class monitor, you just stood there and did nothing. Xiangxiang quickly stepped in to restrain her. Even if we win this argument, what good will it do? They'll just find another way to put my name down. It's just exercise if nothing else. Xiangxiang muttered to herself, jogging along the track. Besides, the sports meet is still a while away. If I can get the counselor to remember my name through this, it might make switching majors easier. A flicker of determination crossed her face. Just you wait, I won't give in. That arrogant CEO's spoiled wife can flirt with whoever she wants at school. But when the CEO finds out and she refuses to repent, insisting that this is just how she makes friends, well, she'll get kicked out of the car and have to run home again. A small, satisfied smile played on Xiangxiang's lips. Days of morning runs had noticeably improved Xiangxiang's speed. After finishing the 1,500 meters, sweat plastered her clothes to her skin. Wanwan, her ever-faithful companion, rushed off to buy popsicles to help her cool down. Xiangxiang, wiping her brow with the back of her hand, sat on a bench by the track, a determined glint in her tear-rimmed eyes. No matter what, I just have to push through. I hope my stamina will actually last until the sports meet. Just don't fall apart, she finished, her voice trailing off. 5 minutes passed, and Wanwan still hadn't returned. Lately, Xiangxiang's days had been consumed by running and relentless studying. Exhaustion finally caught up with her, and she dozed off on the bench. A tickle on her nose startled her awake. Stop it, Wanwan, she mumbled, blinking her eyes open. But it wasn't Wanwan. It was Chu Bei. Xiangxiang bolted upright, instantly alert. What are you hiding behind your back? She demanded. Chu Bei, feigning innocence, clasped his hands under his chin and asked, with an overly earnest expression, did someone in your class trick you into signing up for all those sports events? Xiangxiang took 2 steps back, eyeing him warily. It was his fault she was in this mess. His constant presence had made her a target for the other girls. As expected, once he confirmed her participation, the infuriating Chu Bei couldn't resist a jab. Who was so kind? He asked, a smug grin spreading across his face. I should really thank them. Xiangxiang's patience snapped. She took off running, weaving through the gardens after him, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Unbeknownst to them, Fu Sahan watched the scene unfold from his car, a glacial chill settling over him. Jealousy, sharp and cold, filled the air inside the vehicle. On the field, Xiangxiang and Chu Bei continued their playful chase, oblivious to the simmering tension nearby. Suddenly, a voice calling Miss Yun interrupted their game. Xiangxiang turned to see Chu He approaching. Confused, she walked towards him. What is it? She asked. It's almost the weekend, Miss Yin, Chu He explained. Third Master hasn't been able to reach you, so he sent me to find you. Xiangxiang's mind raced. Wherever Chu He was, Fu Sahan was usually close by. Confirming her suspicions, she eagerly agreed to go with him. Chu He, mistakenly believing her eagerness stemmed from missing Fu Sahan, practically vibrated with excitement. He had no idea that Xiangxiang simply wanted to escape Chu Bei. Chu Bei watched Xiang, and he's familiar interaction, a thoughtful expression on his face. Inside the car, a tense silence stretched between Xiang and Fu Sahan. After a long, uncomfortable wait, he still hadn't spoken. Xiang, her hands clenched in her lap, decided to break the silence. Tomorrow's the weekend, she began hesitantly. Is there something you needed? Fu Sahan remained fixated on the papers in his hand, silent. Xiang, flustered, rushed to explain. My phone was on silent because of studying. If you're angry that I didn't answer, I sincerely apologize. He continued to ignore her, now with his eyes closed. Xiang was baffled. He'd been perfectly fine a few days ago, and now he was back to being an iceberg. What was going on? Determined to get to the bottom of it, Xiang decided to push further. She couldn't bear the thought of spending the weekend with this human glacier. Reaching out, she tugged gently on his sleeve. Are you feeling unwell? She asked, her voice laced with concern. Should we see a doctor? The image of Xiang casually chatting with the Chu Corporation heir at school, while treating him with the caution of a rabbit facing a wolf, fueled Fu Sahan's jealousy. His voice, when he finally spoke, was frigid. You've been quite unrestrained at school lately, he said. Do you have no sense of propriety around others? Xiang stared at him, dumbfounded. Propriety? She echoed softly. I'm always like this. What does propriety have to do with making friends? I was just hanging out with a friend. Had he found out about skipping class to go shopping? That lecture had been excruciatingly boring. Her words seemed to be the final straw. Fu Sahan abruptly instructed Chu to stop the car. This is as far as I can take you today, he told Xiang, his tone clipped. His mood swings were dizzying. Xiang turned to him, a serious expression on her face. Honestly, are you? Before she could finish, he shoved her out of the car. Xiang stood on the side of the road, stunned, watching the car speed away. This felt eerily familiar. That night, he'd abandoned her in the same way. Anger surged through her. I will not be humiliated, she roared at the retreating vehicle. I'm never riding in your car again. How to handle a disobedient little wife. The CEO's textbook method for taming a little wife. A disagreement leads to a duo Q gaming session, effectively subduing her. As agreed, Xiang resolutely arrived at Fu Sahan's place on the weekend. She knew she had to endure minor inconveniences to achieve her greater goals. For the sake of her studies, she had to rely on Fu Sahan for rapid improvement. However, Fu Sahan's attitude yesterday was indeed strange. She had to get to the bottom of it today. Pushing open the door, she stepped into the room. She found Fu Sahan sitting at the desk, looking over some documents, still wearing that icy expression. Anyone who didn't know better would think she'd been terribly wrong, unable to bear the silent treatment any longer. Xiang asked what she had done yesterday to upset her, urging her to just come out and say it. The corners of Fu Sahan's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, Fu Sahan reached out and grabbed Xiang's wrist, pulling her into her embrace. The intimate posture sent shivers down Xiang's spine. Xiang struggled, but the more she resisted, the more heated their bodies became. Fu Sahan tightened her grip on Xiang's wrist, whispering in her ear that if she ever acted so carelessly with another man again, she would be punished on the spot. Undaunted, Xiang insisted she hadn't been overly familiar with anyone. What you're doing is wrong, she declared. It seemed a few days apart had emboldened Xiang. Fu Sahan gazed at her intensely. If you're not getting close to me, who are you planning on getting close to? The question left Xiang speechless. How was she supposed to respond to that? Considering Fu Sahan's behavior, realization dawned on Xiang. Could Fu Sahan be jealous? As if reading her mind, Fu Sahan leaned close and whispered in her ear, "So what if I am?" With that, Fu Sahan turned Xiang's face towards her and slowly leaned in. Just as they were about to kiss, Xiang's grandfather's words echoed in her mind. She abruptly grabbed Fu Sahan's wrist, her expression serious. Fu Sahan, let me go. I know this is just a joke. I won't take it seriously. Let's start our tutoring session. Otherwise, the day will be wasted. With that, Xiang lowered her head dejectedly. Why did she feel a flicker of happiness that Fu Sahan was jealous? She and someone like Fu Sahan were never meant to be, were they? Their current dynamic was enough. Noticing Xiang's sudden shift in demeanor, Fu Sahan understood that she couldn't rush things. She restrained her restless heart and let her go. However, Xiang was still lost in her thoughts, oblivious to what Fu Sahan had just said. Seeing that Xiang hadn't moved, Fu Sahan, to ease the awkwardness, said, "Do you like sitting on me? I just realized you're actually quite heavy." Xiang snapped back to reality. "I'm not even 100 pounds. How dare you call me heavy? She gave a pointed bounce where she sat before hopping off. Annoyed, she told Fu Sahan, "The books are heavy, okay? This subject is so obscure and difficult, and I'm practically starting from scratch. Of course, I have to bring a lot of books. I haven't understood many of the formulas the teacher has explained these past few days, so I'll need you to teach me properly later." Looking at the flustered Xiang, Fu Sahan felt a pang of regret. She had clearly frightened her. She really was like a rabbit. It seemed she would have to take things slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Xiang, utterly exhausted, lay sprawled on the sofa. She never imagined studying could be so physically draining. Her stomach rumbled loudly. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Chuhi entered, informing them that their coffee was ready. Fu Sahan glanced at Xiang on the sofa and instructed Chuhi to prepare 2 meals, one of them a large portion. "Someone's stomach has been growling for the past half hour," she remarked. Chuhi, upon entering, had also noticed Xiang on the sofa. It seemed the two had been quite busy. Hearing this, Xiang immediately sat up to defend herself. It was just studying. It takes a lot of energy. So, Fu Sahan could make jokes too. She had thought she was a block of ice. After the meal, Xiang patted her full belly, letting out a satisfied burp. "That was delicious. This steak is definitely from the restaurant Fu Sahan took me to before. This world is truly all about money." Picking up her bag, she thanked Fu Sahan for the tutoring and the delicious meal. "It's getting late. I'll be going home now." Just as she was about to leave, Fu Sahan called out to her. Puzzled, Xiang walked back and asked if there was anything else. Fu Sahan told her to lean down and then gently cupped her face. Xiang froze. What did this mean? Could Fu Sahan be about to? She wasn't ready. She closed her eyes, bracing herself. But after a long moment, nothing happened. She quickly opened her eyes. Fu Sahan was simply wiping a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, she had been ready, and it wasn't even a kiss. She felt a pang of disappointment. A woman's secret meeting with an older man is discovered, and she is forced to offer herself to him. Every visit to Fu Sahan's house was a thrill, a dangerous game played on the edge of a knife. Returning to the Yi family home, Xiang, utterly exhausted, barely made it through the door. Before Shiqing, her sister, who had been waiting all day, stopped her. Shiqing suddenly leaned in, sniffing the air. Then, with a playful glint in her eyes, she looked Xiang up and down. A puzzled Xiang asked, "What's wrong?" Shiqing, looking as heartbroken as if her prize-winning cabbage had been ravaged by a wild boar, wailed, "Xiang, you reek of men's cologne. Confess, were you studying with a boy or a girl?" Xiang, caught red-handed, felt a cold sweat break out. "It was a group," she stammered, "boys and girls. I must have picked up the scent accidentally." Shiqing clearly didn't buy this flimsy excuse. As punishment for Xiang's lack of honesty, Shiqing demanded a shopping trip. Xiang didn't dare refuse. If Shiqing ever found out about the time alone with Fu Sahan, she'd go ballistic. Best to avoid stirring that particular hornet's nest. They arrived at the bustling shopping district. "You're always so busy," Shiqing said excitedly. "Let's have some fun tonight." Xiang smiled at her adorable younger sister, feeling a sense of lightness and joy she hadn't experienced before. The moment they stepped onto the main street, Shiqing's inner shopaholic was unleashed. She dragged Xiang from store to store, accumulating a mountain of purchases in just 2 hours. Xiang was stunned by her sister's purchasing power. Noticing that Xiang had barely bought anything, Shiqing declared, "I just saw the most amazing jewelry store. Come on." Inside, the shop glittered with a dazzling array of jewelry displayed on elegant stands. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, a delicate bracelet caught Xiang's eye. Purple amethyst stones, nestled amongst sparkling diamonds, shimmered with a subtle elegance. It seemed perfect for her. Yet, the first thought that flashed through Xiang's mind was of Fu Sahan. She vividly remembered his purple signet ring from their first meeting. The saleswoman, noticing Xiang's intense gaze, began her pitch. "This is from our latest collection," she purred. "Each piece is unique." Just as Xiang asked her to wrap it up, another hand reached for the bracelet. Xiang turned to see him. Yun Xinqian. He'd been busy with his affair with Jiang Xiaoya lately. Xiang hadn't expected to see him here. But where there's a scheming woman, there's usually a spineless man. Before Xiang could react, a gasp echoed from behind her. "Oh my God, isn't that the infamous cheating scumbag and his mistress? The runaway groom and the gold-digging, illegitimate daughter." Xiangxiang inwardly cheered her sister on. Shiqing's words were music to her ears. Lin Zhe, publicly humiliated, flew into a rage. "Those are lies," he shouted, threatening to sue Shiqing for slander. Beside him, Yin Xintian played the innocent victim. "Lin Zhe, please," she whimpered. "I know my sister resents me. You've done so much for me already. I'm content." Xiangxiang was appalled. She'd watched the video of Lin Zhe and Jiang Xiaoya at the wedding banquet multiple times. How could he have the audacity to claim innocence with such irrefutable proof? Shiqing, fuming, urged Xiangxiang to corroborate her story. But Xiangxiang ignored them both, calmly instructing the saleswoman to wrap the bracelet. Shiqing was awestruck by her sister's composure. Seeing Xiangxiang about to claim the bracelet, Yin Xintian rushed forward, putting on a pitiful act. "Sister," she pleaded, "you can hit me, you can yell at me, but this bracelet. Lin Zhe brought me here specifically to choose it. Please, let me have it." Before she could finish, Xiangxiang burst into tears. Yin Xintian was taken aback. Xiangxiang pulled out her phone, showing a video to everyone present. Sobbing, she cried, "Even though you're illegitimate, I've always tolerated you. I even let it go when you came to our house and caused a scene. But you didn't repent. You stole my fiancé. If you don't believe me, watch this video. It was all over the news." She continued, "All I want is a peaceful life, but you won't even allow me that." She turned the phone so everyone could see. The crowd erupted in condemnation of Yin Xintian. She was the center of a storm of her own making. Before she could recover, a woman with short hair stepped forward. "You're shameless," she accused. "If it weren't for that news report, we would have all been fooled by your manipulative act." Yin Xintian was speechless. Lin Zhe rushed forward to smooth things over for Yin Xintian, but she wasn't having any of it. She flung his hand away, glaring furiously at Xiangxiang, who was putting on a convincing display of heartbreak. "Yin Xiangxiang," she roared, "you just wait and see." With the departure of the scumbag and the homewrecker, the onlookers dispersed, returning to their own affairs. The saleswoman approached Xiangxiang, offering comfort. "It's not worth getting upset over someone like that," she said, then helped Xiangxiang try on the bracelet. The exquisite, sparkling bracelet looked perfect on Xiangxiang's delicate, pale wrist. She was Yun Yiming's daughter, after all, and had clearly inherited his talent for acting. Xiangxiang's expression shifted instantly. Watching the retreating figures, she thought, "Yin Xintian, I thought you were more capable than this. Is this all it takes to make you lose your composure? The money you took from me can buy far more than just this bracelet. We have plenty of time to play this game." The ruthless CEO, capable of destroying a century-old corporation with a snap of her fingers, transformed into a doting, kitten-obsessed puppy in the presence of his beloved wife. On a bright and sunny Sunday morning, Chu-He arrived as planned. Xiangxiang headed to Fu Sihan's residence for their weekend study session. He always arranged for her transportation, making Xiangxiang feel a little embarrassed. Gazing out the window at the blurring scenery, she recalled the close call of the previous night. Acting was certainly a skill. Fu Sihan's shocked expression had definitely convinced him. The morning traffic in the capital city was a snarled mess. Xiangxiang opened the car window, breathing in the fresh air. Suddenly, a kitten's meow caught her attention. A tiny, pure white kitten was huddled pathetically by the roadside, covered in mud and scratches. It was clear that if no one intervened, the kitten would freeze to death. Arriving at Fu Sihan's residence, Xiangxiang completely forgot about the small bundle of fluff in her arms. She walked right in, kitten and all, and then became flustered, realizing her oversight. "Did you find that cat?" Fu Xian asked. Xiangxiang explained what had happened, how she couldn't leave the tiny creature to die. She was unsure if he would be angry that she had brought the kitten in without asking. Xiangxiang was in a dilemma. Yi Qing was terrified of cats, so she couldn't take it home. She would have to figure something out after her tutoring session. To her surprise, Fu Sihan took one look at the adorable kitten and declared that he would keep it. Xiangxiang was astonished. The aloof CEO was going to adopt a kitten? Such a clingy little creature. Observing their interaction, however, a pang of jealousy shot through Xiangxiang. The kitten had scratched her when she picked it up, yet was now acting so docile with Fu Sihan. Maybe he was a secret cat person after all. She imagined him in his wheelchair, playing with the kitten. The image was unexpectedly endearing. Fu Sihan examined the kitten closely. "It just has some superficial scratches," he told Xiangxiang. It should be fine. We just need to give it food and water. Xiang stared at him, dumbfounded. How did the CEO know so much about cats? Could he actually like them? His next comment left Xiang speechless. Love me, love my cat, he said, sending her scrambling out the door to buy food and supplies for the new arrival. It occurred to her that if the kitten stayed with Fu Sahan, visiting the kitten would mean visiting him. But strangely, she didn't mind the thought. In fact, she felt a flicker of anticipation. Seeing this different side of Fu Sahan might be interesting. After 2 hours of hard work, the kitten was finally clean and fluffy, fed and contentedly asleep on the sofa. Xiang, who had never cared for an animal before, collapsed onto the sofa beside it, exhausted. Just drying the tiny creature had taken an hour. Fu Sahan approached, and the kitten's eyes popped open. Perhaps sensing its new owner, it scrambled up onto Fu Sahan, rubbing its head against him. A true little charmer. Xiang glared at the ungrateful creature. After I bathe you, you go and cuddle with him? Stroking the kitten, Fu Sahan realized it didn't have a name. After a brief discussion, they settled on Wan, meaning warmth, a fitting name for a kitten found shivering in the cold. It symbolized a future free from hunger and cold. Chewy's announcement that it was time for lunch broke the spell. Xiang was surprised to find it was so late. She had spent the entire morning playing with the kitten and hadn't gotten any studying done. Monday lunchtime at school found Xiang struggling to stay awake. She had stayed at Fu Sahan's, playing with the kitten, until after 5 p.m. the previous day, and had spent the entire night catching up on her coursework. That Wan, she made me copy her lecture notes all morning. Now, with fewer people around at lunchtime, I have to sneak them back to the office. My head was pounding as I walked down the hallway, when suddenly, slap, the sharp sound of a hand meeting flesh echoed through the air. Jolted awake, my inner gossip columnist sprang to attention. I instinctively ducked behind a pillar to eavesdrop. It was Chu Beiyue's father, laying into him. This was too good to miss. I listened as Chu's father berated him, his voice thick with disappointment. He wanted Beiyue to focus on his studies and prepare to inherit the family business. But Beiyue, usually so carefree and indifferent, wasn't taking it well. He actually looked affected. I was riveted, watching the drama unfold. Who knew he even had that kind of expression? Suddenly, Beiyue's gaze snapped in my direction. 6th sense, maybe? He knew he was being watched. His eyes swept the area, and then our gazes locked. Mortified that he of all people had caught me eavesdropping, I froze. Beiyue quickly turned away and continued down the hall, his stride long and angry. Slapped across the face and still strutting around like he owned the place, with a look that could kill. Was he actually that upset? Have you ever seen a girl who dominates every event at the school sports meet? Well, because she was too impressive, she was targeted by bullies and left bruised and bleeding. The long-awaited sports meet finally arrived. Hard work pays off, and all those early mornings and late nights had paid dividends. I'd won first place in the relay race, but I was completely exhausted, slumped on the track. Wan rushed over with a water bottle, complaining, a 1,500-meter relay, and then the long jump? Even a horse would collapse. Daily training doesn't turn you into Superman overnight. Those Chu Beiyue fangirls are vicious. I grinned, taking the water. It's just good exercise. They got the better of me this time, but I'll be more careful. Better to keep a low profile around here. My voice was firm, resolute. After all, I'd faced life and death. This little setback was nothing. We headed to the cafeteria to refuel for the afternoon events. A girl with blonde hair watched me, seething. I'd sailed through the morning's events, energetic and positive. She was clearly furious and determined to see me humiliated. The call went out for the triple jump, and the crowd gathered, buzzing with anticipation. Wan watched me warm up, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her. The whistle blew, and I stepped onto the track. I began my approach, building speed. Just as I was about to jump, a marble, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, shot out and landed directly beneath my foot. I slipped, crashing hard to the ground. The crowd gasped. Wan reacted instantly, rushing to my side and helping me up. My knee was bleeding, the blood flowing freely. Wan's face was etched with worry as she helped me towards the infirmary. The doctor quickly stemmed the bleeding. It's just a bad scrape, the doctor reassured me. Keep it clean and change the dressing regularly. After thanking the doctor, Wan turned to me, her voice filled with indignation. I checked the track before your jump. There's no way that marble was there before. Someone sabotaged you. I had a pretty good idea who was behind it, probably one of Chu Beiyue's or Lin Zay's crazed fans. I'd been too careless. I hadn't realized how far these fanatics would go. I thought if I ignored them, they'd leave me alone. Clearly, I was naive. I was still pondering what to do next when a long-haired girl was practically thrown into the room, sobbing. Chu Beiyue followed close behind. He barked at her, and she scrambled towards me, crying and babbling about how she thought I was Chu Beiyue's girlfriend and had acted impulsively. She didn't even finish her sentence before Chu Beiyue cut her off, his voice menacing. So what if she was my girlfriend? If I ever see you interfering again, a simple apology won't be enough. Now get out. I stared, stunned by his arrogance. He turned to me, asking awkwardly if I was okay. Wanwan plopped down beside me, glaring at him. This is all your fault. You have so many obsessive fans. They'll try to destroy anyone who even looks at you. They even rigged the sports meet signups, which is why Xiang is so exhausted now. She was getting worked up, so I quickly interrupted. I'm lucky to be alive. We'll just steer clear of His Highness Chu from now on. But Chu Beiyue showed no remorse. He slammed his fist against the wall. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even know who did this to you. And you're not even grateful. He was unbelievable. All this drama was because of him, and he was acting like he was doing me a favor. Talk about blaming the victim. Suddenly, Xiang's phone rang. It was a message from Fu Sahan. Before Chu Beiyue could finish his gloating, Xiang quickly hobbled away, telling them a friend needed her and she had to leave. She thanked them for their help and promised to treat them to a meal sometime. Before the two could react, she was already gone. Wanwan seemed to understand the importance of this friend and stifled a giggle. Chu Beiyue stared after the two women, dumbfounded. Xiang limped all the way to the car. Through the window, Fu Sahan saw her injuries and her demeanor instantly changed. She urged Xiang to get in and asked what had happened. Catching her breath, Xiang nonchalantly told Fu Sahan that she had just tripped during the sports meet. It was nothing serious, just scrapes and bruises. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Sahan took her hand. Looking at the injuries on Xiang's hand, Fu Sahan's expression softened with concern. She immediately told Chu he to drive to the hospital. The moment their hands touched, Xiang's heart leaped. Fu Sahan always seemed to find a reason for physical contact. Catching Chu he's amused glance in the rearview mirror, Xiang quickly pulled her hand back, laughing nervously to cover her embarrassment. Clearly, Fu Sahan's decision wasn't easily swayed. No matter how much Xiang protested, the car continued speeding towards the hospital. Resigned, Xiang asked what the urgent message had been about. Fu Sahan's expression became impassive again. She told Xiang about a business banquet in 3 days and asked her to be her escort. Xiang was about to argue, but knowing Fu Sahan's stubbornness, she reluctantly agreed. What surprises awaited Xiang in 3 days' time? Trying to outsmart Fu Sahan? She was still a bit too naive. A few words from Fu Sahan were all it took to render her speechless. 3 days flew by, and the day of the banquet arrived. The banquet hall glittered with lights, and dignitaries arrived in pairs. As the women discussed their outfits, a luxurious car pulled up, instantly drawing everyone's attention. They all knew that Fu San, the third young master of the Fu family, was attending the banquet. Rumor had it he was still single, and the wealthy young women had put extra effort into their appearance, hoping to catch his eye. To everyone's surprise, the first person to emerge from the car was a woman, dressed in shimmering jewels. The exquisite young woman seemed to illuminate the world around her as she stepped out. The crowd murmured, wondering which family this stunning beauty belonged to. Xiang, the center of attention, was mortified. Covered in glittering gems, she felt like a walking disco ball. Fu Sahan certainly knew how to pick an outfit. Overwhelmed by nerves, Xiang completely forgot why she was there and walked ahead, leaving Fu Sahan behind. After a sharp reprimand, she hurried back to take Chuhi's place. The moment Xiang took over pushing Fu Sahan's wheelchair, the murmurs intensified. Previously, it had always been Miss Qin by Fu Sahan's side. Could this woman be from an even wealthier family? The rumors about the Huaxia people being extraordinary seemed to be true. As they gossiped, Miss Qin herself appeared. Intrigued by Xiang's striking appearance, Qin Zhiro immediately urged Fu Sahan to introduce the girl behind her. Fu Sahan ignored her, directing Xiang to continue pushing her forward. Xiang stole a glance at the elegant and poised woman who dared to address Fu Sahan so casually. Could this be the Miss Qin they were talking about? Setting down her wine glass, Qin Jiro stopped Xiang and introduced herself. As suspected, she was indeed Qin Jiro. She possessed none of the arrogance typical of a wealthy heiress. Instead, she seemed remarkably approachable. Xiang abandoned Fu Sahan, and the two began chatting animatedly. When Qin Jiro asked how Xiang became Fu Sahan's escort, Fu Sahan was about to answer, but Xiang cut her off. She told Qin Jiro that she was Fu Sahan's distant niece and had begged to experience a business banquet. Qin Jiro, perceptive as she was, saw through the flimsy excuse. It seemed Fu Sahan hadn't won this young lady over yet. Such an opportunity to tease Fu Sahan was too good to pass up. Sensing Qin Jiro's teasing, Fu Sahan quickly changed the subject, warning her that she would leave if she continued. Qin Jiro immediately stopped her. Fu Sahan was her biggest investor that night. The entire banquet revolved around the Fu family. She quickly told Fu Sahan that there was a project she needed to discuss and that everyone was waiting. They needed to head over immediately. Overhearing their conversation, Xiang was completely lost. It seemed she and Fu Sahan truly belonged to different worlds. Fu Sahan turned to Xiang, telling her she needed to attend to business and instructing her to stay put and wait. Qin Jiro whispered her agreement. Just borrow it for a bit. I'll give it back to you later. Watching the two women walk away, Xiang stood there, momentarily unsure what to do. Barely a minute passed before the scene shifted dramatically. The little foodie within Xiang emerged, and she began devouring the treats with gusto. Seeing Fu Sihan with such a close female friend stirred an unexpected twinge of jealousy in Xiang's heart. Ignoring the feeling, she decided to indulge herself. Just as she was enjoying the feast, that shameless Yun Xintian appeared again, spouting her usual venomous drivel. Xiang, disgusted, told her to get lost. With that killjoy standing there, even the cake seemed to turn sour. Seeing that her verbal attacks weren't working, Yun Xintian resorted to theatrics. She grabbed Xiang's wrist, the one holding the cake, and cried out, "Oh, sister!" She was about to fake a stumble and smear the cake on herself, but Xiang, anticipating the move, activated her own Oscar-worthy performance. "My dear sister, are you all right? You insisted on grabbing my cake, and now look, you've dropped it. Come, let me take you to the restroom to clean up. We can't ruin such a beautiful dress." Xiang's unexpected move left Yun Xintian speechless. She stood there, fuming, as Xiang played her part. The onlookers, drawn by the commotion, recognized Yun Xintian as the female protagonist from the infamous video that had caused such a stir during the Yun and Lin families' engagement party. The video, with its various compromising positions, had cemented Yun Xintian's reputation. Yun Xintian, attempting to maintain a facade of nonchalance, quickly turned to escape the scene. But Xiang, seizing the opportunity to twist the knife, called after her, "That dress looks lovely on you, sister. It must have cost a fortune. You should wear it more often. After all, who knows if you'll be able to afford such luxuries in the future. Don't you agree, my dear sister?" A CEO takes a woman to a banquet. He gets distracted for a moment, and she's drugged with a powerful aphrodisiac and dragged into a room by a stranger. Seething with rage, Yun Xintian slammed the restroom door shut. "Yun Xiang, how dare she humiliate me in front of so many influential people?" As long as Xiang remained a part of the Yun family, Yun Xintian knew she would never rise to power. Her anger intensified, and a sinister aura enveloped her. She grabbed her phone and made a call, arranging for someone to get close to Xiang and spike her drink. Once Xiang was unconscious, they were to drag her to a room, and Yun Xintian would join them later at the opportune moment. Fortunately, Xiang knew Yun Xintian's vindictive nature well. It seemed that in this life, Yun Xintian was even more malicious than before. Since the stage was set, Xiang decided to play along. Feigning ignorance, Xiang continued to enjoy the banquet. Sure enough, a nervous waitress approached her shortly after, replacing her empty glass with a drugged juice. After completing her task, the waitress quickly disappeared. Xiang, observing everything, took a sip of the juice in full view of everyone, then discreetly slipped away to a corner to spit out. 15 minutes later, Estimating the drug should be taking effect, Xiang pretended to feel dizzy. She asked a nearby waiter for the location of the guest rooms and stumbled off in that direction. As she reached a quiet hallway, the waiting thug pounced, grabbing her wrist. He leered, already imagining his encounter with such a beauty. His excitement was palpable. He began to drag Xiang toward a room. Suddenly, Xiang gave a dark smile. With lightning speed, she punched him, knocking him to the ground. Thankfully, he was a skinny man and caught off guard. Otherwise, she might have been in trouble. Dragging the man into the room, she tied him up and waited for Yun Xintian's arrival. Meanwhile, Fu Sahan, having finished his business, searched the hall for Xiang but couldn't find her. Seeing his worried expression, Qin Zhuro approached and told him that Xiang had gone to the guest area on the lower floor, apparently drunk. Upon hearing this, Fu Sahan's demeanor changed instantly. Those who knew him recognized the signs. His fury had reached its peak. They quickly began searching the guest rooms, trying to locate Xiang as quickly as possible. Chuhi kicked open the door of the room where she was supposed to be. However, the sight that greeted them wasn't Xiang in a drunken stupor, but two people tied up on the floor. Xiang, turning to see Fu Sahan burst in, froze. She had completely forgotten that she had come with him. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she fidgeted nervously. Fu Sahan, his voice cold, asked what happened. Just as Xiang was frantically trying to come up with an explanation, Yun Xintian, that vile woman, chose that moment to burst in and start yelling insults. It was a gift from heaven. Xiang stood up and slapped Yun Xintian across the face. Everyone in the room was stunned by her swift and decisive action. Fu Sahan gripped Yun Xintian's jaw, her eyes blazing with fury. "You home-wrecking little viper," she hissed. "Who do you think you are to act so high and mighty? Lindsay is nothing but my discarded plaything. And not only did you try to drug me, you're going to have me threatened? I have all the evidence. Tell me, what should I do with you?" Having grasped the truth of the situation, Fu Sahan turned to Chu He and crisply issued her orders. "Anyone who does business with the Lin Corporation is now an enemy of the Fu family. And Chu He," she added, "call the police." With that, Fu Sahan turned and left with Xiang. Back in the car, a heavy silence fell between them. Xiang knew this silence well. It was the harbinger of Fu Sahan's displeasure. She frantically replayed the events of the evening, trying to pinpoint what she had done wrong. Was it calling Fu Sahan any earlier? Panicked, she blurted out an apology, explaining that Fu Sahan was such an important person. Such occasions called for a more formal address. But she guessed wrong. "Why didn't you tell me what was happening?" Fu Sahan asked, her voice tight. Xiang realized with a jolt. It was about Yun Xintian. Fu Sahan's gaze intensified as she grabbed Xiang's wrist. She pulled Xiang into her embrace, her grip tightening until Xiang winced. "This hurts." Fu Sahan's voice was thick with anger. "If anything had gone wrong back there, do you think you would have walked away unscathed?" Xiang, stung by Fu Sahan's actions, retorted, "You don't know what it's like to have no one to trust. I knew what I was doing. I don't need to rely on anyone." Fu Sahan released her grip. Tears welled in Xiang's eyes. She was right to keep her distance from Fu Sahan. Hadn't she learned enough in her past life? But then, why did her heart ache so fiercely? Suddenly, Fu Sahan pulled her close, her voice earnest. "I am someone you can rely on," she murmured. Their eyes met, a raw emotion passing between them. Ignoring Chu He in the front seat, they kissed, a passionate embrace in the confines of the car. Exhausted after the day's events, Xiang finally lay in Fu Sahan's enormous bed. Thinking back, if Fu Sahan hadn't arrived, that lunatic Yun Xintian probably wouldn't have backed down so easily. She tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position. Something was digging into her. Sitting up, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror. The glittering gown. She was still wearing the multi-million-dollar dress. The next morning, Yin Yiming learned from Jiang Xiaoya that Yun Xintian and Lindsay had gone to the banquet the previous night, and that Xiang, through some unknown means, had managed to get Yun Xintian arrested. She was still in custody. Jiang Xiaoya sobbed, lamenting Yun Xintian's kind nature and her inability to stand up to Xiang. She reminded Yun Yiming of the company's troubles. Already on edge from the company's precarious situation, Yin Yiming snapped. "I'll give you 200,000. Move out of that villa immediately. I'll go back tonight and talk to her, get Xinqian released. He hung up abruptly. He slammed his phone onto the desk. He couldn't understand how things had spiraled so far out of control. He'd humbled himself, pampered that secret of his, and this was the thanks he got? His own sister sent to jail not once, but twice. If he didn't teach Xiang a lesson, she'd only cause him more trouble in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Xiang was privy to every word and action. So, Yin Xinqian had spent the night in jail. It seemed Yin Yiming was about to make his move. A smile played on Xiang's lips. She pictured Yin Xinqian's current predicament, a sense of satisfaction washing over her. Noticing her unusual cheerfulness, Yi Qing approached and asked what was making her so happy. Seeing Yi Qing gave Xiang an idea. Yin Yiming just needed a little push. She quickly outlined a plan for Yi Qing to help her stage a dramatic performance that evening. At 9 p.m., as Yin Yiming's car pulled up to the house, Xiang's hysterical cries echoed from within. Yin Yiming, guilt gnawing at him, strained to hear. Xiang had apparently discovered his clandestine meetings with Jiang Xiaoya, while she and Yi Qing were visiting her grandfather. Yin Yiming froze. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, following Xiang's script, continued her dramatic monologue. I can't believe he's so heartless. All his promises were lies. Since you have concrete evidence of his affair with Jiang Xiaoya, we'll file for divorce. Even if he refuses to sign, we have the agreement from years ago stating that if he breaks his promises, he leaves with nothing. I'm getting out of this marriage. Hidden from view, Xiang and Yi Qing exchanged grins. Yi Qing's acting was surprisingly good. It was a shame she wasn't in show business. 3 minutes later, Xiang received confirmation that Yin Yiming had slipped away. Yi Qing expressed concern, wondering if their plan would actually work. But Xiang was confident. Knowing Yin Yiming as she did, both in this life and the last, he wouldn't be able to sit still after overhearing their conversation. He would rush to Jiang Xiaoya to discuss the situation and likely try to hide his assets. Just wait and watch, she said, a gleam in her eye. The show's about to begin. At the Dijing building, the hacker, arriving directly from the airport, sought out Fu Sahan. However, Fu Sahan, engrossed in her files, completely ignored him. Suddenly, a meow caught the man's attention. To his surprise, Fu Sahan had a cat. Witnessing Fu Sahan's affection for the feline, the hacker's curiosity ignited. He was certain the cat wasn't hers. Learning from Fu Sahan about the cat's origins and seeing the depth of her relationship with Xiang, he couldn't help but feel like a lonely clown. Suddenly, his phone pinged. It was a message from Xiang, suggesting they meet at a cafe the following afternoon. As he read the message, a shadow fell across Fu Sahan's face. As Xiang anticipated, under her surveillance, Yuan Yiming did indeed go to Jiang Xiaoya to discuss transferring assets. After their discussion, obscene sounds filled Xiang's earphones, forcing her to quickly remove them. Her gaze sharpened, focused on the vision of their downfall. A cheating wife secretly meeting her CEO brother-in-law late at night, only to be caught red-handed by the CEO himself. The next afternoon, Xiang arrived at the cafe as planned. Stepping inside, she was puzzled by the unusual quietness. This cafe was usually bustling. However, an even bigger surprise awaited her. Reaching their designated table, she found Fu Sahan already there. Xiang froze, stunned. Only after Liao Haoshuan prompted her did she awkwardly sit down. Liao Haoshuan then explained that he and Fu Sahan had known each other for a long time. Fu Sahan had been present the first time Xiang contacted him, and today he had rented out the entire cafe. He found Xiang's flustered reaction highly amusing. Regardless, having finally managed to meet with Liao Haoshuan, Xiang quickly inquired about software for hacking computers and retrieving data, the price being negotiable. This would allow her to stay one step ahead of Yuan Yiming and gather stronger evidence of his and Jiang Xiaoya's asset transfers. The briefly relaxed atmosphere shattered when Liao Haoshuan suddenly called her sister-in-law. Xiang's face flushed crimson. She hastily told him not to use that term. Liao Haoshuan, feigning innocence, replied that he hadn't said anything wrong. Everyone knew she was Fu Sahan's woman, so how could he possibly charge his sister-in-law? Xiang realized that birds of a feather flock together. Everyone around Fu Sahan was just as stubborn. She sighed, "We're not what you think, and I won't accept your help for free. Just tell me the price." Just then, Fu Sahan abruptly slammed her cup down, her expression darkening as she urged them to get down to business. Noticing Fu Sahan's shift in mood, Xiangxiang wondered if she had said something wrong. Why was she angry? Xiangxiang hadn't even confronted her about that confusing kiss at the banquet. 15 minutes later, Liao Haoshuan handed Xiangxiang the software and explained the process, then proceeded to boast about his skills. Looking at the software on her phone, Xiangxiang realized that despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, he was quite capable. She thanked him and asked how much she owed him. Seeing Xiangxiang's insistence on paying, Liao Haoshuan had a bright idea. He proposed that the price be one question from Fu Sahan, to which Xiangxiang had to answer truthfully. Xiangxiang glanced at the sly fox. Answering Fu Sahan's question, that was practically the same as stripping bare. Before Xiangxiang could respond, Fu Sahan spoke up, posing her question. Xiangxiang immediately stood, pretending she hadn't heard, effectively interrupting Fu Sahan. Knowing Fu Sahan, who knew what shocking thing she might ask, better to escape now. Watching Xiangxiang flee, Liao Haoshuan chuckled, teasing Fu Sahan for scaring her off. Such a good opportunity wasted. However, Fu Sahan's gaze remained fixed on Xiangxiang's retreating figure. One day, she thought, I'll make her tell me everything willingly. Several days later, on the weekend, a weary Xiangxiang arrived at the Dijing building. Since receiving the software from Liao Haoshuan, she had been tirelessly working with her grandfather on a plan to bring down Yuan Yiming. Having to wake up so early on a beautiful weekend was exhausting. Just as she entered, a meow announced the arrival of Nuanyuan, who leaped into her arms. The adorable kitten instantly banished her fatigue. She stroked the cat affectionately. Suddenly, a voice calling Miss Yun startled Xiangxiang from her reverie. She saw Chu He and Fu Sahan dressed to go out. Xiangxiang assumed they had business, but as always, the CEO was unpredictable. Fu Sahan declared that Xiangxiang had been working too hard and needed to relax. Upon hearing Fu Sahan's voice, Nuanyuan wriggled free from Xiangxiang's embrace. The kitten scurried to Fu Sahan, purring and rubbing against her. Such a tender scene, enacted by the usually decisive Fu Sahan, was a surprising sight. Turning, Xiangxiang noticed a small scratch on her finger where Nuanyuan's claws had caught her. Let's take Nuanyuan to get her vaccinations today, she suggested. She's a good cat, but it would be troublesome if she scratched someone. 2 hours later, at the pet shop, Nuanyuan had received her vaccinations. The staff remarked on how well-behaved the cat was, requiring no assistance and remaining as calm as a person receiving an injection. Xiangxiang stroked Nuanyuan, seeing a reflection of herself in the cat's gentle nature. Both had endured hardships and now cherished the good times. A man, captivated by Xiangxiang's tender demeanor, thought she was his ideal type. As Xiangxiang prepared to leave with Nuanyuan in her arms, the man, completely disregarding Fu Sahan's sharp glare, mustered the courage to ask for her contact information. This crossed a line with the CEO, whose eyes flashed with a chilling intensity as he addressed the man in a frigid tone. Thoroughly intimidated, the man quickly apologized. Xiangxiang, however, remained oblivious to the silent battle that had just transpired between the two men. Her eyes widened as she noticed Fu Sahan's sudden shift in demeanor. A woman, for uttering a single wrong word, was once slapped 180 times by the CEO's wife. After Nuanyuan's vaccinations, the two drove to a shopping district. Xiangxiang had been there before with her cousin and remembered a particularly delicious dessert shop. She invited Fu Sahan to join her. Just as they were about to get out of the car, Chu He's phone rang. He informed Fu Sahan of an urgent meeting with the planning department. Xiangxiang told them to go ahead, and she would take Nuanyuan on her own. Xiangxiang thought that even something as ordinary as shopping with Fu Sahan felt more tiring than tutoring. She hoped she wouldn't cause any trouble. Arriving at the dessert shop, she told the server they would order later, as Fu Sahan and Chu he would be joining her shortly. She let Nuanyuan out of her carrier to stretch, thinking the cat must have been cramped. The moment Nuanyuan caught the sweet aromas filling the shop, she took off, darting around the place. Worried that the cat might hurt someone, Xiangxiang embarked on a chase. After a minute of this back-and-forth pursuit, she finally caught Nuanyuan and began to scold her. Suddenly, a familiar, mocking voice cut through the air. Xiangxiang glanced over. No wonder I smelled something skunky, she thought. I've walked into a fox's den. She glared at the haughty Yin Xintian. Seems like prison life treated you well. Did you manage to charm a few more people into cleaning up your messes? Yin Xintian bristled with anger and told Xiangxiang to get out with her little beast. Before Xiangxiang could retort, Nuanyuan, seemingly offended, leaped from her arms onto Yin Xintian, scratching her furiously. The cat then sprang back into Xiangxiang's arms with practiced ease. A furious Yin Xintian jumped up, seeing her daughter attacked. The protective Jiang Xiaya also rose, telling Xiangxiang that just because she was the Yin family's eldest daughter didn't give her the right to act so recklessly. She demanded an explanation for the cat scratching Xintian. Xiangxiang, unyielding, looked at them with disdain. Aren't there two beasts here already? She retorted. One, a big vixen who seduced my mother's husband, and the other, a little vixen who seduced my fiancé. Tell me, who's the bigger beast? As her secrets were laid bare, the enraged Yin Xintian lunged at Xiangxiang, intending to slap her. But as always, Xiangxiang's guardian angel appeared. Chui materialized behind Xiangxiang, intercepting Yin Xintian's wrist. With a menacing look, he warned her, "Do you want to end up back in jail?" Just then, Fu Sahan entered, asking what had happened. Xiangxiang recounted the events. Yin Xintian, after wresting free from Chu He's grip, told Xiangxiang with a smug look, "Enjoy your last few days of gloating. Soon my mother and I." She was abruptly cut off by Jiang Xiaoya, who hissed at her to stop talking. Jiang Xiaoya thought, "This idiot doesn't know about my plan with Yiming to transfer the assets. If she reveals it, it'll ruin everything. I can't risk any complications now." Yin Xintian, seething with frustration at being interrupted, refused to let Xiangxiang leave so easily. Ignoring her mother's warning, she continued her haughty tirade. "Wait a minute, Xiangxiang," she sneered. "That cripple in the wheelchair, is that your new lover? A crazy woman and a cripple. A perfect match." Insults directed at herself, Xiangxiang could tolerate. But insulting Fu Sahan? That crossed a line. Setting Nuanyuan down, she whirled around. In a flash, she delivered a resounding slap to Yin Xintian's face. Looking down at the woman sprawled on the floor, Xiangxiang warned her in a chilling voice, "If you ever insult him again, you'll see just how crazy I can be. Now get out of here with your home-wrecking mother." Fu Sahan, surprisingly, didn't seem angered by Yin Xintian's taunts. Watching Xiangxiang defend him, a smile played on his lips. In the previous life, his mother had died in a car accident orchestrated by his father's mistress. Before his mother was even buried, his father, indifferent to her death, was out carousing with the mistress. A furious Yin Xintian, bursting into tears, ran to Yin Yiming to complain. Seeing his daughter's distress, Yin Yiming was puzzled. "Weren't you out shopping with your mother? Why are you back?" Yin Xintian quickly knelt beside Yin Yiming, embellishing the story of their recent encounter. "Today, Mom and I went out and happened to run into Xiangxiang, but she, without a word, just started hitting us." Seeing Yin Yiming glance at Xintian's hand, scratched by a cat, Jiang Xiaoya jumped in, adding fuel to the fire. "Yiming, Xintian's hand was scratched by a cat that your precious daughter got from who knows where, and she called you and us animals, saying we're not even worthy of being compared to her cat." After the mother and daughter duo finished twisting the truth, Yin Yiming, completely convinced, stood up in a rage. "Preposterous! That ungrateful wretch! How dare she utter such insolent words?" Seeing the atmosphere sufficiently charged, Jiang Xiaoya stepped forward, inquiring about the progress of the prenuptial agreement and the asset transfer. They were all old hands at this game. Yin Yiming knew exactly what Jiang Xiaoya wanted. He reassured her, "I've already transferred most of the assets. The company will be an empty shell. The only problem now is the prenuptial agreement with Yi Qing. Once I get my hands on that, I'll divorce that old woman immediately." He then told the two schemers to patiently await his good news. Hearing Yin Yiming's promise, Yin Xintian was overjoyed. Soon, she would not only have all of her father's assets, but also the support of Lin Zhe's company. Crushing Yin Xiangxiang would be a piece of cake. The next morning, Yin Yiming, while getting dressed, asked Mrs. Li where Yi Qing and Xiangxiang had gone. He grumbled about their lack of manners for not even acknowledging him when he returned home last night. Mrs. Li, long oppressed by Xiang, seized the opportunity to voice her own complaints while the house was empty. She lamented how hard Yin Yiming worked for the family. She complained that Yi Qing and Xiang didn't appreciate his sacrifices, saying she felt sorry for him. Then, lowering her voice, she confided, "Early this morning, I saw Yi Qing sneak the prenuptial agreement into Miss Xiang's room." Yin Yiming's eyes widened. "What luck! I've been looking everywhere for it." So it was in Xiang's room all along. After praising Mrs. Li, he hurried off to Xiang's room to search for the document. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being monitored by Xiang. Yi Qing was furious at Mrs. Li's betrayal, having worked alongside her for over a decade. Fortunately, they had anticipated this and taken precautions. Otherwise, the real agreement would have been destroyed by Yin Yiming long ago. After watching the video, Xiang turned to Lawyer Wu beside her. "I've compiled a complete record of all the Yi family assets that Yin Yiming has secretly transferred and squandered over the past few months. It can withstand scrutiny from any institution," Lawyer Wu assured her. "With this evidence and the original prenuptial agreement, we can ensure Yin Yiming leaves with nothing, regardless of the divorce proceedings." After the lawyer left, Yi Qing sat down, tears of relief streaming down her face. Years of enduring hardship were finally coming to an end. With the matter nearly settled, at Xiang's suggestion, they decided to visit her grandfather's house for a change of scenery and to await the lawyer's good news. On their way, Yi Qing's excitement gradually subsided. If it weren't for Xiang, she might still be trapped in this endless ordeal with Yin Yiming, with no end in sight. Looking at her tearful mother, Xiang's heart ached. "In my past life, you were killed in a car accident orchestrated by Jiang Xiaoya." Yin Yiming didn't even bat an eye, immediately going off to carouse with that mother-daughter pair. "In this life, I won't rest until I see Yin Yiming and Jiang Xiaoya utterly ruined. I won't let anyone who hurt you get away with it." After a moment, Yi Qing suddenly remembered it was Monday. "Shouldn't you be at school?" Seeing her mother recovering, Xiang cheerfully replied, "I've already applied for a 2-week leave of absence from school. I plan to take over Shengda, our company that's currently under Yin Yiming's control. I'll explain the details when we see Grandpa." News headlines flashed. Wife's captivating smile, CEO splashes billions to acquire shares, securing majority stake in wife's company. An hour later, hearty laughter echoed through the Yi family's old residence. "I never expected Xiang to be so patient and composed, to actually manage to leave Yin Yiming with nothing. Qing, you should be grateful to your daughter." Sitting beside him, Yi Qing wholeheartedly agreed with her father. She had been too weak. All these years, Xiang must have endured the same pain she had. As they were talking, Xiang suddenly rushed in from outside, a gentle and refined man following behind her. "Mom, Grandpa," she announced excitedly. "Cousin Yi heard about your divorce from Yin Yiming and rushed back from the company." Seeing her nephew, now so tall and strong, Yi Qing felt a surge of emotion. Xiang continued, "I've been asking Cousin Yi to teach me about Shengda's operations. Once Yin Yiming is out, I'm officially taking over." Yi Qing expressed some concern. After all, Xiang was still a student. Entrusting her with the entire company might be difficult for others to accept. Yi Qing's father stood up. "I think it's a good idea to give it to Xiang." Seeing Yi Qing's hesitant expression, he explained, "Don't underestimate her just because she's young. She's often able to come up with better solutions to complex problems. That's exactly the kind of talent Shengda needs." Although her father, Yin Yiming, seemed certain about Xiang's capabilities, Yi Qing, out of motherly concern, still worried. Yin Yiming quickly ushered Yi Qing away, insisting she spend some quality time with him. Mao Shui and Xiang still had business matters to discuss. Watching them leave, Xiang's cousin expressed his own concerns about her taking over Shengda Corporation so suddenly. After all, she was still a student, lacking practical experience. She would need someone thoroughly familiar with Shengda to assist her. Just as he said this, a sudden voice broke through their conversation. It was Yi Xiaowen, Xiang's uncle, Yang Zi's son. Xiang froze. Wasn't Yi Xiaowen the renowned business prodigy from her past life? Her cousin had actually managed to recruit him. He excitedly introduced Xiaowen, explaining that he was highly sought after at Shengda's branch offices and possessed exceptional work abilities. "Grandpa and I have decided he'll be assisting you from now on," her cousin announced. Having such a capable aide was more than welcome. Xiang quickly introduced herself. Yi Xiaowen had already heard about Xiang from his father, but he knew the corporate world was no playground. There are plenty of wolves in sheep's clothing, he warned, reminding her to be cautious. He informed her about the board meeting scheduled for the next day and told her to be prepared. Xiang, brimming with confidence, replied, "Then just wait and see, cousin." Meanwhile, at the Dijing building, Fu Sahan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, listening to Chu He's report. He informed her of the finalized divorce between Xiang's parents and her impending inheritance of Shengda. Chu He, having worked with Yin Yiming for so long, knew the cutthroat nature of the board members and worried that Xiang would face a difficult time tomorrow. However, Fu Sahan, ever the strategist, had already anticipated this. He instructed Chu He to acquire 20% of Bongwa's shares, the second largest shareholder in Shengda, by any means necessary, that very night. The next morning, amidst hushed whispers and curious stares, Xiang and Yi Shouwen arrived at Shengda. Stepping into the conference room, Xiang confidently introduced herself, asking for everyone's guidance. However, the board members seemed to dismiss her, eager to commence the meeting now that everyone was present. The murmuring continued. The directors expressed significant doubt about Xiang's ability to lead the company. Before she could even sit down, a man slammed his hand on the table and angrily stood up. "Shengda is what it is because of old Yun's decades of hard work," he roared. "Now you want to hand it over to a little girl? What a joke!" Having faced far greater challenges, Xiang remained unfazed. Calmly, she acknowledged Director Chang's concerns. "However," she countered, "if I'm not mistaken, you failed to submit any financial reports to headquarters for last month projects, did you?" Director Chang, visibly flustered, stammered that it was an oversight and that Director Li was responsible for those matters. Seeing the attention shift to him, Director Li spoke up. "We don't interfere in family matters," he declared, "but this company is the result of our hard work. The position of chairman isn't something that can simply be inherited." Xiang, recognizing his ambition, calmly inquired about his intentions. With astonishing audacity, Director Li suggested Xiang sell her shares to him and focus on her studies. He would generously manage the company for her until she graduated. It was a preposterous proposition. Before Xiang could respond, the conference room doors swung open and a familiar voice echoed through the room. "The domineering CEO is smitten with his darling wife, even needing to be fed by her while dining out," the voice boomed. Fu Sahan strode into the room. The room fell silent. Director Li, startled, scrambled to his feet and, with unbelievable nerve, instructed Xiang to pour Fu Sahan some tea. His tone was so arrogant, one might have thought he owned the company. Seeing his wife treated with such disrespect, the protective Fu Sahan wouldn't stand for it. He directed a scathing remark at Director Li and signaled to Chu He, who promptly slammed a stack of documents onto the table in front of the stunned director. Xiang's eyes widened. It was Bongwa's share transfer agreement. How did Fu Sahan get it? That explained Bongwa's absence. She looked at Fu Sahan, a question in her eyes. "Where did you get this?" she asked, thinking to herself that his methods were even more formidable than she'd imagined. Fu Sahan brushed it off casually. "Things happened rather quickly. I didn't have time to explain to Miss Yun," he said. "From today onwards, I'll be acting as the proxy for Director Fong's 20% share. Combined with Miss Yun's 30%, that's exactly half of Shengda's shares. Director Li, I'm a member of the board now. Don't disappoint me." Director Li stood frozen, clutching the transfer agreement, his face ashen. How had his carefully laid plans fallen apart so swiftly? Before he could recover, the other directors began showering Fu Sahan with flattery. With his backing, Shengda's future seemed brighter than ever. Thanks to Fu Sahan's intervention, the meeting proceeded smoothly, and Xiang rightfully assumed her position as chairman of the board. It was lunchtime. Xiang's mind was still on the issues raised during the meeting, and she'd meant to ask Fu Sahan about them. She also wondered if he was truly planning to join Shengda. When she finally got a moment to ask, his answer was surprisingly flirtatious. He simply wanted to be closer to her. Xiang was momentarily speechless at this unexpected romantic curveball. Despite her surprise, she thanked Fu Sahan for his help during the meeting. Things could have gone very differently without him. She offered her assistance in return, should he ever need it, and began to eat her lunch. However, Fu Sahan continued to watch her intently. Looking up at him, Xiang met his gaze, a look as intense and possessive as a predator's, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Sure enough, Fu Sahan, still fixated on her, made a brazen request. Xiang pretended not to hear, claiming she was so tired from preparing documents the night before that she was hallucinating. But her mind raced. He wanted her to feed him steak? Such a saccharine gesture. Had Fu Sahan completely abandoned his usual persona? Who would do such a thing? But he was relentless. She knew he'd pull something like this. She dug her own grave. Resigned, Xiang carefully approached Fu Sahan, stating that she would do it just this once. As she leaned over to cut his steak, he suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her down. Xiang landed squarely in Fu Sahan's lap. He seemed to relish her flustered reaction. Leaning in close, he gently tilted her chin up and murmured that he might be having second thoughts. He just discovered something much more appetizing than steak. Xiang was utterly defeated. He dared to flirt so openly in a restaurant. With a sigh, she complied with his request, sitting in his lap and feeding him bite by bite. Any hesitation was met with a possessive embrace. Enduring his increasingly bold advances, she finished the task as quickly as possible and sprang to her feet. If she stayed any longer, she feared he might actually devour her right there. Muttering something about needing to review more documents, she made her escape. Clapping a hand over her racing heart, Xiang vowed that the next time Fu Sahan tried anything, she wouldn't let him get away with it. She needed to repay his favor quickly, or she was certain he'd consume her entirely. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoya was stunned into silence upon learning that Yun Yiming had been stripped of everything, and that Xiang was now the official chairman of Shengda. Her shock quickly turned to rage, and she hurled her phone across the room. How could Yun Yiming have let this happen? She had devoted 15 years of her life to him, and this was the result? Seeing their luxurious lifestyle slipping away, Yun Xinqian urged her mother to do something. If her father lost everything, that little wretch Xiang would be ecstatic. Are you really going to let that old woman walk all over you? She demanded. Just as their argument reached a fever pitch, Yun Yiming walked in. Yun Xinqian rushed to him, tearfully asking how this could have happened. Had an aunt ye always obeyed him? I don't care about myself, father, she sobbed, but you've given so much to the Yun family. It's just not fair. Her dramatic performance deeply moved Yun Yiming. He angrily recounted the events that had transpired. Seeing the situation, Jiang Xiaoya put on a comforting facade, assuring him that she and Xinqian would stand by him no matter what. Her performance was worthy of an award-winning actress. But Yun Xinqian still seethed. With Xiang in control of such a large company, she would only grow more powerful. Xinqian was sure she'd be crushed. Yun Yiming admitted that Xiang had been planning this for a long time. He'd been outmaneuvered at every turn, leaving him with nothing. But he insisted that Shengda wouldn't last without him. Xiang would run it into the ground. Jiang Xiaoya, eager to see Yun Yiming regain his wealth and power, used all her charms, suggesting he leverage his loyalists within the company to discreetly work towards regaining control of the shares. Yun Yiming understood her motives perfectly, but at this point, he had little choice but to follow her advice. A few days later at Shengda, Xiang was busy reviewing project proposals and financial reports in her office when a knock interrupted her. It was Yi Xiaowen, her cousin, with the project plan from the previous week. Xiang expressed her sincere gratitude for his help, especially considering his own workload. Yi Xiaowen admitted he hadn't expected her to handle things so effectively. It seemed their grandfather had been right about her. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a middle-aged man stormed in, angrily demanding to see Yun Zong, General Manager Yun. Xiang recognized him as Mr. M.O. from Lanner Enterprises. Seeing his fury, she politely greeted him and inquired about the reason for his outburst. Mr. Mo brandished a document, fuming that he'd been working with Shengda for 4 or 5 years and had never experienced such a problem. The materials for his contracted project were severely delayed, and if this continued, he stood to lose millions. Xiang took the file and reviewed it. It was just as Mr. M.O. had described. She reassured him, telling him to return to his company and that she would have a satisfactory answer for him by the end of the day. 10 minutes later, after reviewing the documents, Yi Xiaowen felt something wasn't right. He'd personally overseen the project launch and knew production had been sufficient. Yet the client was adamant Shengda was behind schedule. Xiang recalled what she knew of Lanner Enterprises chairman from her grandfather. He was a man of integrity. She doubted he would jeopardize such a profitable partnership with Shengda. It wouldn't benefit him. It seemed someone was eyeing her position as CEO. She asked her cousin who was in charge of the project. Yishoan thought for a moment. It was Xiao Qingye, someone close to Yun Yiming. The connection clicked for Xiang. Now, it was a matter of seeing what their next move would be. 20 minutes later, Xiao Qingye arrived at Xiang's office. She didn't waste any time. She asked him directly if he knew anything about Lanner Enterprises' complaint. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingye admitted the oversight, claiming he'd already dispatched someone to handle it that morning, but had forgotten to report back to her. His quick confession made Xiang suspicious. He seemed too prepared. This project, if mishandled, could cost millions. Xiao Qingye's casual demeanor suggested he had a solution readily available. He was definitely hiding something. Xiao Qingye, brimming with false confidence, told Xiang that similar situations had occurred in the past. But, he explained, Yun Yiming had extensive contacts with various suppliers, so these issues were trivial to him. He suggested that, given the circumstances, it was best to prioritize the company's overall interests. He proposed Xiang set aside her differences and reach out to her father. So that was their plan. Xiang gave a cold laugh, telling Xiao Qingye she understood. She agreed, saying the company's situation couldn't be delayed, and assured him she would consult her father. After dismissing him, Xiang seethed. It was clear Yun Yiming and his cronies weren't planning to go down without a fight. She wouldn't hesitate to crush them. Exhausted and frustrated, Xiang slumped in her chair, massaging her temples. Finding a reliable distributor on short notice would be difficult. Could she really afford to absorb such a significant loss? Just as she felt utterly lost, an idea sparked. Fu Sahan was also a shareholder. She could consult him. He managed his own massive conglomerate flawlessly. Surely, he'd have a solution for this. She picked up her phone and dialed his number. Staring at the ringing phone, Xiang felt a pang of hesitation. But for the sake of the company, she hoped he wouldn't mind the interruption. Meanwhile, Fu Sahan was in a meeting reviewing provincial financial planning reports. He was furious with his subordinates' proposals. "Redo," he growled, his voice laced with ice. The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Suddenly, Fu Sahan's custom ringtone pierced the silence. He answered immediately. The room was stunned. Everyone knew Fu Sahan never took calls during meetings. Speculation about the mystery caller rippled through the room. What happened next shocked them even more. Fu Sahan smiled. It was unprecedented. On the phone, Xiang nervously explained the situation, promising to provide more details once he arrived at Shengda. Ignoring the stunned faces in the meeting room, Fu Sahan told Xiang to wait for him, claiming he'd be there in half an hour, completely disregarding the team who had traveled for days to present their reports. Xiang, flustered, blurted out, "No rush, I'll wait," before realizing how that sounded. She hung up, mortified, burying her face in her hands. She hoped he hadn't misinterpreted her words. With a sigh, she refocused on the impending crisis and how to explain it to him. True to his word, exactly 30 minutes later, Fu Sahan arrived at Shengda in his chauffeured car, tires smoking. Instead of heading to the office, he called Xiang down to the car. Confused, she approached. The enclosed space of the car felt charged with an awkward tension. Just then, Xiang's stomach growled loudly. "You haven't eaten," Fu Sahan observed. "Let's get something to eat first. We can't discuss business on an empty stomach." Xiang realized his tactic. She protested, saying she had no appetite given the current crisis. Truthfully, she was also apprehensive about being alone with him in his car. Every time strange things seemed to happen. She made a move to leave. "We should just discuss it now," she began, but before she could finish, it happened again. Fu Sahan produced a scarf, seemingly out of thin air, and wrapped it around her neck. He leaned in close, his breath warm against Xiang's ear. He murmured that if she didn't go eat lunch obediently, he wouldn't hesitate to teach her, right there in the car, how to appreciate her own body. Xiang flushed crimson at his words and the feel of his breath on her skin, shoving him away. Left with no choice, Xiang agreed to lunch. Fu Sahan, pleased with how easily he'd manipulated her, preened internally. Trying to defy him? Impossible. After their meal, Xiangxiang handed him the documents for review. Experience, it seemed, was indeed a valuable asset. With just a cursory glance, Fu Sahan identified the sabotage at play. Xiangxiang admitted she had her suspicions about the culprit. The main issue was the project's delay, which left Qingdao with few viable alternative manufacturers in the short term. A small problem, Fu Sahan dismissed, effortlessly taking over the entire manufacturing issue. He then asked if Xiangxiang had any other concerns. Xiangxiang was stunned. She hadn't expected him to handle everything. It wasn't just about the finances. There were numerous other factors to consider. Worried that his intervention might backfire and cause problems for the company, she suggested exploring other solutions. The ever-confident CEO, however, declared that the best solution was the one that put Xiangxiang in his debt. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiangxiang. Before she could speak, Fu Sahan began to demand his reward. Fearing an unreasonable request, she quickly countered, suggesting he accompany her to the mall that afternoon to pick out a gift. A man will use any means to achieve his goals, even having his woman seduce another. They arrived at the mall, and Xiangxiang headed straight for the scarf counter. After all, Fu Sahan had given her a scarf earlier. This debt had to be repaid. Otherwise, who knew what he might demand? Fu Sahan saw right through her as she browsed the scarves. He chuckled. "This is your idea of gratitude." Xiangxiang looked at him, puzzled. "What else did you expect? You gave me a scarf, so I'm returning the favor. But let's be clear," she added. "This is just a thank you for your help. Don't read too much into it." A scarf as repayment? Fu Sahan wasn't about to let her off so easily. He grabbed her arm as she turned to pay. "Don't sell yourself short." He looked at her flushed, confused face. "You know what I want. Clear your schedule in a few days. I'll come find you. And if you refuse," he added, a steel edge to his voice, "you can deal with the manufacturer problem yourself." Tired of arguing, Xiangxiang pulled her hand away. "Whatever." Her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Li Fan, containing an attached file. Opening it, she was met with a series of indecent photos. The images were so repulsive, they nearly made her vomit. She'd overestimated her tolerance for disgust. How could she have been so foolish in her past life to be manipulated like this? Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Fu Sahan asked if she was all right. Maintaining a neutral expression, Xiangxiang claimed she felt a little unwell, probably from overeating. "Let's go back," she said. The car stopped in front of the Yin family home. 3 minutes passed, and a line of cars formed behind them. Xiangxiang remained motionless, staring out the window, lost in thought. Chui finally called out, "Miss Yin?" Xiangxiang startled, apologizing profusely for spacing out, and quickly exited the car. Seeing her unusual behavior, Fu Sahan stopped her. "Contact me if anything's wrong. Don't push yourself too hard." Xiangxiang murmured a response and walked away. Having lived through this twice, she wouldn't allow herself to be so vulnerable. As Xiangxiang disappeared inside, Chui commented on her strange behavior. It was just a quick glance at her phone at the mall. Fu Sahan observed. She probably knows who's behind the smear campaign against Qingda. Chu-hee, having spent so much time with Fu Sahan, had become quite astute. He immediately guessed it was Yun Yiming. He expressed concern for Xiangxiang, but Fu Sahan simply shrugged. "Just a few rats. Let him play his games. If he tries to bite the hand that feeds him, you know what to do." The next morning at 10 a.m., after a night of restless contemplation, Xiangxiang entered the boardroom with an air of steely resolve. "Before we officially begin," she announced, "I need to address something. Someone has been using my name without authorization. During the collaboration with Lana Enterprises, this individual falsely claimed that the project materials were incomplete, deliberately delaying the project and putting Qingda at risk of millions in compensation claims." As she spoke, Xiangxiang walked towards Xiao Qingye, who sat frozen in his chair, his face pale and a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The boardroom erupted in chaos, everyone speculating about who would be foolish enough to jeopardize millions of the company's funds. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiangxiang tossed the photos onto Xiao Qingye's desk. She curtly informed him that, effective immediately, he was fired from Qingda. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Xiao Qingye still attempted to defend himself, claiming he and Yun Yiming were old friends and he had merely been catching up. He accused Xiangxiang of being overly suspicious. Xiangxiang gave him a withering look. "Oh, such good friends," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "So good you share the same woman?" She pressed play on a recording, solidifying the undeniable proof of his betrayal. "Would I accuse you, you scoundrel, without concrete evidence?" Xiao Qingye finally understood. From the very beginning, he and Yun Yiming had been under Xiangxiang's surveillance. Defeated, he stood silently, his spirit crushed. Yi Shouwen stepped forward, informing him that Xiangxiang's lawyer was waiting and ready to discuss the company's compensation claims. Looking at the panicked Xiao Qingye, Xiangxiang told him not to blame her. "The evidence is clear," she stated. "I'm only sparing you jail time because of your past contributions to the company." Enough said. "Xiao Qingye, please leave." As they say, daytime thoughts manifest in nighttime dreams. Despite her outward resistance to Fu Sahan's domineering personality, Xiangxiang found herself dreaming of intimate encounters with him. After the dramatic dismissal of Xiao Qingye, the rest of the meeting proceeded smoothly. However, dealing with the fallout had left Xiangxiang utterly exhausted. Thankfully, Yi Shouwen's assistance had been invaluable in successfully making an example of Xiao Qingye. Even Yi Shouwen hadn't anticipated Yun Yiming's underhanded tactics. Had he succeeded, the consequences would have been dire. Having been awake all night, Xiangxiang didn't want to dwell on that scum any longer. Her work was done for the day, and she planned to go home and sleep. But her ideal of peaceful rest was shattered by the insistent ringing of her phone. Without looking, she answered, asking who it was. Wanwan's voice, laced with mock indignation, filled the line. "Oh my," she drawled. "Our oh-so-busy CO. Have you forgotten our lunch date?" Xiangxiang's eyes snapped open, sleepiness instantly forgotten. Preoccupied with company matters, the lunch had completely slipped her mind. She hung up, grabbed her bag, and hurried to the restaurant. Trying to maintain a calm facade, Xiangxiang sipped her coffee, giving Chu Bei a bewildered look. He, in turn, feigned innocence, explaining that Wanwan's grandfather was conducting business nearby. "Your dear bestie just happened to see him," Chu Bei continued, and said it was urgent, so she dragged him in. Just then, Wanwan called. Listening to the voice on the other end, Xiangxiang fixed a strained smile on her face, her grip tightening on her phone until it nearly cracked. Hanging up, Xiangxiang resigned herself to the situation. Since they were there, they might as well make the best of it. As they talked, Xiangxiang realized why Chu Bei was still single. His conversational skills were atrocious, managing to irritate even someone as easygoing as her. And that little imp, Wanwan, had spilled all of Xiangxiang's personal details to him. That girl would definitely be facing consequences later. Mid-conversation, Chu Bei abruptly stood up. "So, the rumors about you and Fu Sahan are true?" he asked. He pressed further. "You don't actually want to be Mrs. Fu, do you? You're just a plaything to him, a source of amusement when he's bored. Are you really willing to be his beck and call maid?" He continued, only to be cut off by Xiangxiang's furious interruption. She glared at the stunned Chu Bei. Forcing a smile, Xiangxiang replied, "Regardless of what others think of Fu Sahan, he has genuinely helped me a lot. To me, he's a valuable friend, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't speak ill of him in my presence again." "Okay." Seeing how deeply Xiangxiang was infatuated, Chu Bei sighed and left. Watching him go, Xiangxiang wondered what had gotten into him. Every day brought new drama. Later, sitting on her bed, towel drying her hair, she recalled Chu Bei's parting words. "You think the people around Fu Sahan are simple? Their world isn't one you can touch. You'll regret this someday." She didn't need Chu Bei to warn her about Fu Sahan's dangerous nature. She was already entangled with him, aware that their path would eventually reach its end. Just then, her phone buzzed, interrupting her thoughts. It was a message from Fu Sahan. Remembering Chu Bei's words and noting Fu Sahan's commanding tone in the message, Xiangxiang bristled. He really did seem to think she was at his beck and call. This time, she refused to comply. She typed back a curt, "Sorry, I'm busy." Sitting on his sofa, Fu Sahan read her defiant reply and chuckled. This naive little rabbit thought she could escape his grasp. He'd let her stew for a while. As expected, experience wins. Lying in bed, Xiangxiang stared at her phone, growing increasingly anxious at Fu Sahan's lack of reply. The silence was deafening. Had she angered him? She was already in too deep, with no choice but to wait. As time ticked by, drowsiness crept in, and Xiang drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, she found herself entangled with Fu Sahan in a compromising position. The scene grew increasingly vivid until she jolted awake, sitting upright in bed, heart pounding. It was just a dream, but even dreaming about Fu Sahan felt unsettling. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Fu Sahan clearly knew how to handle her. Despite knowing she'd eventually cave, Xiang still put up a token resistance before collapsing back onto the bed in defeat. Staring at the ceiling, she puzzled over the dream. Did she really care for him that much? What place did Fu Sahan truly hold in her heart? These strange emotions were driving her crazy. A first date to see a Japanese romance film? Seriously? And then the groping in the cinema. The next day, as agreed, Xiang arrived at Fu Sahan's place. She watched in amazement as his kitten, Nuan, devoured its food. The little creature's appetite was hardly that of a few months-old kitten. While Xiang enjoyed petting the cat, after a whole morning of it, Nuan was starting to look a little bald. Fu Sahan, meanwhile, gave her no instructions. If there was nothing for her to do, she might as well go home and rest. Seeing her impatience, Fu Sahan smirked. Are you that eager for something to happen between us? It seems I've been neglecting my duties as your fiancé. He was teasing her again. Xiang nearly crushed the cat food in her hand. His continued mockery had her fuming, yet also strangely subdued. Fu Sahan was practically in stitches at her frustrated yet helpless expression. When the time was right, he led her to a mysterious location. To her surprise, the mysterious location was a cinema. On second thought, it was rather unusual for Fu Sahan to be at a cinema at all. As they entered, the manager greeted them enthusiastically, informing Fu Sahan that their private screening room was ready and they could start any movie they wished. Xiang had a bad feeling. Her suspicions were confirmed as they walked in. He had rented out the entire cinema again. He told her Chu he had something to attend to and had left earlier. You can help me to my seat later. Xiang's slight frame trembled as she supported the towering figure of Fu Sahan. The effort nearly made her faint. Panting, she thought, Chu, he must be incredibly strong. After finally getting him settled, a thought struck Xiang. Fu Sahan hadn't exerted himself at all during the whole ordeal. He could have easily asked the cinema staff for help. She felt foolish for letting him lead her around by the nose. After a moment, curiosity got the better of her. She cautiously inquired about his leg, adding that it was fine if he didn't want to answer. But Fu Sahan, ever perceptive, looked at her with amusement. So, you're finally interested in my personal life? Don't worry, I'll tell you after you become Mrs. Fu. Xiang was speechless. What went on in that man's head? A server arrived with Fu Sahan's order, a dazzling array of snacks and desserts. Xiang's appetite stirred, but everything was in single servings. Hesitant to dig in, she looked questioningly at Fu Sahan. He explained casually, "This is my first time here. I noticed you ate a lot of dessert last time, so I ordered these for you." Sipping his iced cola and munching on popcorn, Fu Sahan revealed it was his first time at the cinema, and he remembered such a small detail about her meal. The movie, however, was utterly boring. Xiang couldn't focus. Alone in the entire cinema with him, she felt acutely aware of his presence. Fu Sahan's aura was so strong, it made her feel self-conscious no matter what she did. He seemed to sense her discomfort. He placed his hand on her wrist, telling her matter-of-factly to be quiet and watch the movie. Xiang fumed inwardly. Watch the movie? Then let go of my hand. It was just holding hands, yet Xiang felt her heart pounding in her chest, louder than the movie's soundtrack. Closing her eyes, she savored the moment of quiet. Strangely, she wished time would stop. Despite the uneventful movie, her emotions were a roller coaster. As soon as it ended, Chu-hee appeared at the exit. His clumsy acting was a dead giveaway. This was clearly prearranged. Seeing Chu-hee, Xiang prepared to leave. But the 24 hours weren't up yet. The domineering so wasn't about to let her go. Immediately, the two began bickering back and forth at the cinema entrance. Chu-hee stood awkwardly between them, on the verge of tears. Wasn't this just typical lovers' quarrel? He'd thought he'd never see the domineering CEO in such a situation. The naive Xiang, falling into someone else's trap, was still foolishly thanking them. Chinjiro learned from a friend that Fu Sahan had personally gone to Xiang's company and secured 20% of its shares for her, helping her maintain her position as chairwoman. Chinjiro a veteran of over a decade in the business world, immediately hatched a plan. A battle for Fu Sahan's affections was about to begin. That day, Xiang was in her office listening to a subordinate's report when her secretary informed her that a Ms. Qin was waiting outside. In Xiang's network, the only woman surnamed Qin was Qin Jiro, whom she'd only met once. Sure enough, Qin Jiro was sitting in the waiting area, sipping coffee. Seeing Xiang, she greeted her with a smile and said she had some good news to share. Xiang was surprised. She was already puzzled that Qin Jiro had come to see her, given their fleeting acquaintance and the vast gulf between their social circles. Qin Jiro explained with a smile that she was hosting a business banquet and wanted to invite Xiang. She wondered if Xiang might be interested. This only deepened Xiang's confusion. Why would Miss Qin invite her? With Shengda's current standing, they probably wouldn't even be able to reach Miss Qin's doorstep. Qin Jiro reassured Xiang, saying that she was impressed by how young Xiang was to be in charge of a company, and that this banquet could be very beneficial for Shengda. Besides, she added as Sahan's niece, she felt obligated to look after her. She suggested Xiang call her Sister Jiro from now on. At this, Xiang blushed, apologized to Qin Jiro, and confessed that she had lied to her before. A lot had happened that day, and she had only been dragged to the previous banquet against her will. Qin Jiro, of course, already knew everything. Her visit today was simply to lay a trap for Xiang. Without further ado, she placed the invitation on the table, saying that regardless, she simply wanted to be friends with Xiang. She told her that there would be many surprises waiting for her. With that, Qin Jiro turned and left gracefully. Xiang stared at the invitation in her hand. The naive girl still believed that Qin Jiro was kind and generous, offering her such a wonderful opportunity. Shengda couldn't rely on Fu Sahan's help forever. She hoped to use this banquet to further Shengda's progress, unaware that she was falling into a carefully orchestrated trap. On the night of the banquet, Xiang and Yixuan arrived at the venue in formal attire. Seeing the prominent figures gathered there, Xiang was stunned. Was this the ordinary business banquet Qin Jiro had mentioned? The attendees were all top executives from leading companies. After a quick survey of the room, Yixuan understood. The Qin family's influence was undeniable. This was a rare opportunity. It seemed that Miss Qin's background was far from ordinary. Suddenly, a call of Xiang pulled them from their thoughts. Qin Jiro, with a smile, looked at Xiang, the star of the evening. Xiang briefly introduced Yixuan. Qin Jiro, however, was already prepared. She knew exactly who Xiang would bring. Suddenly, a young man from a prominent family excitedly approached Yixuan, expressing his admiration and mentioning that his father had long wished to meet him and discuss some professional matters. Seeing Yixuan's interest, but also his concern for leaving Xiang alone, he started to decline. Before he could, Xiang interrupted him. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. She assured him she would be fine. With Yixuan successfully steered away, Qin Jiro approached Xiang and showered her with compliments, promising to increase collaboration between her group and Shengda. Xiang was completely taken in by the flattery. Through their conversation, however, Qin Jiro subtly inquired about Xiang's romantic interests. Then, confidingly, as if sharing a secret between close friends, she revealed her own 10-year-long affection for Fu Sahan. She explained that Fu Sahan was outwardly cold, but inwardly warm and difficult to get close to. That was why she constantly strived to improve herself, to be worthy of him. The underlying message was clear. Only someone exceptional could be a match for Fu Sahan. And by revealing her long-standing feelings, she effectively warned Xiang that any admission of her own feelings for Fu Sahan would paint her as a homewrecker. Faced with such a shrewd manipulator, Xiang, naive as ever, was being played like a fiddle. She stood there awkwardly, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Qin Jiro's assistant informed her that it was time for her speech. Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. From their conversation, she gathered that this banquet was actually hosted by Qin Jiro's grandfather to help her find a suitable partner. A matchmaking party. Xiang still couldn't understand why Qin Jiro had told her all of that. The woman was clearly the CEO's intended bride, yet she was openly flirting with his niece at a high-profile banquet. Xiang sat on the sofa in the corner. She hadn't expected Qin Jiro to have harbored feelings for Fu Sahan for so long. She also wondered if he would show up at the banquet tonight. The thought of Fu Sahan only amplified Xiang's already turbulent emotions. She drained her glass in one gulp. Whether he comes or not has nothing to do with me, she thought. I'm full anyway. After this drink, she planned to slip away. Suddenly, a handsome young man approached Xiangxiang. Initially, he'd spotted a beautiful young woman and intended to strike up a conversation. However, after taking off his glasses, he realized it was none other than Xiangxiang, the woman his third uncle had betrothed to him and his sixth brother. Rich people really are something, she thought. The things he says are just as unreliable as Fu Sahan's. In her past life, she'd barely encountered Fu Sahan's nephew. This time around, why did she keep crossing paths with so many oddballs? Seeing Xiangxiang's lack of response, Yunjin asked, puzzled if she was in a bad mood. Your aura today is completely different from the photos of you playing with the cat, he remarked. Xiangxiang was startled. Where did you see my photos? She demanded. Before Xiangxiang could finish her sentence, Yunjin grabbed her hand and pulled her forward. As they walked, he told her that he'd seen the photos on his third uncle's phone. He'd even been severely scolded for it, something that would have been unthinkable before. Third uncle is here today, too, he continued. I'm going to tell him to betroth you to me. Otherwise, if sixth brother snatches you away, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiangxiang finally understood. The surprise Qinjiro had mentioned must have been referring to Fu Sahan. From afar, Yunjin excitedly called out, Third uncle! Fu Sahan glanced at him and noticed Xiangxiang trailing behind. But as Yunjin's words reached his ears, the glass in Fu Sahan's hand slipped and fell to the floor. This clueless little brat actually wants Xiangxiang to be his girlfriend. Chu He, standing nearby, was horrified. Third Master had already been in a foul mood after being dragged here by Qinjiro. Now, anything involving Miss Yun was like touching a dragon's reverse scale. The air pressure around Fu Sahan plummeted. He glared menacingly at Yunjin, ordering him to repeat what he'd just said. Oblivious, Yunjin was about to continue when Chu He clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. Both were surprised by the other's presence. Xiangxiang was about to ask Fu Sahan about his feelings for Qinjiro when a sweet voice calling out Sahan interrupted her. The sophisticated, beautiful Qinjiro approached with a smile. She found their surprised expressions amusing. I didn't see you two during the speech, she said. It made it hard for me to concentrate. I came over as soon as I finished. Old Master Qin followed close behind. Although he was Fu Sahan's elder in the business world, he held great respect for the younger man. The three exchanged pleasantries. It was clear from their conversation that their families had a long history, and they were familiar with each other's members. Their demeanor and conversation screamed perfectly matched. Xiangxiang, left out in the cold, wished she could find a mouse hole to disappear into and escape this awkward scene. Suddenly, she heard a soft voice behind her. Turning around, she saw Yunjin, who had snuck back. Seeing her discomfort, he took her hand and quietly led her away. Xiangxiang had no chance to resist Yunjin's pull. Are all rich people monsters? She wondered. How can they all be so strong? 10,000 alpacas stampeded through her mind. He led her straight to the ballroom. Yunjin declared that he'd worked hard to get rid of Chu He, and if Xiangxiang didn't dance with him, he wouldn't let her go easily. Xiangxiang, having never learned this kind of dance, was about to refuse when envious murmurs erupted around them. A handsome young man and a beautiful woman together, and the man a wealthy heir, no less. It was hard not to stand out. Some of the wealthy young women Xiangxiang recognized came forward to ask Yunjin who this lucky lady was who had swept him off his feet. Seeing himself about to be surrounded, Yunjin whispered a plea for help to Xiangxiang. He insisted that these women were incredibly persistent and that he wasn't interested in any of them. He begged her to help him, or they would never stop pestering him. Xiangxiang's mood couldn't have been worse. She decided to just play along so she could escape this chaotic place. At the banquet, the CEO flirts with a wealthy woman and is caught red-handed by his little wife. Old Master Qin chatted briefly with Fu Sahan before excusing himself, leaving the younger generation to their own devices. He invited Fu Sahan to bring the children over for dinner sometime. Now alone, Qinjiro was about to speak to Fu Sahan when he interrupted her, having scanned the room. I was talking to Old Master Qin just now, he said. Where's Yun Xiangxiang? He asked Qinjiro if she'd seen her, his concern for Xiangxiang evident in his tone. Jiro faltered, a mix of emotions swirling within her. Fu Sahan, seemingly oblivious to Jiro's inner turmoil, spoke frankly. That girl hasn't attended many events like this. I'm afraid she won't be comfortable. Next time, let me know before you invite her. Suddenly, a wave of noise erupted from the center of the ballroom. All eyes turned towards the commotion, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Young Master Yunjin, dancing with an unknown young lady. However, some in the crowd recognized Xiangxiang. The Yun family and Third Master Fu intend to become in-laws, someone remarked. Fu Sahan's face darkened instantly, his demeanor radiating a chilling aura. Seeing her plan unfolding so smoothly, Jiro added fuel to the fire. Yunjin and Xiangxiang are the same age. They're a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. It's perfectly normal for them to be attracted to each other. It's no big deal. She urged Fu Sahan to go and see for himself. At the center of the dance floor, Xiangxiang and Yunjin swayed together, surrounded by onlookers whispering amongst themselves. Xiangxiang felt incredibly awkward, her heart pounding with worry. If Fu Sahan saw this, he would skin her alive. "We've danced enough," she whispered to Yunjin. "There shouldn't be any more girls bothering you now." But Yunjin, reveling in the attention, was full of himself. "I could easily dance another dozen songs," he boasted. "Is this guy a spinning top?" Xiangxiang thought incredulously. Suddenly, she heard someone call out Fu Sahan's name from the crowd. Her heart lurched. She quickly turned to look. There, before her eyes, was Fu Sahan and Jiro, locked in a close embrace. A tremor ran through Xiangxiang, a sharp, inexplicable pain piercing her heart. The crowd, too, noticed their intimate gesture, their gazes filled with envy. "Such a perfect match," someone sighed. "It seems destined lovers will always find their way to each other." Every word felt like a blow to Xiangxiang. Yunjin noticed Xiangxiang standing frozen on the dance floor, her spirits plummeting. Thinking he was the cause of her distress, he quickly apologized. But Xiangxiang, her heart heavy with despair, was beyond caring. She asked Yunjin to tell Jiro that she was leaving. Watching her lonely, retreating figure, a strange feeling stirred within Yunjin's heart. Seeing is not always believing. The truth behind Fu Sahan and Jiro's embrace was a carefully orchestrated plan. Jiro had deliberately spilled red wine on Fu Sahan's clothes. Knowing his penchant for cleanliness, she expected him to immediately retreat to the restroom to change, creating an opportunity for them to be alone. However, Fu Sahan, uncharacteristically, seemed unconcerned, his focus entirely on a certain young woman. Learning from a guilt-ridden Yunjin that Xiangxiang had abruptly left and was deeply upset, Fu Sahan unleashed a torrent of Fu family's secret disciplinary techniques upon a hapless young man. On her way home, Xiangxiang was lost in thought, her phone buzzing incessantly. Oblivious to the drama unfolding, Yi Xiuwen texted, reminding her to take care of herself. He mentioned that his mother was still recuperating at her grandfather's house, and that she could reach out to him if she needed anything. Forcing a smile, Xiangxiang replied that she had just felt a little unwell at the banquet, and that some rest at home would fix her right up. As she watched the car pull away, it felt like saying goodbye to the past. It's just a matter of not contacting him anymore, she thought. A hot shower, and I'll forget all about it. The next morning, Xiangxiang woke up burning with fever. Lost in thought the previous night, she had taken a shower without realizing the water was cold. Touching her scorching forehead, she sighed in frustration. Struggling to get up, she reached for her phone, only to realize it had been off all night. Panic surged through her. Her cousin must have been frantic trying to reach her. And what about work? Turning on the phone, she was shocked to see a barrage of missed calls from Fu Sahan. What's the point now? She thought bitterly. Suddenly, a rapid knocking startled her. Who could be so early? Overbearing CEOs have their ways of disciplining their wives. If the wife disobeys, the CEO applies his expertly honed, 88-year-old French kissing technique until she submits. With the knocking growing more insistent, Xiangxiang weakly dragged herself to the door, expecting to see her mother. She was taken aback by who stood there. It was Chuhi. Xiangxiang's mind was a blank. Without thinking, she refused his invitation. However, Fu Sahan had given Chu He explicit instructions. Bring Xiang to him by any means necessary, as long as she wasn't harmed. With Chu He's insistent tugging, a dizzy Xiang offered no resistance. In the car, she sat awkwardly beside Fu Sahan, neither of them speaking a word. Suddenly, Fu Sahan began interrogating Xiang. Why hadn't she answered his calls? Why had she left the banquet midway? He demanded serious answers, his tone domineering. But Xiang, heartbroken and disillusioned by Fu Sahan's constant teasing, felt her anger rising. She furiously retorted that she didn't want to be caught up in this stupid game any longer. Even a game of cat and mouse has to end sometime, she declared. From now on, let's just keep things strictly professional. When you and Jiro get married, I'll be sure to give you a big red envelope. Best wishes. The realization of what was bothering her finally hit Fu Sahan. He quickly turned back to her, urging her not to jump to conclusions. You know how I feel about you, he pleaded. Why would you think this? But Xiang pushed him away. After learning about Qin Jiro's decade-long affection for Fu Sahan, she felt she had no chance. Let's just go back to how we were before, she said, her voice laced with resignation. This foolish woman, she was truly naive. She was being played for a fool and thanking them for it. Seeing Xiang's stubbornness, the CEO didn't argue further. Instead, he employed his unique brand of close contact persuasion, pulling her close. Say one word against it, he murmured, his voice low and intense, and you'll be mine. But as they held each other, Fu Sahan noticed Xiang's burning skin and flushed face. His forceful embrace only exacerbated her already labored breathing. Her mind went blank, and she slipped into unconsciousness. After 49 hours of slumber, Xiang finally opened her eyes. Every time something like this happened, Fu Sahan was there to rescue her. And every time she woke up, the first thing she saw was him, poring over his documents. Seeing her stir, Fu Sahan told her the doctor had already been by. Just a common cold, he assured her. He'd already given her medicine. Xiang, feeling guilty, couldn't meet his gaze. Seeing her color return, Fu Sahan came to her side and gently embraced her. Whatever rumors you've heard, he said, his voice soft and sincere. There's nothing between Qin Jiro and me beyond business. I won't ever love anyone but you. Please, don't run away from me again. His heartfelt words filled Xiang with a newfound confidence. Their eyes met, and each saw the spark of love reflected in the other's gaze. Come what may, she thought, she would embrace this love without regret. Opening her heart, she confessed her true feelings to Fu Sahan. His response was unexpected. He declared his intention to get their marriage license tomorrow and insisted she stay the night. One moment serious, the next he was teasing her. A playful argument ensued. Outside the door, Chu He, who had been eavesdropping, was in tears. Before Xiang woke up, Fu Sahan's face had been a terrifying mask. Now, seeing them finally together, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. A few days later, Xiang met Wanwan at the mall as planned. Wanwan greeted her with a big hug, but Xiang was still slightly miffed about being stood up last time. It took considerable coaxing before she finally forgave her friend. They hadn't gone far when a familiar voice called out from behind them. Xiang looked up and saw a disguised Chu Bei arguing with someone. Chu Bei, panicked and looking for an escape, spotted Xiang watching. He quickly made his way towards her. The onlookers, oblivious to the drama about to unfold, chuckled amongst themselves, wondering what could have made the usually composed, albeit somewhat ill-tempered, Chu Bei so agitated. They had never seen him like this. Reaching Xiang, Chu Bei insisted he had a prior engagement with her. He put his arm around her, telling the other man to take it up with him. A man's word is his bond, he declared. Besides, that Shangguan Ruxue was entirely his own arrangement. Xiang was taken aback. What kind of high society drama was this? She wished she'd just slipped away unnoticed. A wife hiding a secret meeting with a younger man from her CEO husband, only to be caught red-handed. After helping Chu Bei shake off his pursuer, Xiang, ever the gossip enthusiast, quickly extracted the reason for his flight. Chu Bei, usually surrounded by admirers at school, had spent the day running across the city to avoid a blind date arranged by his grandfather. Xiang found the whole situation hilarious. Amidst her laughter, she wondered if he perhaps had someone he liked already. The question seemed to stun Chu Bei into silence. Thankfully, Wanwan stood up and stretched, smoothly changing the subject. Just as Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, she wondered if she was losing her mind. Why was she so concerned about what to say to Chu Bei? The trio arrived at the boutique. Xiangxiang's main objective for the day was to find Fu Sahan a New Year's gift. When she saw the beautiful yarn, a whimsical idea sparked in her mind. What if she knitted Fu Sahan a hat? A hat with a fluffy pom-pom on top. She immediately pictured Fu Sahan wearing the hat. He would look so cute and adorably clueless. The thought filled her with anticipation. Snapping back to reality, she noticed Chu Beiwei staring blankly at something in a display case. Curiosity piqued, Xiangxiang decided to investigate. Silently, she peered over his shoulder and saw a cute cat keychain. Xiangxiang teased him with a playful smile. Such a delicate and adorable keychain. Are you planning on giving it to someone? Perhaps that Miss Shangguan. Lost in thought, Chu Beiwei jumped, startled by Xiangxiang's sudden question. He reacted as if she had discovered a secret, flustered and defensive. Are you an owl, Xiangxiang? How do you walk without making a sound? I was just looking at it. Don't expect it to be for you. Watching his flustered reaction, Xiangxiang grew even more suspicious. Why such a big reaction? I never said I wanted it. You're as annoying as ever. Just then, Wanwan called for Xiangxiang's help, and she turned away, leaving a flustered Chu Beiwei to compose himself. He glanced back at the cat keychain in his hand. Xiangxiang and this silly cat were actually quite a match, he thought. At lunchtime, Xiangxiang took the two of them to the restaurant where Fu Sahan often brought her. Wanwan, stunned by the opulent setting, refused to get out of the car. I just skipped out on paying once, Xiangxiang. You don't have to bankrupt me for it, she exclaimed in disbelief. Chu Beiwei, having apparently been there before and familiar with the prices, asked Xiangxiang, do you come here often? Xiangxiang almost blurted out Fu Sahan's name. It was best to keep their relationship a secret for now, for his sake. Just occasionally, she quickly covered with a friend. Wanwan finally emerged from the car after Xiangxiang agreed to treat them. Xiangxiang had never intended to make Wanwan pay. She just enjoyed teasing her. After their meal, in the lounge, Wanwan, wide-eyed like a country bumpkin in the big city, stared at the menu in disbelief. 2,500 yuan for a steak? Is it plated in gold? Suddenly, a thought struck her. Who is this friend you mentioned earlier, Xiangxiang? She asked, turning to her. This isn't just rich, this is another level. Xiangxiang, unwilling to dwell on the topic, brushed her off with an excuse. Wanwan, still marveling at the extravagance, suddenly turned pale. She had spotted the free ice cream and consumed 99 scoops. It was no wonder she felt unwell. With lightning speed, she bolted for the restroom. After Wanwan's hasty exit, Chu Beiwei, to Xiangxiang's surprise, correctly guessed that it was Fu Sahan who brought her there. His sudden deduction left Xiangxiang speechless. She thought she had been so discreet. How'd he know? Chu Beiwei explained that the black card Xiangxiang gave the waiter was exclusive to the Fu Corporation's private club. Upon confirming his suspicion, Chu Beiwei's demeanor shifted. His expression hardened as he angrily questioned Xiangxiang. What is your relationship with Fu Sahan? If you're having problems at the company and need his help, I can help you too. That man is too calculating. You're no match for him. Hearing Chu Beiwei speak ill of Fu Sahan again, Xiangxiang bristled. Whenever Fu Sahan's name came up, Chu Beiwei seemed to become agitated and hostile. Their conversation was overheard by Chu He, who approached them with a grim expression. So, young Master Chu, you seem to have quite the prejudice against Third Master, he said, his voice laced with disapproval. I apologize if we've disappointed you. Where Chu He was, Fu Sahan was sure to follow. Xiangxiang broke out in a cold sweat. This was a huge misunderstanding. To surprise Fu Sahan for New Year's, she had made an excuse to cancel their plans for the day. Now, he had caught her seemingly on a date with another man. What was she going to do? Learning that Fu Sahan was at the restaurant, Xiangxiang panicked. She chased after Chu He, asking if Fu Sahan was free to talk. She needed to explain. Chu He, however, could offer little help, advising her to face the music. Back at the table, Xiangxiang racked her brain for a solution. She wondered how long Fu Sahan had been watching. At least she had taken plenty of pictures with Wanwan. Maybe showing him those would smooth things over. As Xiangxiang lost herself in thought, Chu Beiwei, observing her distress, looked dejected. Back at her apartment, Xiangxiang tried to follow the instructions for knitting a hat. It looked so simple, but the reality proved far more complex. Frustrated, she couldn't focus, her eyes constantly flicking to her phone. She'd sent Fu Sahan so many messages, but he hadn't replied to a single one. Even a death row inmate deserved a chance to explain. What was going on? Anxiety gnawed at her as she tossed and turned on the sofa. 3 days later, New Year's Eve arrived. Xiangxiang cleaned her apartment while on the phone. This year, she couldn't go to her grandfather's house for the holiday. Work demanded her attention. Hanging up, she felt a pang of sadness in the quiet emptiness of her apartment. For days, still no word from Fu Sahan. His phone went straight to voicemail. Had he finally grown tired of her? Was that why he ignored her calls? Dejected, Xiangxiang fretted like a worried wife. "That Fu Sahan," she muttered. "If he doesn't call back today, I'm never speaking to him again." Suddenly, her phone rang. An unknown number. Hesitantly, she answered. A voice she'd longed to hear filled her ear. Xiangxiang rushed downstairs. Seeing Fu Sahan through the car window, she unleashed a torrent of words, pouring out the frustration and worry she'd bottled up for days. It went on for a good half hour. He watched her, taking in her Wichik, Wei Chu, a mixture of grievance and dejection. He hadn't intended to let her off so easily, but seeing her like this, Fu Sahan couldn't bring himself to prolong her distress. They drove towards the outskirts of the city. On the way, Xiangxiang learned the reason for his silence. His phone had broken. Relief washed over her. All that worrying, all those sleepless nights for nothing. Meanwhile, in the front seat, Chu was internally weeping. "Sir," he thought, "the look on your face that day, when you saw Miss Yun with the Chu family's young master, terrifying. I never want to see that again." That was the day the phone met its demise. Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Chu decided to embellish a little. These past few days have been the busiest time for the third master. All his engagements were highly confidential. But for you, Miss Xiangxiang, he condensed 2 weeks of work into 4 days. He came to see you the moment he was finished. No wonder Fu Sahan looked so exhausted when he arrived. He'd been just as eager to see her as she had been to see him. Watching him now, eyes closed, resting, Xiangxiang gazed out the window. "Where are we going?" she wondered. "It feels like we're getting further and further away." Several hours later, they arrived at a dark, ominous forest. Xiangxiang was bewildered. A secluded forest in the dead of winter, and without Chu, what if there were wild animals? They'd be barbecue. Just as panic began to set in, Fu Sahan suddenly apologized, stiff and formal. It was probably the first time he'd ever apologized to anyone. Perhaps he'd left Chu behind because he was embarrassed. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a hidden, secluded villa. A place like this, deep in the forest, with a view overlooking the entire city. Fu Sahan glanced at his watch. "I stumbled upon this place during a development project," he explained. "It's not open to the public. Besides the board members, you're the first person I've brought here." He gestured towards a window. Xiangxiang gasped. This was a new kind of New Year's Eve celebration for a CEO and his beloved. Explosively romantic. A secluded villa in the forest. They spent the night together, their joy echoing in the quiet stillness. Prompted by Fu Sahan, Xiangxiang turned to the window. The sky erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. Overwhelmed by the beauty, Xiangxiang sighed. "I wish my mother could see this." As she spoke, Fu Sahan gently pulled her onto his lap. They held each other close, whispering sweet nothings. In that intimate embrace, they could hear each other's hearts beating faster. Fu Sahan looked at Xiangxiang, her face flushed. "Starting tomorrow," he said, "I have a week of international political meetings. I might not be able to answer your calls." He paused. "Are you sure you don't want to reward me before I go?" Before he could finish, Xiangxiang impulsively kissed him. Fu Sahan froze, stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so forward. Xiangxiang's blush deepened. Why had she done that? She felt a sudden urge to bang her head against the wall. Yet, at the same time, a wave of unexpected happiness washed over her. It was as if a part of her heart had finally found its home. After their night together, Fu Sahan drove Xiangxiang back to her apartment. In her haste to leave the villa, Xiangxiang had forgotten the hat she'd knitted for him. She asked him to wait while she ran back inside. Just as she stepped out of the car, a voice called out, "Yun Xiangxiang." Xiangxiang froze. Zubai. What was he doing at her apartment building at this hour? She hurried over to him, asking if something was wrong. His concern, however, seemed focused on something else entirely, why she was getting out of Fu Sahan's car. Xiangxiang felt utterly defeated. Just moments ago, she declared this her happiest day. Now, Chu Beiwei was blocking her at her doorstep. What would Fu Sahan think? A headache throbbed behind her eyes. Chu Beiwei didn't wait for a response, brushing past her in a fury towards Fu Sahan's car. He barked at Fu Sahan to stay away from Xiangxiang. Whatever his motives, Chu Beiwei swore he wouldn't let him succeed. Fu Sahan casually stopped Chu He, who was about to jump out and confront Chu Beiwei. "This is a first," Fu Sahan remarked. Being told told to stay away from my own girlfriend. Might I ask what you mean by that, young Master Chu? Chu Beiwei was momentarily speechless. Xiangxiang hurried forward. It's true, she explained. I just haven't had a chance to tell you everything. Despite their reassurances, Chu Beiwei remained suspicious. He suspected Fu Sahan's tyrannical reputation was well-earned, and that Xiangxiang was likely threatened into silence. He inwardly cursed his own weakness, his inability to protect the woman he loved. Suddenly, a car screeched to a halt nearby. It was one of Chu Beiwei's grandfather's men, sent to tail him. The man, stepping out of the car, immediately recognized Fu Sahan and greeted him respectfully. Chu Beiwei frantically patted himself down. He found me this easily? Did the old man put a tracker on me? Fu Sahan recognized the newcomer as Manager Zhang from Chu Enterprises. His expression darkened. I suggest, he said, his voice low and menacing, that you keep our encounter today to yourself. The consequences of speaking out would be unpleasant. Manager Zhang stammered out an agreement, assuring Fu Sahan he wouldn't breathe a word of it, not even if he had 100 lives to lose. Chu Beiwei watched the exchange, a bitter taste in his mouth. So this is the power of absolute authority, he thought. Even my own people cower before Fu Sahan like ants. Abruptly, Chu Beiwei's demeanor shifted. He suggested they all leave together. Both Xiangxiang and Fu Sahan were taken aback. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Beiwei was hardening his resolve. I have to become stronger, he vowed silently. Fu Sahan, just you wait. I will not give up on Xiangxiang. Watching Chu Beiwei's retreating figure and recalling the strained interaction with his father, Xiangxiang was struck by how much it mirrored her own past life. Lost in thought, she was startled by Fu Sahan's sudden, sharp voice. She turned to him and saw a flicker of something cold and dangerous in his otherwise impassive face. Panicked, Xiangxiang pressed herself against the car window. I swear, I didn't know Chu Beiwei was coming. I have no idea what he wanted, she pleaded. Please, Fu Sahan, you have to believe me. Her anxious, frantic expression softened Fu Sahan's features. He gently cupped her face, his voice now filled with tenderness. Of course I believe you, he murmured. But remember, Xiangxiang, in this life, you can only love me. Stay by my side, and don't you dare go back on your word. After Fu Sahan left, Xiangxiang sank into a soothing hot bath. Watching the snowflakes swirling outside the window, she marveled at how quickly the year had passed. This time last year, her mother was still fighting for her life, and Xiangxiang was still naively clinging to the hope that it was all a bad dream. But what awaited her was a living hell. After her mother's death, she felt like she'd been drained of all her strength, left to merely exist in a state of perpetual despair. The memory of that time reignited her hatred for Yun Yiming and Jiang Xiaoye. But she couldn't act rashly. Yun Yiming's expulsion from the family hadn't significantly impacted Jiang Xiaoye and Yun Xintian, thanks to their connection with Lin Zhe. She needed to find a way to drive a wedge between Yun Xintian and Lin Zhe. Picking up her phone, she called Li Fan and asked him to investigate someone. 2 days later, Xiangxiang found herself amidst the bustling crowds of the antique street. She settled into a tea house, choosing a seat with a clear view of the street. According to her memories of her past life, the time was drawing near. Suddenly, a cry rippled through the crowd. An old man had collapsed. Xiangxiang sprang to her feet and rushed towards the commotion. While others hesitated, wondering if it was a scam, Xiangxiang helped the old man up and gave him the medicine she had prepared. The man she'd aided was none other than Gua Hasong, the father of the owner of the Imperial Capital Antique Association and a world-renowned painter. This was the information Li Fan had uncovered. She had saved him in her past life as well, but back then, consumed by grief, she hadn't paid much attention. Later, she'd only vaguely heard on the news that the prominent figure had collapsed due to a heart attack. After taking the medicine Xiangxiang offered, Gua Hasong gradually recovered. He showered her with gratitude. Unbeknownst to Xiangxiang, Yun Xintian and Lin Zhe had witnessed the entire scene. This encounter wasn't accidental. Xiangxiang had orchestrated it. Yun Yiming, after being disowned, wouldn't have the resources to maintain Jiang Xiaoye and Yun Xintian's lavish lifestyle. Lin Zhe's mother had a penchant for calligraphy and paintings, and was notoriously extravagant. Yin Xintian, desperate to marry into the Lin family, would undoubtedly try to win over Lin Zhe's mother. This, Xiangxiang realized, was her opportunity. Helping Guo Hasong to his feet, she feigned surprise. "Excuse me," she said, "but are you by any chance Mr. Guo Hasong of Ruiyage?" She continued, "I know you rarely make public appearances, but I was fortunate enough to see you in an antique collecting interview once." Guo Hasong was astonished. That interview, recorded over 2 decades ago, was the only one he'd ever given. This young woman, so young, actually remembered it. Yin Xintian froze. This old man was him? The legendary painter, known as the Delicate Hand, Danxing Guo Hasong. He was so unassuming. No wonder she hadn't recognized him. A pang of intense envy shot through her as she looked at Xiangxiang. How could she be so lucky to know such a remarkable individual? Guo Hasong, his spirits buoyed by this chance encounter, extended a warm invitation to Xiangxiang to join him at the Ruiyage Pavilion. Xiangxiang, ever polite, graciously accepted. Suddenly, Yin Xintian, feigning concern, chimed in, subtly implying that she was Xiangxiang's sister. This clever maneuver secured her an invitation to the Ruiyage Pavilion as well. A slight smile played on Xiangxiang's lips. The first step of her plan had gone off without a hitch. As expected, Yin Xintian couldn't resist such a lucrative opportunity. Having Guo Hasong himself extend the invitation neatly sidestepped any suspicion. The group arrived at the Ruiyage Pavilion. Guo Hasong, in particularly high spirits, unveiled his treasured painting, 9 Cranes Greet Spring. A wave of excitement rippled through the small gathering. This was the very painting that even Master Mo, with all his wealth, had been unable to even glimpse. Today was truly a day of fortune. Xiangxiang gazed at the masterpiece, a strange familiarity washing over her. In her past life, to curry favor with Lin Zhe's parents, she had spent a year studying Chinese painting appraisal. This painting surpassed even the most lauded works of the Hamabeo Art Gallery. Its skill was simply divine. Even the untrained eye could recognize its extraordinary quality. Amidst a chorus of praise, Guo Hasong let out a hearty laugh. He declared his intention to gift the painting to someone deserving. Turning to Xiangxiang, he said, "Young lady, I have never publicly displayed this painting. Today, the timing, the place, the people, everything aligns. It is only right that you should be its rightful owner. As a token of my gratitude, I bestow it upon you." Xiangxiang, stunned, stammered her thanks, insisting that the painting was too valuable and offering to purchase it at the highest market price. Before she could finish, a voice rang out, "Wait a moment." It continued, spending millions to buy a famous painting to please future in-laws, only to be unceremoniously kicked out. They turned to see Lin Zhe stride forward. With a self-important air, he announced, "Mr. Guo, I am Lin Ye's son of the Lin Corporation. My father greatly admires this masterpiece. For his sake, would you consider selling it to me today?" What arrogance! From what Xiangxiang knew of her past life, Guo Hasong was a fiercely independent man. He would sooner gift a painting to a noble pauper than sell it to a haughty tycoon. Even so, the rich and powerful still clamored for his work. Guo Hasong's face darkened at Lin Zhe's words. Without even looking at him, he retorted, "I have no interest in who your father is. The guests haven't left, and you're here trying to snatch this painting? I've already given it to this young lady. If you want it, take it up with her." Humiliated by the public rejection, Lin Zhe flew into a rage, pointing at Xiangxiang. "Mr. Guo, don't be fooled by this woman. Her character is deeply flawed. She harmed her own father and even her own sister. You must." He was cut short by Guo Hasong's sharp reprimand. There were so many people present that day, and only this young lady rushed forward to help. "Are you suggesting that the person who saved my life is the shameless villain you described? I'm not blind." He instructed his assistant to finalize the transaction with Xiangxiang and then announced online that from that day forward, he would not sell any of his works to anyone from the Lin family in the capital. Panicked, Lin Zhe tried to explain, but Guo Hasong simply turned his back and had him thrown out. Xiangxiang watched Lin Zhe's disastrous performance with utter disbelief. It was as if she only needed to draw a circle and they'd dig their own graves. As the crowd began to criticize Lin Zhe, Yin Xintian, playing the victim, approached Xiangxiang, tearfully pleading and apologizing for Lin Zhe. She claimed that she was the one who wanted the painting and that Lin Zhe had acted impulsively. If Xiangxiang wanted revenge, she should direct it at her, not her Aze Gij. Xiang leaned in close to Yun Xintian, whispering, "Did I say a single word directed at you? It's your Lin Gij's own stupidity. He doesn't know what he should and shouldn't say." Cutting to the chase, Xiang stated, "Since Mr. Gua said the painting is mine to deal with, if you want it, you'll have to buy it from me. Think it over." Yun Xintian gritted her teeth, her face darkening as she glared at Xiang. "This bitch. If I want to secure my position as the Lin family's young mistress, Gua Husung's private collection is essential. But now, thanks to this woman, Lin had offended the artist, and the painting was in her hands. For the sake of her future, she had to get that painting." Arriving home, Xiang received a notification, 10 million transferred. Yun Xintian was resourceful. Gua Husung's paintings typically sold for around $1 million, yet she managed to produce 10 times that amount. After Yun Yiming's forced departure with nothing, he couldn't possibly have given her that much. It was almost certainly Lin funding her. But after today, whether she'd become his wife was another matter entirely. With a sigh, Xiang tossed her phone aside, curling up on the sofa, exhausted. Unbidden, thoughts of Fu Sahan drifted into her mind, accompanied by a sudden longing for his return. That evening at 8 p.m., Yun Xintian and Lin dressed to the nines, arrived at the Lin family residence. As this was her first meeting with Lin parents, Yun Xintian couldn't help but feel a flutter of nerves. However, the thought of the painting they had brought, a gift intended to dazzle, filled them both with anticipation. They could practically picture the delighted expressions on Mr. and Mrs. Lin's faces when they saw the Wine Celebration Spring Festival painting. However, the moment they stepped inside, the expected warm welcome of a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Mr. Lin sat on the sofa, radiating anger. Before they could even finish their initial pleasantries, he abruptly stood up, pointed a furious finger at Lin and erupted. "My one hobby, my appreciation for calligraphy and painting, and you've completely ruined it. You're so blinded by this Yun family bastard that you don't even know your own name anymore. And you dare bring her here?" Yun Xintian and Lin were stunned. Previously, Mr. Lin had always maintained a civil, if not warm, demeanor towards Yun Xintian. This sudden outburst was completely unexpected. Yun Xintian assumed his anger stemmed from the loss of access to Gua Husung's paintings. She hurried to Mrs. Lin's side, her face plastered with a fawning smile. "It was all a misunderstanding," she insisted, quickly presenting the 9 Cranes Spring Festival painting by Gua Husung. "I went through so much trouble to acquire this," she gushed, "especially for you and Mr. Lin." Mrs. Lin, however, was unmoved. "Where did you get the money for this painting?" she asked pointedly. "As far as I know, neither of Miss Yun's parents are currently employed. This painting must have cost millions." Yun Xintian flushed crimson, speechless. She couldn't understand why Lin parents had suddenly turned on her. That wretched Xiang, whenever she was involved, nothing good ever happened. Seeing Yun Xintian's distress, Lin stepped forward. "I bought it," he admitted. "So what? Xintian just wanted to make you happy. Why are you being so hard on her?" Appalled by her son's shameless behavior, Mrs. Lin lashed out, striking him hard across the face. Lin was stunned. His mother had never laid a hand on him before. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin, without a word, called the company's finance department. After confirming the extravagant expenses, he ordered them to immediately cut off half of Lin allowance. Seeing his parents' unwavering resolve, Lin grabbed Yun Xintian's hand and stormed out. All his fury was directed at Xiang. As Lin left without a backward glance, Mrs. Lin turned to her husband, her face etched with worry. "If we hadn't checked the accounts today, who knows how much money that little vixen would have swindled from Xiao Zhe." Mr. Lin, however, had a different perspective. "That woman might still be useful," he mused, "but she'll never set foot in this house. Yun Yiming is dead, and his daughter knows how to play the game, how to climb the social ladder. What a waste. Anyone who isn't useful to the Lin family is nothing but garbage." The furious couple arrived at a hotel. After a passionate interlude, they sat entwined on the bed. The day had promised a perfect outcome, but how had it gone so wrong? Clinging to Yun Xintian, Lin without a shred of shame, blamed everything on Xiang. Anything remotely connected to her was bound to end badly. With Yun Xintian subtly prompting him, Lin remembered Shengda's current collaboration with the Lin Corporation. An idea sparked in his mind, a way to bring Xiang crashing down. A few days later, Xiang, after a long and tiring morning at the office, massaged her aching neck. Her work at Xingda was finally running smoothly. Today, she and her cousin, Xiaowen, were scheduled to review potential business partners for the coming year. Speak of the devil. Xiaowen knocked and entered, handing Xiang a stack of documents. Suddenly, amidst the list of Xingda's partner for the first half of the year, the name Lin Corporation jumped out at her. Xiang's heart lurched. She cursed her own carelessness. The past few months had been so hectic that she'd completely forgotten about this potential threat. She needed to eliminate this risk immediately. Xiaowen, noticing her alarm, took the documents back and explained that Xingda still had one final order with the Lin Corporation. Because of her father's close relationship with them, this particular batch had been meticulously inspected several times and was guaranteed to be flawless. Before they could discuss the matter further, however, their assistant burst in, frantic. "Miss Yun," she stammered, "young Master Xiao from the Lin Corporation is here. He claims there's a problem with the quality of the materials we supplied them. He's demanding to see you and is causing a scene in the lobby." As Xiang hurried out, Lin Zhe, watching her approach, wore a smug grin. He could already picture her begging for mercy. Well, he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "If it isn't the renowned CEO Yun, business is booming, but it seems your product quality is slipping." Seeing that Xiang ignored his taunts, he slammed a file onto the table. 90% of the materials your company provided are substandard, he declared. "You falsified the quality reports. We've suffered significant losses because of this. I've seen enough of your petty revenge tactics, Yin Xiang. You're going to compensate us for our losses, 20 million, not a penny less." He jabbed a finger at the contract. "It's all clearly stated here. If you try to weasel out of it, we'll see you in court." Suddenly, the reporters outside surged forward, bombarding Xiang with a barrage of pointed questions from afar. The press had arrived. It seemed Lin Zhe had orchestrated everything, laying a trap just waiting for her to spring it. But Lin Zhe wouldn't get the reaction he anticipated. Composed, Xiang instructed security to allow the first two reporters inside, promising to address everyone's concerns. Lin Zhe, convinced his scheme was flawless, didn't believe Xiang could find a single crack in his facade. As Xiang prepared to answer questions, Lin Zhe roared, accusing her of playing tricks. He declared he'd brought the defective products to the doorstep for everyone to see, claiming Xingda would stoop to anything for profit. From the beginning, Lin Zhe hadn't allowed her a single word of explanation. Xiang sensed something was definitely amiss. Meanwhile, the surrounding Xingda employees began murmuring amongst themselves, defending Xiang to the reporters still outside. They insisted their CEO was diligent and incapable of such actions. Lin Zhe gritted his teeth, restless and agitated. He couldn't believe how quickly Xiang had won over the hearts of the staff after only a few days on the job. He fumed inwardly, thinking these fools would be the first to go when Xingda collapsed. Facing the reporters, Xiang solemnly declared that even if Xingda were responsible, the amount of compensation would be determined by the court. Until the truth was revealed, the Lin Corporation had no right to demand anything from Xingda. "If someone is deliberately framing Xingda," she added, her voice steely, "I will not be lenient." Seeing the situation unfold, Lin Zhe said no more. With feigned confidence, he gave Xiang 2 days to provide a reasonable explanation, threatening legal action otherwise. With that, he turned and left, leaving Xiang to deal with the reporters. After finally appeasing the press, a thoroughly exhausted Xiang rubbed her temples, gave Xiaowen some instructions, and returned to her office to plan her next move. The man had taken advantage of her fiancé's absence to meddle in her affairs and help her solve this crisis. Distressed, Xiang couldn't find a single flaw in the Lin Corporation's contract. But if Lin Zhe had gone so far as to involve the press, he must have covered his tracks meticulously. Whenever she faced difficulties, Xiang instinctively thought of Fu Sahan. But he was already busy enough. She resolved to keep searching. There had to be a weakness somewhere. Within just 2 hours, 2 companies had already terminated their contracts with Xingda. The situation was rapidly deteriorating. Xiang immediately instructed her assistant to arrange a meeting. If she could find definitive proof of Lin Corporation's scheme, their chances would improve significantly. Just as Xiang was at her wit's end, a limited edition luxury car pulled up in front of Xingda. Out stepped Chu Beiwei. impeccably dressed in a suit. He had intended to drop by and see Xiang for lunch, but overheard the surrounding crowd discussing the morning's events. Employing his honed skills of casual conversation, Chu Beiyue quickly gleaned the gist of Xiang's predicament. Meanwhile, Xiang was in her office, hurriedly drafting a new contract. The meeting had yielded some progress. Since the original contract seemed airtight, she could only investigate the people who had handled it. Whoever helped Lin Zhe must be one of his most trusted associates. But time was running out. Lost in thought, Xiang was completely unaware of Chu Beiyue's arrival. A familiar voice from behind startled her so badly she nearly jumped out of her skin. She spun around, bewildered, asking him what he was doing there. Chu Beiyue, feigning nonchalance, claimed he was hungry and just happened to be passing by. He instantly regretted his flimsy excuse. Xiang would never buy it. However, Chu Beiyue had overestimated her. Preoccupied with the crisis, Xiang had little attention to spare for such details. She handed him her employee card, telling him to grab whatever he wanted from the cafeteria. As Xiang returned to work, Chu Beiyue offered his assistance. Xiang eyed him suspiciously. Something felt off about Chu Beiyue from the moment he walked in. Usually so arrogant, he was now acting genuinely helpful. Chu Beiyue, hands in his pockets, retorted haughtily. Couldn't he change? And what was with her previous judgment? She'd fallen for a jerk like Ying Zhe. Why would she ever be attracted to someone like that? Just moments after being praised, his true colors resurfaced. But for a fleeting instant, Xiang noticed a look in Chu Beiyue's eyes that reminded her of Fu Sahan. Could a person change so much in just a few days? What'd he been through? After his teasing remark, Chu Beiyue turned serious, emphasizing the gravity of the situation for Shengda's reputation. If things went south, it would be too late to salvage anything. Xiang quickly recounted the entire incident to him. After listening, Chu Beiyue seemed to grasp the crux of the problem. He told Xiang to await his call in the next 2 days. Xiang, however, expressed her concern that Lin Zhe wouldn't easily reveal any weaknesses. Chu Beiyue, with unwavering confidence, assured Xiang, "You don't need to worry about the details. After it's done, just remember you owe me a favor." Without waiting for her response, he turned and left. 10 p.m. Imperial City nightclub. A man was roughly thrown to the floor. His shouts and protests were met with stony silence. The men around him continued their work, seemingly oblivious to his outburst. As his language grew increasingly vulgar, they finally silenced him with a swift and brutal beating. He quieted considerably. When he finally saw the face of the man standing before him, a cold sweat slicked his skin. Meanwhile, Xiang was still hard at work in her office. Though it was already midnight, the lights of Shengda Corporation blazed brightly. The company's losses were still manageable, but in a few days, that might no longer be the case. Glancing out the window at the late hour, she concluded that Chu Beiyue likely had no news. Just as she began to gather her things to leave, her desk phone rang. The call brought unexpected news. To Xiang's astonishment, Chu Beiyue had, in less than half a day, found the culprit. Barely able to believe her ears, she hung up and immediately headed to the Imperial City nightclub. Upon entering, she saw a man tied to a chair, groaning in pain. Seeing Xiang arrive, Chu Beiyue gestured to the captive, now identified as Tan Zong, and instructed him to repeat his confession. Tan Zong, stripped of his earlier arrogance, was now a picture of subservience. He haltingly explained, "I'm Qin Haoyan from the Lin Corporation's operations department. Lin Zhe gave me a large sum of money to purchase a secret product, a material used to alter documents. After the alteration, the contracts could flawlessly pass any scrutiny. He promised me 10 million and a 5% stake in the Lin Corporation after he brought down Shengda. It wasn't just Shengda. Contracts with other companies were handled the same way." With each word, Xiang's anger grew. The man she had almost entrusted her life to in her past life was a monster. Furious, she now desperately needed concrete evidence to ensure Lin Zhe's utter ruin. After some discussion, Tan Zong was allowed to leave. Xiang expressed her sincere gratitude to Chu Beiyue. Without him, Shengda's future would have been dire. She earnestly promised to repay him should he ever need her help, vowing to go to any lengths for him. Chu Beiwei, however, allowed a wry chuckle. Yin Xiangxiang, he murmured, what I want you can't give. He thought to himself, spoiled little rich girl, playing games, flirting with other men behind that CEO's back, even daring to livestream. The next day, Xiangxiang's assistant, Xiao Rui, burst in her office, flustered. Lin Xiao and a young lady are here. Xiangxiang knew exactly who that lady was. It was obvious Yin Xintian was involved in this scheme. The sun would rise in the west before he missed an opportunity to undermine her. But today, Xiangxiang felt a surge of confidence. With a touch of arrogance, she instructed Xiao Rui to prepare for the show. Amidst the whispers and stares of the onlookers, Yin Xintian watched Xiangxiang approach, a triumphant glint in her eyes. He felt a surge of malicious joy. After today, he thought, you'll be the disgrace of our family. Let's see where your arrogance gets you then. Lin Zhe, oblivious to the impending disaster, arrogantly questioned Xiangxiang. So, about the contract, is it ready? If there are no issues, just pay the compensation. If this goes to court, you'll be paying a lot more. But instead of a contract or an offer of payment, Xiangxiang simply smiled. I won't give my money to a criminal, she stated calmly. Meanwhile, in Singapore, a thoroughly exhausted Liao Haoshuan finally had a moment to breathe. Working with Fu Sahan these past few days had been utterly draining. The man had always been a workaholic, but recently it had become extreme. He'd compressed 10 days' worth of work into 4, leaving Liao Haoshuan with barely any sleep. He collapsed onto the bed and grabbed his phone. The work was done, and with Fu Sahan in the shower, a little entertainment wouldn't hurt. Besides, a client might be trying to reach him. He couldn't miss out on an opportunity to earn some extra cash. As he opened his phone, the top trending topic caught his eye. Yin Xiangxiang accused of false commercial accusations. Liao Haoshuan sat up abruptly. Wasn't that guy her ex-fiancé? Was he trying to cause trouble while Fu Sahan was away? But the headline seemed to be in Xiangxiang's favor. Had she already resolved the issue? He leaned in, engrossed in the video, muttering to himself, if Sahan finds out about this. He didn't notice Fu Sahan emerge from the shower. Startled by the sudden appearance, his fingers slipped and he accidentally clicked on the live stream. From the phone blared Lin Zhe's indignant voice. Yin Xiangxiang, what the hell do you mean, calling me a criminal? What kind of stunt are you pulling, bringing all these reporters here? Seeing Fu Sahan's expression darken, Liao Haoshuan stammered out an explanation, insisting he'd only just seen the news himself. Fu Sahan snatched the phone, his gaze fixed on the live stream. Lin Zhe, pointing a finger at Xiangxiang, raged, I took pity on you, offered to settle this privately, and this is how you repay me? Fine, let's take this to court. It's all clearly stated here. If you try to weasel out of it, we'll see you in court. The pathetic Yin Xintian quickly followed up, chiming in with feigned concern. Brother A's has lost so much money. It's only because this is Dad's company that he wanted to settle this privately with Sister Xiangxiang. But Xiangxiang is so ungrateful. She then turned to Xiangxiang, a venomous glint in her eyes. You can barely save yourself, and you're trying to manage other people's affairs? Let's see if Lin Jia will protect you after this blows up. Having finished speaking, she gestured for her prepared witness to step forward. Lin Zhe's blood ran cold when he saw the newcomer. This was impossible. Qin Haoyan was his father's closest friend. He would never betray him. He rushed forward, invoking his father's name, desperate to silence the man. Uncle Tan, why are you here personally? Didn't my father invite you for tea today? I've got this handled, you don't need to worry. But then, with a resounding thud, Qin Haoyan dropped to his knees, his voice thick with anguish as he pleaded with Lin Zhe. Don't let that woman ruin the Lin Corporation any further. This is your father's life's work. Sensing a juicy scandal, the crowd instantly turned their attention to Yin Xintian. Reporters swarmed around her, peppering her with sharp, probing questions. Yin Xintian recoiled, shrinking back under the barrage, urging Lin Zhe to intervene and rescue her from the onslaught. But before the crowd could fully digest this bombshell, another one dropped. Chu Beiwei, impeccably dressed in a suit, suddenly appeared on the scene. A bold reporter nervously approached Chu Beiwei, cautiously asking why he was present, adding that he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. Everyone knew Chu Beiyue's notoriously proud and untamed personality. He wasn't one to indulge the press, and was known to lash out if provoked. Yet, surprisingly, Chu Beiyue accepted the microphone. Facing the cameras of both domestic and international press, he solemnly declared, "After thorough investigation, I, on behalf of our group, officially announce a partnership with Shengda Corporation, effective immediately." The reporters, ecstatic at this breaking news, scrambled to capture the moment, snapping photos furiously. They silently thanked Yun Xiangxiang for the invitation, vowing to attend any future Shengda press conferences. Xiangxiang, however, was completely bewildered by Chu Beiyue's unexpected maneuver. She had simply asked him for help in exposing Lin Zhe. When had she agreed to a partnership? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Shengda is the only small company to ever secure a partnership with the Chu Corporation. First, they had Fuji's backing, and now the Chu family's cooperation. They're really going to soar now, aren't they? The mention of Fuji jolted Xiangxiang. To ensure Lin Zhe's utter humiliation, she had invited many overseas reporters. Fu Sahan would definitely see this broadcast. She was doomed. The man had audaciously demanded a day with her in front of her fiancé. After the announcement of the Chu Corporation partnership, reporters swarmed Xiangxiang, eager to hear her thoughts. Overwhelmed, Xiangxiang could only think of one word: terrified. Standing off to the side, Yun Xintian glared at Xiangxiang with venomous hatred. Fu Sahan, every wealthy and influential man you come into contact with ends up willingly working for you. How can I not hate you? I was so close to ruining you completely. Seeing the crowd focused on Chu Beiyue and Yun Xiangxiang, Lin Zhe hurried to Yun Xintian's side. He whispered, "This situation is turning against us. I didn't expect that bitch Yun Xiangxiang to have such powerful connections." He grabbed Yun Xintian's hand, preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, Lin Jia, ever observant, caught their furtive movements. He immediately dispatched security to intercept them. With Xiangxiang's consent, they were escorted away to the police station. Lin Zhe's parents would undoubtedly know about this by now, and with Yun Xintian present, they wouldn't escape unscathed. Liao Haoshuan, nervously gulping, was stunned by Xiangxiang's boldness. Seeing the situation largely resolved, Fu Sahan tossed his phone to him. Liao Haoshuan, near tears, scrambled to catch his precious device. It contained a treasure trove of exclusive videos, and he was terrified Fu Sahan would smash it in a fit of anger. As soon as he handed over the phone, Fu Sahan informed Liao Haoshuan that he was leaving tomorrow. The meeting was concluded, and Liao Haoshuan was responsible for wrapping things up. Liao Haoshuan immediately launched into a tearful protest. "Don't forget your bros for a woman. I'll be worked to death with all this." However, swayed by the promise of triple his usual pay, Liao Haoshuan instantly changed his tune, vowing to handle everything and threatening anyone who dared to steal his workload. With everything settled, Xiangxiang joined Chu Beiyue for dinner in the company restaurant. Chu Beiyue, however, was utterly perplexed. Countless people would kill for a partnership with the Chu Corporation, yet Yun Xiangxiang was still sulking. From Xiangxiang's perspective, he had announced such a significant partnership without consulting her. The reporters would be hounding her relentlessly now. What nuisance! Chu Beiyue, ever perceptive, understood the source of her frustration. Suddenly, Xiangxiang's phone chimed. It was Fu Sahan. Answering the call, she quickly explained that she was having dinner with Chu Beiyue and recounted the entire incident in a single breath, leaving Chu Beiyue, who overheard everything, utterly speechless. How had she not passed out from holding her breath for so long? Suddenly, Fu Sahan's voice softened, laced with longing. He told Xiangxiang he missed her terribly and asked her to say his name, claiming it would ease his pain. Fu Sahan was definitely doing this on purpose. If she actually said those words in front of Chu Beiyue, she might as well pack an aircraft carrier and flee the planet. After agonizing over it, Xiangxiang decided it was best to reassure him. She whispered shyly. Chu Beiyue, of course, had heard every word. He'd put Xiangxiang up to this as a public declaration of his claim on her. Not about to let him get away with it. Chu Beiyue interrupted before Xiangxiang could finish, mocking Fu Sahan for his sudden display of affection. Ignoring Xiangxiang's warning, he continued his provocation. Did Yun Xiangxiang tell you what happened? Where were you when she needed help the most? Don't tell me you were too busy burying your head in work, Mr. Vice President. Seeing Chu Beiyue fanning the flames, Xiang quickly cut him off, explaining that she hadn't wanted to burden him and had tried to handle things herself, clearly overestimating her abilities. Whether Fu Sahan believed her or not, the situation was already tense. Now all she could do was pray. The two men began arguing on the other end of the line. Moments later, Fu Sahan declared war, accusing Chu Beiyue of lacking self-awareness. "Do you enjoy eavesdropping on lovers' sweet nothings so much?" he sneered. Xiang was caught in a dilemma. If this continued, she'd become a laughingstock. But if she hung up on Fu Sahan, she'd face even worse consequences. Seeing her predicament, Chu Beiyue stood up to leave. "As for the favor you owe me," he told Xiang, "I've decided. Spend the day after tomorrow with me. For such a big favor, that's not too much to ask, is it? Don't worry, I won't ask you to do anything strange. But I expect it to be just the two of us. Don't go back on your word." He left Xiang alone, swaying in the metaphorical cold wind. "I'm guilty. Please punish me. But can I go back to the moment before Fu Sahan called? I'm so dead." A woman's act of bravery leads to an encounter with a genius risk control specialist. A small act of kindness brings him into her fold. The next morning, Xiang, thoroughly disguised, arrived at the international airport. Fu Sahan had spent a good part of yesterday coaxing her, insisting she pick him up today. The incident with Lin Zhe was undoubtedly public knowledge, so Xiang had taken special care with her disguise. Suddenly, a shout of "thief" rang through the hall. As luck would have it, the thief ran right past Xiang. Her sense of justice flared. How dare someone try this right under her nose? "Stop, you scoundrel!" she yelled, giving chase. She'd barely taken 2 steps before her recent lack of exercise caught up with her, leaving her breathless and forced to stop. Just then, Xiang's guardian angel, Chu He, descended from the heavens. He grabbed the thief and delivered a swift left hook, knocking him to the ground. But when Xiang saw the thief's face, she was puzzled. She'd seen him somewhere before. Golden hair, green eyes. Wasn't this Feng Ziyu, the genius risk assessment manager for Manhwa Group's CEO, in her past life? She remembered hearing that Feng Ziyu was fiercely loyal to the CEO because he'd once saved his life, helping the group secure many difficult deals. So this was Feng Ziyu before he joined Lianhua, so down on his luck. Realization dawned on Xiang, and she quickly stopped Chu He from any further action. Faced with Chu He's questioning look, she racked her brain for a plausible explanation that wouldn't reveal her rebirth. How could she keep him here? Suddenly, Feng Ziyu scrambled to his feet and asked Xiang for food. Xiang was taken aback. What was going on? She'd never seen a thief who didn't run, let alone one who boldly demanded food. Was this Feng Ziyu's true personality? She pulled a bread roll from her bag, which he snatched and devoured ravenously. Chu He was even more bewildered. He warned Xiang that this man's origins were unknown, and he ate like a starving ghost. Perhaps they should take him to the police. Xiang still hadn't come up with a good reason to keep Feng Ziyu, just as she was agonizing over it. Fu Sahan emerged, his face expressionless. Seeing him, Xiang felt a surge of nervousness. What was with that expression? She thought she'd smoothed things over yesterday. Why did he still seem angry? He glanced at the furiously eating Feng Ziyu and asked Chu He what was going on. After Chu He explained the situation in detail, Fu Sahan understood. Xiang spoke up for Feng Ziyu, suggesting they let him go after he apologized to the victim. He didn't try to run, so he couldn't be all bad. It was the best she could come up with for now. Her priority was to keep Feng Ziyu out of police custody. But Fu Sahan sternly declared that they couldn't let him go. If every thief was forgiven so easily, society would descend into chaos. Xiang was speechless. He was definitely still angry, deliberately contradicting her. Just as Feng Ziyu stared at his empty bread wrapper, still hungry, the victim and the police arrived. But when they saw Xiang's face, in a flash, the thief was forgotten. Xiang grasped the woman's hand, overflowing with gratitude, but a nagging sense of foreboding lingered. Sure enough, the woman, still clutching Xiang's hand, launched into an effusive monologue. "Oh, my dear girl," she gushed, "I have to say, that video of you was so satisfying. That Lin Corporation, they're absolutely outrageous. I don't understand all the details, but even a blind person could see that the handsome young man who stood up for you is a rare find. Do you have a boyfriend, dear? I think that sensible young man would be perfect. You should definitely seize the opportunity. The woman's words grew increasingly outlandish, sending shivers down Xiangxiang's spine. The woman's excited pronouncements drew the attention of those nearby, and a crowd began to gather. Xiangxiang quickly and politely interrupted the torrent of words, asking the woman to check her bag for any missing items. As for the person who had taken the bag, if the woman trusted her, Xiangxiang would handle it. She then instructed Feng Ziyu to apologize. Surprisingly, he obeyed, though a strange feeling gnawed at him, a sense that disobedience might have dire consequences. The woman, placing complete faith in Xiangxiang, even offered a parting piece of advice. Hold on to Chu Beiwei. Xiangxiang began to wonder if the woman was a plant hired by Chu Beiwei himself. With the most pressing issue resolved, Xiangxiang turned to Feng Ziyu, asking for his details. After confirming his identity as the prodigious risk analyst, she still fretted over whether Fu Sahan would agree to let him join Xingda. To her relief, Fu Sahan simply stated that with him by her side, she could do as she pleased without reservation. Hearing this, a wave of unexpected joy washed over Xiangxiang. He had ignored her just moments before. Truly a man of moods. A young woman waits innocently all day, only to be kept overnight by a domineering CEO. En route to the Dijing building in Fu Sahan's car, Xiangxiang chattered excitedly about Feng Ziyu's background. Just as she remembered, he was the son of the chairman of Fengqi Group, a company that had been among the top 3 in the capital 5 years prior. Though the reason for Fengqi's sudden bankruptcy remained a mystery, Feng Ziyu's talent was undeniable. Paired with her cousin, Xiangxiang envisioned a meteoric rise for Shengda, the thought alone filling her with exhilaration. She was completely oblivious to Fu Sahan's growing unease. Spending over an hour praising another man in front of her boyfriend was bound to stir some jealousy, especially in someone as possessive as Fu Sahan. As he edged closer, Xiangxiang nervously explained that she only felt comfortable enough to speak so freely around him, just as she had about Chu Beiwei. He shouldn't be so quick to jump to conclusions. But the CEO, recalling his own unease over the past few days, remained disgruntled. He declared that only a day of dedicated attention from Xiangxiang would appease him. Observing their playful banter from the front seat, Chu He, Fu Sahan's mother, felt a surge of warmth. This was likely the most relaxed her son had been in days. Miss Yin had truly changed him. However, upon arriving at Fu Sahan's residence, Xiangxiang spent the entire day playing with Nuanyuan, Fu Sahan's daughter. It was late by the time he finally finished working. Seeing Fu Sahan return so late, Xiangxiang rose to leave. To her surprise, he suddenly asked her to stay the night. Xiangxiang bristled. That was out of the question. She had promised to go home. They had only officially been together for 2 weeks. Things couldn't move this fast. Despite her protests, her mind raced, conjuring a series of compromising images. Flustered, she suggested that he must be exhausted after his long day and needed to rest. She would escort him to his room. As she steered him towards the bedroom, it dawned on her that he needed help getting into bed. A pang of sympathy shot through her lower back, bracing itself for the familiar strain. Reaching the bed, she hesitated, suggesting he might manage on his own. But Fu Sahan wasn't about to let her off the hook. Hadn't she just offered to help him rest? Resigned, Xiangxiang complied. As she helped him up, she was surprised by his lightness. Perhaps her own strength had increased, just as she celebrated the reprieve for her back. Her foot slipped, sending her tumbling onto the bed. With Fu Sahan's considerable weight falling on top of her, she braced for the impact. But then he swiftly wrapped his arms around her, executing a mid-air rotation that landed him beneath her. Xiangxiang quickly sat up. This was a bed, not the floor. She worried about his back, hoping he hadn't injured himself. Such an injury could have lasting consequences. Despite the intimate position, Fu Sahan simply held her close, silent. Xiangxiang, already sensing something amiss, finally voiced her concerns. He felt different since returning, not quite the same as before. While he had always been reserved, something had shifted. If she had to put her finger on it, perhaps he was clingier. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Fu Sahan gazed at Xiangxiang with an intense affection. "I'm actually afraid you'll leave me one day," he confessed, a hint of vulnerability in his voice. Isn't that ridiculous? Regardless, I never intended to let you go from the start. You're mine. From now on, you can only rely on me. Xiang thought to herself, so he's still uneasy about Chu Beiwei helping me with the Lin Corporation issue. Suddenly, Xiang leaned in and kissed him, a kiss that silenced his insecurities. Pulling back, she explained, the Lin Corporation situation caught me off guard. Chu Beiwei really did help me a lot, but we're just friends. I don't have any feelings for him beyond that. She looked him in the eyes. I need you to trust me. She turned to leave, but Fu Sahan, ever the domineering CEO, caught her arm and pulled her close, holding her tightly. Stay tonight, he murmured. I promise I won't do anything inappropriate. Xiang, however, found this promise utterly unbelievable. I'd sooner believe in aliens than his words, she thought. I'm not even an adult yet, and he wants me to stay. Resigned to her fate, she could only mentally scream her frustration into the void. Man sends late-night messages to meet his little wife. The next day, she brings her CEO fiancé to the meeting. The following morning, Xiang, curled up in Fu Sahan's embrace, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon his sculpted abs, and she gasped silently. Thank goodness I didn't make a sound. She'd been forced to stay the night, and though they just slept, being so close to him was incredibly stimulating. Staring at his exquisite features and sharp jawline, she felt a blush creep up her cheeks. A sudden urge to kiss him arose, but the last shred of her composure held her back. I have to get out of here while he's still asleep, she decided. This is too dangerous. Carefully, she extracted her arm. Seeing that Fu Sahan hadn't stirred, she was about to slip out of bed when she noticed an unread message on her phone. Opening it, she froze. It was from Chu Beiwei, sent at 1 a.m. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that she'd completely forgotten about it. What do I do now? She panicked. Refuse or go? Both options feel disastrous. Lost in thought, Fu Sahan suddenly rolled over, pinning her beneath him. His morning arousal pressed against her, adding another layer of complexity to the already fraught situation. Their eyes met, the air thick with tension. The quiet morning was punctuated by Xiang's soft gasp. Meanwhile, Chu Beiwei, having arrived early at the shopping district, waited patiently, oblivious to the intimate scene unfolding elsewhere. Little did he know that the couple he was waiting for were currently engaged in a different kind of activity altogether. After several hours, a chorus of excited squeals erupted behind him. Turning, he saw Xiang pushing Fu Sahan in a wheelchair towards him. Xiang's eyes met Chu Beiwei's, his expression dark and stormy. Mortified, she wished the earth would swallow her whole. 2 hours earlier, Fu Sahan had discovered Chu Beiwei's message. Despite Xiang's assurances that she could handle the situation and simply wanted to clarify their relationship, Fu Sahan, increasingly possessive, refused to let her go anywhere alone. He insisted on accompanying her, suspicious of Chu Beiwei's motives. From now on, limit your contact with him, he declared, pushing forward without waiting for her agreement. As expected, the two men clashed immediately. Haven't you two seen each other in a while? Chu Beiwei remarked sarcastically. If your memory serves you right, you'd remember I only asked Xiang to meet. Are you controlling her life to this extent? Fu Sahan, unfazed, stared back. There's nothing I can do, he replied with a playful smirk. My girlfriend is just too adorable. Anyone would be worried about letting her meet a stranger alone. Caught between them, Xiang stood frozen in awkward silence. Why are they fighting again? She lamented. Chu Beiwei had helped her. She needed to defuse the situation before Fu Sahan truly lost his temper. Thinking fast, she suggested, why are we just standing here? It's time for lunch. Let's find a restaurant. To her dismay, both men rejected her proposal in unison. Seeing her distress, Chu Beiwei stepped forward. I didn't realize you were so petty, Mr. Fu, he taunted. I simply invited Xiang out as a friend. You're being incredibly paranoid. Well, Mr. Chu, I understand you want to relax after working so hard, Fu Sahan retorted smoothly. Let's try to get along today. Xiang wanted to cry. If she'd known they were this incompatible, she would have stopped Fu Sahan from coming. It's too late now, she thought miserably. Two domineering CEOs, titans of the business world, found themselves locked in a petty rivalry. Their usual aura of power and intimidation was replaced by a childish need to one-up each other, all for the sake of impressing Xiang. The trio, Xiang caught between the two men, made their way to an arcade. A mischievous glint sparked in Chu Beiwei's eyes. Knowing Fu Sahan's stiff, proper personality, he was certain the man wouldn't know the first thing about video games. This was his chance to utterly embarrass his rival. With his plan firmly in place, Chu Beiyue turned his charm on Xiangxiang, suggesting they head to the arcade. He feigned disappointment about their last visit, claiming they hadn't had enough time to truly enjoy themselves. Sweet, unsuspecting, Xiangxiang fell for the ruse, recalling the difficulty of the games and the numerous challengers who had failed. Xiangxiang, momentarily forgetting the simmering jealousy between the two men, launched into a detailed explanation of the games and their controls for Fu Sahan. She recalled how she and Wanwan had discovered the arcade together. Observing Xiangxiang's attentiveness towards Fu Sahan, Chu Beiyue, walking ahead, felt a surge of irritation. Arriving at a game, Xiangxiang watched Chu Beiyue's clumsy attempts with amusement. She offered to show him how it was done, her hands dancing over the controls. After her demonstration, Fu Sahan seemed to grasp the basic mechanics. Secretly, however, Xiangxiang doubted he'd ever played anything like this before. In her mind, Fu Sahan's world revolved around golf and horseback riding, the quintessential pursuits of the wealthy. Engrossed in her tutorial, Xiangxiang lost sight of Chu Beiyue. A wave of relief washed over her. If the day could just end like this, she would be eternally grateful. Spending time with these two rivals was shaving years off her life. Suddenly, a commotion from the crowd caught her attention. Curiosity piqued. She left Fu Sahan to investigate. Peeking through the throng of people, Xiangxiang spotted Chu Beiyue passionately battling for a spot on the high-score leaderboard. With impressive dexterity, he maneuvered his avatar, landing in third place, a mere 30 points shy of the top score. Rumor had it that the top score belonged to a test account used by the game developers. Xiangxiang was impressed. While Chu Beiyue had achieved high scores before, this was on another level. He was truly skilled. Then, with audacious boldness, Chu Beiyue invited Fu Sahan to play, suggesting he just give it a try. He offered to patiently explain the rules again, adding that it wasn't embarrassing to be unfamiliar with certain things. Xiangxiang saw right through his charade. He knew Fu Sahan wouldn't be good at this, especially given the arcade's notoriously difficult games. It was a blatant attempt to humiliate Fu Sahan. Xiangxiang's protective instincts flared. She launched into a tirade, scolding Chu Beiyue for his childish behavior. Suddenly, another wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Xiangxiang turned, bewildered, to see Fu Sahan amidst the throng, his fingers flying across the controls. With a series of flawless combos, he surpassed Chu Beiyue's score, the numbers continuing to climb higher and higher. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Behind them, Xiangxiang and Chu Beiyue stood stunned, jaws agape. He had only received a brief verbal explanation, yet he was already outperforming Chu Beiyue. Could this really be the same Fu Sahan? Chu Beiyue, snapping out of his stupor, rushed towards the machine. He stared at the godlike score on the screen, utterly dumbfounded. Fu Sahan had beaten him by over 100,000 points. Adding insult to injury, Fu Sahan glanced at him with a nonchalant air, commenting that it was just a casual game. Xiangxiang rushed over, excitedly praising Fu Sahan's skills, pointing out that even Chu Beiyue, a seasoned gamer, had been thoroughly defeated. Chu Beiyue bristled, barely containing his rage. He wasn't one to back down from a challenge. Seizing the opportunity, he challenged Fu Sahan to another game, suggesting they try something different while they were on a roll. Fu Sahan, who usually seemed so calm and collected in Xiangxiang's eyes, was surprisingly eager to accept the challenge. He readily agreed, his competitive spirit ignited. Xiangxiang, witnessing his uncharacteristic fervor, felt a pang of dread. She had never wished for time to pass faster. Accepting Chu Beiyue's challenge, Fu Sahan, in a surprising display of extravagance, exchanged a staggering 10,000 game coins, ready to teach Chu Beiyue a lesson. What followed was a series of crushing defeats that would forever haunt Chu Beiyue's gaming dreams. In a shooting competition, Fu Sahan scored 10 bullseyes to Chu Beiyue's 9. In a fishing game, Fu Sahan caught 20 fish to Chu Beiyue's 19. It was as if Chu Beiyue was trapped in a vicious cycle, always 1 point behind. As the two rivals turned their attention to the claw machines, Xiangxiang, who had been holding back her frustration, finally snapped. The arcade's prize shelves visibly thinned as she filled her arms with plushies. Oblivious to her outburst, Chu Beiyue remained focused on the claw machine, his mind consumed by his baffling losing streak. He couldn't understand how Fu Sahan was doing it, but he was determined to win at least once. He had the last remaining prize in the machine. If he could just grab this one, he could finally claim victory. But his hopes were dashed. Before he could even aim, a chorus of excited squeals erupted behind him. Fu Sahan, once again, had preemptively cleared out the entire machine. Chu Beiwei was about to lose his mind. Was he cursed or something? Why did Fu Sahan always manage to beat him by 1 point every single time? He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. He could deal with his own frustration, but why was Fu Sahan acting like this too? This bizarre, competitive spirit between men was something Xiang would never understand. Thankfully, the day was almost over. She just wanted to go home, lost in the blissful thought of returning home. She was startled by a strange man's voice behind her. It was the arcade owner, practically at his wit's end. He pleaded with Xiang to convince the two men to ease up. If this continued, he'd have to shut down his business. Xiang quickly apologized to the owner. Half an hour later, after much pulling and tugging on Xiang's part, the two rivals finally left the arcade. Looking at the mountain of prizes they'd won, Xiang stopped by the roadside and distributed them all to passing children. Once every last prize was gone, she let out a long, relieved sigh. Having missed dinner, the three of them headed to a hot pot restaurant to refuel. However, even ordering proved to be another awkward ordeal for Xiang. Whether it was the broth or the dipping sauces, the two men insisted on choosing different options, turning even this into a competition. Thankfully, they were having hot pot. Xiang stood up and declared they would have anyingguo, yuanyangguo, split pot with 2 different broths and separate dipping sauces. Using the ordering process as an excuse, she escaped the charged atmosphere. After she left, the two men sat in silence, staring at each other. After a moment, Chu Beiwei broke the silence. I underestimated you, Mr. Fu. Not only are you good at games, but you're also willing to come to a noisy, messy place like this. He added, with a touch of sarcasm, you constantly surprise me, Mr. Fu. Fu Sahan's lips curled into a slight smile. Why are you so hostile towards me? I haven't done anything to you, have I? Seeing that they were finally getting to the heart of the matter, Chu Beiwei, who had been worried that Fu Sahan would just smile his way through the day, stood up indignant. Don't play coy. You know exactly why Xiang is with you. Can you honestly say you haven't pressured her in any way? Chu Beiwei's outburst amused Fu Sahan. Has Xiang said something that led you to believe this? You're acting like a child who can't have his favorite toy. He continued, before accusing others of clinging, perhaps you should examine your own behavior. Besides, you saw how Xiang treated me today. Your self-deception has its limits. Their heated argument was interrupted by the conversation of 2 women who had just entered the restaurant. They overheard something about Xiang being outside, having a confrontation with someone. Chu Beiwei rushed out and saw Xiang standing before the 2 women's table, her face a mask of fury. Her expression was identical to the one she wore the day she was betrayed by the Lin Corporation. The reason for her anger? The 2 gossiping women had been talking about the trio behind their backs, speculating about a love triangle, and suggesting that the younger woman, Xiang, was being kept by the 2 men. Their whispers could have been heard across the galaxy, and Xiang, already on edge from a stressful day, had finally found her breaking point. The 2 women had walked right into the crosshairs. Under Xiang's sharp gaze and imposing aura, they stammered out apologies. Xiang had explicitly confirmed her relationship with Fu Sahan in her exchange with the women. Chu Beiwei's heart was a mixture of conflicting emotions. Fu Sahan had repeatedly told him to back off, but Chu Beiwei seemed to accept it now. So what? Consider it my one-sided affection for Xiang. Speaking of which, isn't the reason you were so eager to come with her today because of your own insecurities? Perhaps your relationship isn't as strong as I thought. Without waiting for a response, he leaned in close to Fu Sahan and whispered, I had a great time today. I'll look forward to your guidance again, Mr. Fu. The gossip mill would be churning. A publicly listed company CEO caught in a love triangle, accused of keeping a young, handsome lover. Fresh off securing investment from the CEO, he's now privately keeping a blonde, pretty boy. Arriving at Xiang's doorstep, the tension she'd been holding in all evening finally broke. What's wrong with Fu Sahan? She asked. He's been acting strange since the hot pot restaurant. And where did Chu Beiwei go? He didn't say a word either. What's going on with those two? To Xiangxiang's concern, Fu Sahan responded without hesitation. I was just distracted. I was happy you stood up for me earlier. He was treating her like a child. His face had been so dark it could have rained. If that was his version of happy, then there was no such thing as anger in the world. Suddenly, Xiangxiang pulled a plush toy kitten from her bag. Seeing Fu Sahan's puzzled look, she explained, while you and Chu Beiwei were busy competing, I tried to game myself. It cost me 100 tokens. Fu Sahan was speechless. He'd cleared out the entire arcade's prize stock and hadn't spent nearly that much. He couldn't believe that was what she was focused on. 10,000 furious thoughts raced through Xiangxiang's mind. She tried so many times to win this prize, and this one, so meaningful, was the only one she'd managed to snag. Her kindness had been utterly wasted. But Fu Sahan's behavior today was completely out of character. Without any warning, he'd suddenly embraced her, and the icy aura that usually surrounded him had melted away. But faced with Fu Sahan's escalating intimacy, Xiangxiang quickly pulled away from his embrace. She was afraid that if he held her any longer, his emotions would surge, and he might just take her right there in the car. Just as she was about to get out of the car, Fu Sahan spoke. You'll be returning to the company in a few days. While I don't interfere in your company matters, regarding Feng Ziyu, if it's true, as you said, that his parents mysteriously went bankrupt and his background is complicated, you must be cautious. With that, he told Xiangxiang to go home and rest. Back home, Xiangxiang continued to fret over Feng Ziyu's situation. No matter what method she used, she couldn't find any clues about the reason behind the Feng family's inexplicable bankruptcy 7 years ago. The day she had to return to school was fast approaching. Leaving the company entirely in her cousin's hands wasn't realistic. Feng Ziyu was absolutely the best choice for a future partner for her cousin. However, just as Fu Sahan had said, Feng Ziyu's arrival did pose a certain risk to the company. If it were the me from my past life facing this kind of pressure, I probably would have run away and become an obedient girl seeking stability, she thought. But thankfully, in this life I have Shengda in my hands. It has to become even more successful. 2 days later, Xiangxiang arrived at the company early. The female employees now all idolized her. A jade-like beauty and an incredibly handsome man. Chu Beiyue's confrontation with the Lin Corporation had made him quite famous. That guy's not even here, and he's still attracting all these admirers for me. I better not contact him for a few days and let things cool down, she mused. Suddenly, a call of CEO Yun interrupted Xiangxiang's thoughts. Yi Xiuwen and Feng Ziyu were walking towards her from the doorway. Feng Ziyu, at this moment, was incredibly handsome and refined. Xiangxiang practically drooled. Was this the same disheveled, ravenous person from the airport? He looked like a completely different person. The entire company instantly erupted. Oh my god, this company is heaven. Why are they all such handsome men? Seeing Feng Ziyu about to be swarmed, Xiangxiang quickly pulled him into her office. It seemed her cousin had taken good care of Feng Ziyu these past 2 days. Before they could even sit down, Feng Ziyu announced that he had come to personally return the hat. As for Shengda's invitation, he couldn't accept it. You gave me a piece of bread, I helped you retrieve your hat. We're even. Let's go our separate ways. Xiangxiang wasn't about to let this cooked duck fly away. She immediately and righteously told Feng Ziyu, you need to make a living. Shengda's salary and benefits are comparable to the elite standards of various industries. If you don't give me a good reason, I won't give up just like that. However, no matter what Xiangxiang said, Feng Ziyu didn't seem to hear a word. He opened the door to leave. Just then, Xiangxiang suddenly uttered the words Fengqi Group. Feng Ziyu, on his way out, froze. Xiangxiang quickly reassured him not to be surprised. The Fengqi bankruptcy case 7 years ago was no small matter. Someone who could suppress the truth so thoroughly must have unfathomable wealth and power. Although they say Fengqi went bankrupt due to poor management, that explanation must sound ridiculous to you, right? Facing someone as intelligent as Feng Ziyu, she knew he understood she had something to say. But what he didn't expect was for Xiangxiang to earnestly invite him to Shengda, solemnly promising, I'll protect you. While I can't guarantee I'll find a culprit, it's better than you struggling alone. Besides, Shengda is currently collaborating closely with both Fu Shi and Chu Shi groups. But if you go to them, You might attract too much attention. You're smart, so I don't need to spell it out for you. You know where you should be at this stage. Xiangxiang's words left Feng Ziyu stunned. What he couldn't understand was why Yin Xiangxiang would help him like this. 7 years ago, he hadn't even come of age. He'd just returned to the country when he heard the news of his family's bankruptcy. Anger, grief, despair. He'd originally planned to start working, but every company rejected him outright upon hearing his name, saying he'd offended someone they couldn't afford to cross. For 5 whole years, he hadn't been able to uncover anything about this so-called big shot. I must be crazy, he thought, to actually imagine she could help me when her own son is such a philanderer.